with an opening let into the middle of the receding wall, closed by a massive oaken door to admit prisoners without taking them round by the street. The jailer, we say, crossed the yard to a winding stairway in the left angle of the courtyard, which led to the interior of the prison. If we insist upon these details, it is because we shall be obliged to return to this spot later, but we do not wish it to be wholly unfamiliar to our readers when that time comes. These steps led first to the antechamber of the prison, that is to say, to the porter's hall of the lower courtroom. From that hall, 10 steps led down into an inner court, separated from a third, which was that of the prisoners, by a wall similar to the one we have described, only this one had 3 doors. At the further end of the courtyard, a passage led to the jailer's own room, which gave into a second passage, on which were the cells, which were picturesquely styled cages. The jailer paused before the first of these cages and said, striking the door, "This is where I put Madame, your mother, and your sister, so that if the dear ladies wanted either Charlotte or myself, they need but knock." "Is there no one in the cell?" "No one." "Then please open the door. My friend Lord Tanley is a philanthropic Englishman who is travelling about to see if the French prisons are more comfortable than the English ones. Enter, Sir John." Père Courtois having opened the door, Roland pushed Sir John into a perfectly square cell, measuring 10 or 12 feet each way. "Oh," exclaimed Sir John, "this is lugubrious." "Do you think so? Well, my dear friend, this is where my mother, the noblest woman in the world, and my sister, whom you know, spent 6 weeks, with a prospect of leaving it only to make the trip to the Place des Bastions. Just think, that was 5 years ago, so my sister was scarcely 12. But what crime had they committed? Oh, a monstrous crime. At the anniversary festival with which the town of Bourg considered proper to commemorate the death of the friend of the people, my mother refused to permit my sister to represent one of the virgins who bore the tears of France in vases. What will you? Poor woman, she thought she had done enough for her country in giving it the blood of her son and her husband, which was flowing in Italy and Germany. She was mistaken. Her country, as it seems, claimed further the tears of her daughter. She thought that too much, especially as those tears were to flow for the cities of Marat. The result was that on the very evening of the celebration, during the enthusiastic exultation, my mother was declared accursed. Fortunately, Bourg had not attained the celerity of Paris. A friend of ours, an official in the record office, kept the affair dragging until one fine day the fall and death of Rosperry were made known. That interrupted a good many things, among others the guillotinades. Our friend convinced the authorities that the wind blowing from Paris had veered towards clemency. They waited 15 days, and on the 16th they told my mother and sister that they were free. So you understand, my friend, and this involves the most profound philosophical reflection, so that if Mademoiselle Theresa Carabas had not come from Spain, if she had not married Monsieur Fontenay, parliamentary councillor, had she not been arrested and brought before the proconsul Italian, son of the Marquis de Bercy's butler, ex-notary's clerk, ex-foreman of a printing shop, ex-porter, ex-secretary of the Commune of Paris, temporarily at Bordeaux, and had the ex-proconsul not become enamoured of her, and had she not been imprisoned, and if on the 9th of the Thermidor she had not found means to send a dagger with these words, "Unless the tyrant dies today, I die tomorrow," had not Saint-Just been arrested in the midst of his discourse, had not Rosperry on that day had a frog in his throat, had not Garnier de l'Aube exclaimed, "It is the blood of Danton choking you," had not Louchet shouted for his arrest, had he not been arrested, released by the Commune, recaptured in spite of this, had his jaw broken by a pistol shot and been executed next day, my mother would, in all probability, have had her head cut off for refusing to allow her daughter to weep for citizen Marat in one of the 12 lacrymal urns which Bourg was desirous of filling with its tears. Goodbye, Courtois. You are a worthy man. You gave my mother and sister a little water to put with their wine, a little meat to eat with their bread, a little hope to fill their hearts. You lent them your daughter that they might not have to sweep their cell themselves. That deserves a fortune. Unfortunately, I am not rich, but here are 50 louis I happen to have with me. Come, my lord. And the young man carried off Sir John before the jailer, recovered from his surprise, and found time either to thank Roland or refuse the 50 louis, which, it must be said, would have been a remarkable proof of his disinterestedness in the jailer, especially when the jailer's opinions were opposed to those of the government he served. Leaving the prison, Roland and Sir John found the Place de Lys crowded with people who had heard of General Bonaparte's return to France and were shouting "Vive Bonaparte" at the top of their lungs, some because they really admired the victor of Arcola, Rivoli, and the pyramids, others because they had been told, like Père Courtois, that this same victor had vanquished only that Louis XVIII might profit by his victories. Roland and Sir John, having now visited all that the town of Bourg offered of interest, returned to the Château de Noirfontaine, which they reached before long. Madame de Montrevel and Amélie had gone out. Roland installed Sir John in an easy chair, asking him to wait a few minutes for him. At the end of 5 minutes, he returned with a sort of pamphlet of grey paper, very badly printed, in his hand. "My dear fellow," said he, "you seem to have some doubts about the authenticity of the festival which I just mentioned, and which nearly cost my mother and sister their lives. So I bring you the programme. Read it, and while you are doing so, I will go and see what they have been doing with my dogs, for I presume that you would rather hold me quit of our fishing expedition in favour of a hunt." He went out, leaving in Sir John's hands a copy of the decree of the municipality of the town of Bourg, instituting the funeral rites in the honour of Marat on the anniversary of his death. Chapter 13. The Wild Boar. Sir John was just finishing that interesting bit of history when Madame de Montrevel and her daughter returned. Amélie, who did not know how much had been said about her between Roland and Sir John, was astounded by the expression with which that gentleman scrutinized her. To him, she seemed more lovely than before. He could readily understand that mother, who, at the risk of life, had been unwilling that his charming creature should profane her youth and beauty by serving as a mourner in a celebration of which Marat was the deity. He recalled that cold, damp cell which he had lately visited, and shuddered at the thought that this delicate white ermine before his eyes had been imprisoned there, without sun or air, for 6 weeks. He looked at the throat, too long perhaps, but swan-like in its suppleness and graceful in its exaggeration, and he remembered that melancholy remark of the poor Princess de Lamballe, as she felt her slender neck, "It will not give the executioner much trouble." The thoughts which succeeded each other in Sir John's mind gave to his face an expression so different from its customary aspect, that Madame de Montrevel could not refrain from asking what troubled him. He then told her of his visit to the prison, and Roland's pious pilgrimage to the dungeon where his mother and sister had been incarcerated. Just as Sir John had concluded his tale, a view hallo sounded without, and Roland entered, his hunting horn in his hands. "My dear friend," he cried, "thanks to my mother, we shall have a splendid hunt tomorrow." "Thanks to me?" queried Madame de Montrevel. "How so?" added Sir John. "I left you to see about my dogs, didn't I?" "You said so, at any rate." "I had 2 excellent beasts, Barbichon and Ravaud, male and female." "Oh," exclaimed Sir John, "are they dead?" "Well, yes, but just guess what this excellent mother of mine has done." And tilting Madame de Montrevel's head, he kissed her on both cheeks. she wouldn't let them drown a single puppy because they were the dogs of my dogs. So the result is that today the pups, grandpups and great-grandpups of Barbichon and Ravoud are as numerous as a descendant of Ishmael. Instead of a pair of dogs, I have a whole pack, 25 beasts, all as black as moles, with white paws, fire in their eyes and hearts, and a regiment of cornet tails that would do you good to see. And Roland sounded another hello that brought his young brother to the scene. "Oh," shouted the boy as he entered, "you are going hunting tomorrow, brother Roland?" I'm going too. "Good," said Roland, "but do you know what we are going to hunt?" "No, all I know is that I'm going too." "We're going to hunt a boar." "Oh, joy!" cried the boy, clapping his little hands. "Are you crazy?" asked Madame de Montrevel, turning pale. "Why so, Madame Mother, if you please?" "Because boar hunts are very dangerous." "Not so dangerous as hunting men. My brother got back safe from that, and so will I from the other." "Roland," cried Madame de Montrevel, while Amélie, lost in thought, took no part in the discussion. "Roland, make Edward listen to reason. Tell him that he hasn't got common sense." But Roland, who recognized himself again in his young brother, instead of blaming him, smiled at his boyish ardor. "I take you willingly," said he. "Only to go hunting, one must at least know how to handle a gun." "Oh, Master Roland," cried Edward, "just come into the garden a bit. Put up your hat at 100 yards and I'll show you how to handle a gun." "Naughty child," exclaimed Madame de Montrevel, trembling. "Where did you learn?" "Why, from the gunsmith at Montagnac, who keeps Papa's and Roland's guns. You ask me sometimes what I do with my money, don't you? Well, I buy powder and balls with it, and I am learning to kill Austrians and Arabs like my brother Roland." Madame de Montrevel raised her hands to heaven. "What can you expect, mother?" asked Roland. "Blood will tell. No Montrevel could be afraid of powder. You shall come with us tomorrow, Edward." The boy sprang upon his brother's neck. "And I," said Sir John, "will equip you today like a regular huntsman, as they used to arm the knights of old. I have a charming little rifle that I will give you. It will keep you contented until your sabre and pistols come." "Well," asked Roland, "are you satisfied now, Edward?" "Yes, but when will he give it to me? If you have to write to England for it, I warn you I shan't believe in it." "No, my little friend, we have only to go up to my room and open my gun case. That's soon done." "Then let's go at once." "Come on," said Sir John, and he went out, followed by Edward. 1 moment later, Amélie, still absorbed in thought, rose and left the room. Neither Madame de Montrevel nor Roland noticed her departure. So interested were they in a serious discussion. Madame de Montrevel tried to persuade Roland not to take his young brother with him on the morrow's hunt. Roland explained that, since Edward was to become a soldier like his father and brother, the sooner he learned to handle a gun and become familiar with powder and ball, the better. The discussion was not yet ended when Edward returned with his gun, slung over his shoulder. "Look, brother," said he, turning to Roland, "just see what a fine present Sir John has given me." And he looked gratefully at Sir John, who stood in the doorway vainly seeking Amélie with his eyes. It was in truth a beautiful present. The rifle, designed with that plainness of ornament and simplicity of form peculiar to English weapons, was of the finest finish. Like the pistols of which Roland had an opportunity to test the accuracy, the rifle was made by the celebrated Manton, and carried a 24 caliber bullet. That it had been originally intended for a woman was easily seen by the shortness of the stock and the velvet pad on the trigger. This original purpose of the weapon made it peculiarly suitable for a boy of 12. Roland took the rifle from his brother's shoulder, looked at it knowingly, tried its action, sighted it, tossed it from one hand to the other, and then, giving it back to Edward, said, "Thanks, Sir John, again. You have a rifle fit for a king's son. Let's go and try it." All three went out to try Sir John's rifle, leaving Madame de Montrevel as sad as Thetis when she saw Achilles in his woman's garb drawn the sword of Ulysses from its scabbard. A quarter of an hour later, Edward returned triumphantly. He brought his mother a bit of pasteboard of the circumference of a hat in which he had put 10 bullets out of 12. The two men had remained behind in the park, conversing. Madame de Montrevel listened to Edward's slightly boastful account of his prowess. Then she looked at him with that deep and holy sorrow of mothers to whom fame is no compensation for the blood it sheds. Oh, ungrateful indeed is the child who has seen that look bent upon him and does not eternally remember it. Then, after a few seconds of this painful contemplation, she pressed her second son to her breast and murmured, sobbing, you too, will desert your mother some day." "Yes, mother," replied the boy, "to become a general, like my father, or an aide de camp, like Roland. And to be killed as your father was, as your brother perhaps will be." For the strange transformation in Roland's character had not escaped Madame de Montrevel. It was but an added dread to her other anxieties, among which Amelie's pallor and abstraction must be numbered. Amelie was just 17. Her childhood had been that of a happy, laughing girl, joyous and healthy. The death of her father had cast a black veil over her youth and gaiety. But these tempests of spring passed rapidly. Her smile, the sunshine of life's dawn, returned like that of nature, sparkling through that dew of the heart we call tears. Then, one day, about 6 months before this story opens, Amelie's face had saddened, her cheeks had grown pale, and, like the birds who migrate at the approach of wintry weather, the childlike laughter that escaped her parted lips and white teeth had fled, never to return. Madame de Montrevel had questioned her, but Amélie asserted that she was still the same. She endeavoured to smile, but as a stone thrown into a lake rings upon the surface, so the smiles roused by this maternal solicitude faded, little by little, from Amélie's face. With keen maternal instinct, Madame de Montrevel had thought of love, but whom could Amélie love? There were no visitors at the Château de Noirfontaine. The political troubles had put an end to all society, and Amélie went nowhere alone. Madame de Montrevel could get no further than conjecture. Roland's return had given her a moment's hope, but this hope fled as soon as she perceived the effect with which this event had produced upon Amélie. It was not a sister, but a spectre, it will be recalled, who had come to meet him. Since her son's arrival, Madame de Montrevel had not lost sight of Amélie, and she perceived, with dolorous amazement, that Roland's presence awakened a feeling akin to terror in his sister's breast. She, whose eyes had formerly rested so lovingly upon him, now seemed to view him with alarm. Only a few moments since, Amélie had profited by the first opportunity to return to her room, the one spot in the chateau where she seemed at ease, and where for the last 6 months she has spent most of her time. The dinner bell alone possessed the power to bring her from it, and even then she waited for the second call before entering the dining room. Roland and Sir John, as we have said, had divided their time between their visit to Bourg and their preparations for the morrow's hunt. From morn until noon they were to beat the woods. From noon till evening they were to hunt the boar. Michel, that devoted poacher, confined to his chair for the present with a sprain, felt better as soon as the question of the hunt was mooted, and had himself hoisted on a little horse that was used for the errands of the house. Then he sallied forth to collect the beaters from Saint-Just and Montagnac. He, being unable to beat or run, was to remain with the pack and watch Sir John's and Roland's horse and Edward's pony in the middle of the forest, where it was intersected by one good road and 2 practicable paths. The beaters, who could not follow the hunt, were to return to the chateau with the game bags. The beaters were at the door at 6 the following morning. Michel was not to leave with the horses and dogs until 11. The Château de Noirfontaine was just at the edge of the forest of Seyon, so the hunt could begin at its very gates. As the battue promised chiefly deer and hares, the guns were loaded with balls. Roland gave Edouard a simple little gun which he himself had used as a child. He had not enough confidence as yet in the boy's prudence to trust him with a double-barreled gun. As for the rifle that Sir John had given him the day before, it could only carry cartridges. It was given into Michel's safe keeping, to be returned to him in case they started a boar, for the second part of the hunt. For this, Roland and Sir John were also to change their guns for rifles and hunting knives, pointed as daggers and sharp as razors, which formed part of Sir John's arsenal and could be suspended from the belt or screwed on the point of the gun like bayonets. From the beginning of the battue, it was easy to see that the hunt would be a good one. A roebuck and 2 hares were killed at once. At noon, 2 does, 7 roebucks and 2 foxes had been bagged. They had also seen boars, but these latter had only shaken their bristles in answer to the heavy bulls and made off. Edouard was in the 7th heaven. He had killed a roebuck. The beaters, well rewarded for their labour, were sent to the chateau with the game, as had been arranged. A sort of bugle was sounded to ascertain Michel's whereabout, to which he answered. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 hunters had rejoined the gardener with his hounds and horses. Michel had seen a boar which he had sent his son to head off, and it was now in the woods, not 100 paces distant. Jacques, Michel's eldest son, beat up the woods with Barbichon and Ravoud, the heads of the pack, and in about 5 minutes the boar was found in his lair. They could have killed him at once, or at least shot at him, but that would have ended the hunt too quickly. The huntsmen launched the whole pack at Animal, which, seeing this troop of pygmies swoop down upon him, started off at a slow trot. He crossed the road, Roland giving the view hello, and headed in the direction of the chartreuse of Seyon, the 3 riders following the path which led through the woods. The boar led them a chase which lasted until 5 in the afternoon, turning upon his tracks, evidently unwilling to leave the forest with its thick undergrowth. At last, the violent barking of the dogs warned them that the animal had been brought to bay. The spot was not 100 paces distant from the pavilion belonging to the chartreuse, in one of the most tangled thickets of the forest. It was impossible to force the horses through it, and the riders dismounted. The barking of the dogs guided them straight along the path, from which they deviated only where the obstacles they encountered rendered it necessary. From time to time, yelps of pain indicated that members of the attacking party had ventured too close to the animal and had paid the price of their temerity. About 20 feet from the scene of action, the hunters began to see the actors. The boar was backed against a rock to avoid attack in the rear. Then, bracing himself on his forepaws, he faced the dogs with his ensanguined eyes and enormous tusks. They quivered around him like a moving carpet. 5 or 6, more or less badly wounded, were staining the battlefield with their blood, though still attacking the boar with a fury and courage that might have served as an example to the bravest men. Each hunter faced the scene with the characteristic signs of his age, nature and nation. Edouard, at one and the same time, the most imprudent and the smallest, finding the path less difficult, owing to his small stature, arrived first. Roland, heedless of danger of any kind, seeking rather than avoiding it, followed. Finally Sir John, slower, graver, more reflective, brought up the rear. Once the boar perceived his hunters, he paid no further attention to the dogs. He fixed his gleaming, sanguinary eyes upon them, but his only movement was a snapping of the jaws, which he brought together with a threatening sound. Roland watched the scene for an instant, evidently desirous of flinging himself into the midst of the group, knife in hand, to slit the boar's throat, as a butcher would that of a calf or a pig. This impulse was so apparent that Sir John caught his arm, and little Edouard exclaimed, "Oh, brother, let me shoot the boar." Roland restrained himself, and stacking his gun against a tree, waited, armed only with his hunting knife, which he had drawn from its sheath. "Very well," said he, "shoot him, but be careful about it." "Oh, don't worry," retorted the child. Between his set teeth, his face was pale but resolute as he aimed the barrel of his rifle at the animal's head. "If he misses him, or only wounds him," observed Sir John, "you know that the bruise will be upon us before we can see him through the smoke." "I know it, my lord, but I am accustomed to these hunts," replied Roland, his nostrils quivering, his eyes sparkling, his lips parted. "Fire, Edouard!" The shot followed the order upon the instant, but after the shot, with or even before it, the beast, swift as lightning, rushed upon the child. A second shot followed the first, but the animal's scarlet eyes still gleamed through the smoke. But as it rushed, it met Roland with his knee on the ground, the knife in his hand. A moment later, a tangled, formless group, man and boar and man, was rolling on the ground. Then a third shot rang out, followed by a laugh from Roland. "Ah, my lord," cried the young man, "you've wasted powder and shot. Can't you see that I have ripped him up? Only get his body off me. The beast weighs at least 400 pounds, and he's smothering me." But before Sir John could stoop, Roland, with a vigorous push of the shoulder, rolled the animal's body aside and rose to his feet, covered with blood, but without a single scratch. Little Edouard, either from lack of time or from native courage, had not recoiled an inch. True, he was completely protected by his brother's body, which was between him and the boar. Sir John had sprung aside to take the animal in the flank. He watched Roland as he emerged from this second duel with the same amazement that he had experienced after the first. The dogs, those that were left, some 20 in all, had followed the boar and were now leaping upon his body in vain effort to tear the bristles, which were almost as impenetrable as iron. "You will see," said Roland, wiping the blood from his face and hands with a fine cambric handkerchief, "how they will eat him, and your knife too, my lord." "True," said Sir John. "Where is the knife?" "In its sheath," replied Roland. "Ah!" exclaimed the boy, "only the handle shows." He sprang toward the animal and pulled out the poniard, which, as he said, was buried up to the hilt. The sharp point, guided by a calm eye and a firm hand, had pierced the animal's heart. There were other wounds on the boar's body. The first, caused by the boy's shot, showed a bloody furrow just over the eye. The blow had been too weak to crush the frontal bone. The second came from Sir John's first shot. It had caught the animal diagonally and grazed his breast. The third, fired at close quarters, went through the body, but, as Roland had said, not until after the animal was dead. Chapter 14. An Unpleasant Commission. The hunt was over. Darkness was falling, and it was now a question of returning to the chateau. The horses were nearby. They could hear them neighing impatiently. They seemed to be asking if their courage was so doubted that they were not allowed to share in the exciting drama. Edouard was bent upon dragging the boar after them, fastening it to the saddle bow, and so carrying it back to the chateau. But Roland pointed out that it was simpler to send a couple of men for it with a barrow. Sir John being of the same opinion, Edouard, who never ceased pointing to the wound in the head and saying, "That's my shot, that's where I aimed," Edouard, we say, was forced to yield to the majority. The three hunters soon reached the spot where their horses were tethered, mounted, and in less than 10 minutes were at the Chateau de Noirfontaine. Madame de Montrevel was watching them from the portico. The poor mother had waited there nearly an hour, trembling lest an accident had befallen one or the other of her sons. The moment Edouard espied her, he put his pony to a gallop, shouting from the gate, "Mother, mother, we killed a boar as big as a donkey. I shot him in the head. You'll see the hole my boar made." Roland struck his hunting knife into the boar's belly up to the hilt, and Sir John fired at him twice. "Quick, quick!" Send the men for the carcass. Don't be frightened when you see Roland. He's all covered with blood, but it's from the boar, and he hasn't a scratch." This was delivered with Edouard's accustomed volubility while Madame de Montrevel was crossing the clearing between the portico and the road to open the gate. She intended to take Edouard in her arms, but he jumped from his saddle and flung himself upon her neck. Roland and Sir John came up just then, and Amélie appeared on the portico at the same instant. Edouard left his mother to worry over Roland, who, covered as he was with blood, looked very terrifying, and rushed to his sister with the tale he had rattled off to his mother. Amélie listened in an abstracted manner that probably hurt Edouard's vanity, for he dashed off to the kitchen to describe the affair to Michel, who was certain to listen to him. Michel was indeed interested, but when, after telling him where the carcass lay, Edouard gave Roland's order to send a couple of men after the beast, he shook his head. "What?" demanded Edouard. "Are you going to refuse to obey my brother?" "Heaven forbid, Master Edouard. Jacques shall start this instant for Montagnac." "Are you afraid he won't find anybody?" "Goodness no. He could get a dozen, but the trouble is the time of night. You say the boar lies close to the pavilion of the Chartreuse?" "Not 20 yards from it." "I'd rather it was 3 miles, replied Michel, scratching his head. "But never mind, I'll send for them anyway, without telling them what they're wanted for. Once here, it's for your brother to make them go." "Good, good. Only get them here and I'll see to that myself." "Oh," exclaimed Michel, "if I hadn't this beastly sprain, I'd go myself. But today's doings have made it worse. Jacques, Jacques." Jacques came, and Edouard not only waited to hear the order given, but waited until he had started. Then he ran upstairs to do what Roland and Sir John were already doing, that is, dress for dinner. The whole talk at table, as may be easily imagined, centered upon the day's prowess. Edouard asked nothing better than to talk about it, and Sir John, astounded by Roland's skill, courage, and good luck, improved upon the child's narrative. Madame de Montrevel shuddered at each detail, and yet she made them repeat it 20 times. That which seemed most clear to her in all this was that Roland had saved Edouard's life. "Did you thank him for that?" she asked the boy. "Thank whom?" "Your brother." "Why should I thank him?" retorted Edouard. "I should have done the same thing." "Ah, madame, what can you expect?" said Sir John. "You are a gazelle who has unwittingly given birth to a race of lions." Amélie had also paid the closest attention to the account, especially when the hunters spoke of their proximity to the Chartreuse. From that time on, she listened with anxious eyes and seemed scarcely to breathe until they told of leaving the woods after the killing. After dinner, word was brought that Jacques had returned with 2 peasants from Montagnac. They wanted exact directions as to where the hunters had left the animal. Roland rose, intending to go to them, but Madame de Montrevel, who could never see enough of her son, turned to the messenger and said, "Bring these worthy men in here. It is not necessary to disturb Monsieur Roland for that." 5 minutes later, the 2 peasants entered, twirling their hats in their hands. "My sons," said Roland, "I want you to fetch the boar we killed in the forest of Seyon." "That can be done," said one of the peasants, consulting his companion with a look. "Yes, it can be done," answered the other. "Don't be alarmed," said Roland. "You shall lose nothing by your trouble." "Oh, we're not," interrupted one of the peasants. "We know you, Monsieur Montrevel." "Yes," answered the other. "We know that, like your father, you're not in the habit of making people work for nothing." "Oh, if all the aristocrats had been like you, Monsieur Louis, there wouldn't have been any revolution." "Of course not," said the other, who seemed to have come solely to echo affirmatively what his companion said. "It remains to be seen now where the animal is," said the first peasant. "Yes," repeated the second, "remains to be seen where it is." "Oh, it won't be hard to find." "So much the better," interjected the peasant. "Do you know the pavilion in the forest?" "Which one?" "Yes, which one?" "The one that belongs to the Chartreuse of Seyon." The peasants looked at each other. "Well, you'll find it some 20 feet distant from the front on the way to Jehu." The peasants looked at each other once more. Grunted the first one. Repeated the other, faithful echo of his companion. Well, what does this hum mean? Demanded Roland. Confound it. Come, explain yourselves. What's the matter? The matter is that we'd rather that it was the other end of the forest. But why the other end? Retorted Roland impatiently. It's 9 miles from here to the other end, and barely 3 from here to where we left the boar. Yes, said the first peasant, but just where the boar lies. And he paused and scratched his head. Exactly, that's what, added the other. Just what? It's a little too near the chartreuse. Not the chartreuse, I said the pavilion. It's all the same. You know, Monsieur Louis, that there is an underground passage leading from the pavilion to the chartreuse. Oh yes, there is one, that's sure, added the other. But, exclaimed Roland, what has this underground passage got to do with our boar? This much, that the beast is in a bad place, that's all. Oh yes, a bad place, repeated the other peasant. Come now, explain yourselves, you rascals, said Roland, who was growing angry, while his mother seemed uneasy, and Amélie visibly pale. Beg pardon, Monsieur Louis, answered the peasant. We are not rascals, we're God-fearing men, that's all. By thunder, cried Roland, I am a God-fearing man myself. What of that? Well, we don't care to have any dealings with the devil. No, 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 asserted the second peasant. A man can match a man if he's of his own kind, continued the first peasant. Sometimes 2, said the second, who was built like a Hercules. But with ghostly beings, phantoms, spectres, no thank you, continued the first peasant. No thank you, repeated the other. Oh, mother, sister, queried Roland, addressing the 2 women. In heaven's name, do you understand anything of what these 2 fools are saying? Fools, repeated the first peasant. Well, possibly, but it's not the less true that Pierre-Marie had his neck twisted just for looking over the wall. True it was of a Saturday, the devil's Sabbath. And they couldn't straighten it out, affirmed the second peasant. So they had to bury him with his face turned round looking the other way. Oh, exclaimed Sir John, this is growing interesting. I'm very fond of ghost stories. That's more than Sister Amélie is, it seems, cried Edouard. What do you mean? Just see how pale she's grown, Brother Roland. Yes, indeed, said Sir John. Mademoiselle looks as if she were going to faint. I? Not at all, exclaimed Amélie, wiping the perspiration from her forehead. Only don't you think it seems a little warm here, mother? No, answered Madame de Montrevel. Still, insisted Amélie, if it would not annoy you, I should like to open the window. Do so, my child. Amélie rose hastily to profit by this permission, and went with tottering steps to a window opening upon the garden. After it was opened, she stood leaning against the sill, half hidden by the curtains. Ah, she said, I can breathe here. Sir John rose to offer her his smelling salts, but Amélie declined hastily. No, no, my lord, thank you, but I am better now. Come, come, said Roland, don't bother about that, it's our boar. Well, Monsieur Louis, we will fetch your boar tomorrow. That's it, said the second peasant, tomorrow morning when it's light. But to go there at night. Oh, to go there at night. The peasant looked at his comrade and both shook their heads. It can't be done at night. Cowards. Monsieur Louis, a man's not a coward because he's afraid. No, indeed, that's not being a coward, replied the other. Ah, said Roland, I wish some strange-minded men than you would face me with that argument. That a man is not a coward because he's afraid. Well, it's according to what he's afraid of, Monsieur Louis. Give me a good sickle and a good cudgel, and I'm not afraid of a wolf. Give me a good gun, and I'm not afraid of any man, even if I knew he's waiting to murder me. Yes, said Edouard, but you're afraid of a ghost, even when it's only the ghost of a monk. Little Master Edouard, said the peasant, leave your brother to do the talking. You're not old enough to jest about such things. No, added the other peasant, wait till your beard is grown, my little gentleman. I haven't any beard, retorted Edouard, starting up, but just the same, if I was strong enough to carry the boar, I'd go fetch it myself, either by day or night. Much good may it do you, my young gentleman, but neither my comrade nor myself would go even for a whole louis. Nor for 2, said Roland, wishing to corner them. Nor for 2, nor 4, nor 10, Monsieur de Montrevel. 10 louis are good, but what could I do with them if my neck was broken? Yes, twisted like Pierre Murray's, said the other peasant. 10 louis wouldn't feed my wife and children for the rest of my life, would they? And besides, when you say 10 louis, interrupted the second peasant, you mean really 5, because I'd get 5 too. So the pavilion is haunted by ghosts, is it? Asked Roland. I didn't say the pavilion. I'm not sure about the pavilion, but in the chartreuse. In the chartreuse, are you sure? Oh, there, certainly. Have you seen them? I haven't, but some folks have. Has your comrade? Asked the young officer, turning to the second peasant. I haven't seen them, but I did see flames, and Claude Philippon heard chains. Ah, so they have flames and chains, said Roland. Yes, replied the first peasant, for I have seen the flames myself, and Claude Philippon heard the chains, repeated the other. Very good, my friends, very good, replied Roland, sneering. So you won't go there tonight at any price? Not at any price. Not for all the gold in the world. And you will go tomorrow when it's light. Oh, Monsieur Louis, before you're up, the boar will be here. Before you're up, said Echo. All right, said Roland. Come back to me the day after tomorrow. Willingly, Monsieur Louis. What do you want us to do? Never mind, just come. Oh, we'll come. That means that the moment you say, come, you can count upon us, Monsieur Louis. Well, then I'll have some information for you. What about? The ghosts. Amélie gave a stifled cry. Madame de Montrevel alone heard it. Louis dismissed the two peasants, and they jostled each other at the door in their efforts to go through together. Nothing more was said that evening about the chartreuse or the pavilion, nor of its supernatural tenants, spectres or phantoms who haunted them. Chapter 15. The Strong-Minded Man. At 10 o'clock everyone was in bed at the Château de Noirfontaine, or, at any rate, all had retired to their rooms. 3 or 4 times in the course of the evening, Amélie had approached Roland as if she had something to say to him, but each time the words died upon her lips. When the family left the salon, she had taken his arm, and although his room was on the floor above hers, she accompanied him to his very door. Roland had kissed her, bade her good night, and closed the door, declaring himself very tired. Nevertheless, in spite of this assertion, Roland, once alone, did not proceed to undress. He went to his collection of arms, selected a pair of magnificent pistols, manufactured at Versailles, and presented to his father at the Convention. He snapped the triggers and blew into the barrels to see that there were no old charges in them. They were in excellent condition, after which he laid them side by side on the table. Then, going to the door, looking out upon the stairs, he opened it softly to see if anyone were watching. Finding the corridor and stairs empty, he went to Sir John's door and knocked. "Come in," said the Englishman. Sir John, like himself, was not prepared for bed. "I guessed from the sign you made me that you had something to say to me," said Sir John. "So I waited for you, as you see." "Indeed, I have something to say to you," returned Roland, seating himself gaily in an armchair. "My kind host," replied the Englishman, "I am beginning to understand you. When I see you as gay as you are now, I am like your peasants. I feel afraid." "Did you hear what they were saying?" "I heard them tell a splendid ghost story. I myself have a haunted castle in England." "Have you ever seen the ghosts, my lord?" "Yes, when I was little. Unfortunately, since I have grown up, they have disappeared." "That's always the way with ghosts," said Roland gaily. "They come and go. How lucky it is that I should return just as the ghosts have begun to haunt the chartreuse of Seyon." "Yes," replied Sir John, "very lucky. Only are you sure that there are any there?" "No, but I'll know by the day after tomorrow." "How so?" "I intend to spend tomorrow night there." "Oh," said the Englishman, "would you like to have me go with you?" "With pleasure, my lord. Only, unfortunately, that is impossible." "Impossible? Oh." "As I have just told you, my dear fellow." "But why impossible? Are you acquainted with the manners and customs of ghosts, Sir John?" asked Roland gravely. "No." "Well, I am. Ghosts only show themselves under certain conditions." "Explain that." "Well, for example, in Italy, my lord, and in Spain, the most superstitious of countries, there are no ghosts, or if there are, why at best it's only once in 10 or 20 years, or maybe in a century. And to what do you attribute their absence? To the absence of fogs. Aha, not a doubt of it. You understand the native atmosphere of ghosts is fog. Scotland, Denmark, and England, regions of fog, are overrun with ghosts. There's the spectre of Hamlet, then that of Banquo, the shadows of Richard III. Italy has only one spectre, Caesar. And then where did he appear to Brutus? At Philippi, in Macedonia, and in Thessaly, the Denmark of Greece, the Scotland of the Orient, where the fog made of it so melancholy he named the odes he wrote there Tristia. Why did Virgil make the ghost of Anchises appear to Aeneas? Because he came from Mantua. Do you know Mantua? A marsh, a frog pond, a regular manufactory of rheumatism, an atmosphere of vapours, and consequently, a nest of phantoms. Go on, I'm listening to you. Have you seen the Rhine? Yes. Germany, isn't it? Yes. Still another country of fairies, water sprites, sylphs, and consequently, phantoms. For whoso does the greater see, can see the less, and all that on account of the fog. But where the devil can the ghost hide in Italy and Spain? Not the least bit of mist. And, therefore, were I in Spain or Italy, I should never attempt tomorrow's adventure. But all that doesn't explain why you refuse my company, insisted Sir John. Wait a moment, I've just explained to you that ghosts don't venture into certain countries because they do not offer certain atmospheric conditions. Now, let me explain the precautions we must take if we wish to see them. Explain, said Sir John. I would rather hear you talk than any other man, Roland. And Sir John, stretching himself out in his easy chair, prepared to listen with delight to the improvisations of this fantastic mind, which he had seen under so many aspects during the few days of their acquaintance. Roland bowed his head by way of thanks. Well, this is the way of it, and you will grasp it readily enough. I have heard so much about ghosts in my life that I know the scamps as if I had made them. Why do ghosts appear? Are you asking me that? Inquired Sir John. Yes, I ask you. I own that, not having studied ghosts as you have, I am unable to give a definitive answer. You see, ghosts show themselves, my dear fellow, in order to frighten those who see them. That is undeniable. Of course, now, if they don't frighten those to whom they appear, they are frightened by them. Witness Monsieur de Turenne, whose ghosts proved to be counterfeiters. Do you know that story? No. I'll tell it to you some day. Don't let us get mixed up. That is just why, when they decide to appear, which is seldom, ghosts select stormy nights when it thunders, lightens and blows. That's their scenery. I am forced to admit that nothing could be more correct. Wait a moment. There are instances when the bravest man feels a shudder runs through his veins. Even before I was suffering with this aneurysm, it has happened to me a dozen times when I have seen the flash of sabres and heard the thunder of cannon around me. It is true that since I have been subject to this aneurysm, I rush where the lightning flashes and the thunder growls. Still, there is a chance that these ghosts don't know this and believe that I can be frightened. Whereas that is an impossibility, isn't it? Asked Sir John. What will you? When, right or wrong, one feels that, far from dreading death, one has every reason to seek it. What should he fear? But I repeat, these ghosts who know so much may not know that only ghosts know this. They know that the sense of fear increases or diminishes according to the seeing and hearing of exterior things. Thus, for example, where do phantoms prefer to appear? In dark places, cemeteries, old cloisters, ruins, subterranean passages, because the aspect of these localities predisposes the soul to fear. What precedes their appearance? The rattling of chairs, groans, sighs, because there is nothing very cheerful in all that. They are careful not to appear in the bright light or after a strain of dance music. No, fear is an abyss into which you descend step by step, until you are overcome by vertigo, your feet slip, and you plunge with closed eyes to the bottom of the precipice. Now, if you read the accounts of all these apparitions, you will find they all proceed like this. First, the sky darkens, the thunder growls, the wind howls, doors and windows rattle, the lamp, if there is a lamp in the room, of the person the ghosts are trying to frighten, the lamp flares, flickers, and goes out. Utter darkness. Then in the darkness groans, wails, and the rattling of chains are heard. Then at last the door opens and the ghost appears. I must say that all the apparitions that I have not seen but read about have presented themselves under similar circumstances. Isn't that so, Sir John? Perfectly. And did you ever hear of a ghost appearing to two persons at the same time? I certainly never did hear of it. It's quite simple, my dear fellow. Two together, you understand, have no fear. Fear is something mysterious, strange, independent of will, requiring isolation, darkness, and solitude. A ghost is no more dangerous than a cannonball. Well, a soldier never fears a cannonball in the daytime, when his elbows touch a comrade to the right and left. No, he goes straight for the battery, and is either killed or he kills. That's not what the phantom wants. That's why they never appear to two persons at the same time, and that is the reason that I want to go to the chartreuse, alone, my lord. Your presence would prevent the boldest ghost from appearing. If I see nothing, or if I see something worth the trouble, you can have your turn the next day. Does the bargain suit you? Perfectly. But why can't I take the first night? First, because the idea didn't occur to you, and it is only just that I should benefit by my own cleverness. Besides, I belong to the region. I was friendly with the good monks in their lifetime, and there may be a chance of their appearing to me after death. Moreover, as I know the localities, if it becomes necessary to run away or pursue, I can do it better than you. Don't you see the justice of that, my dear fellow? Yes, it couldn't be fairer, but I am sure of going the next night. The next night, and the one after, and every day and night if you wish, I only hold to the first. Now, continued Roland, rising, this is between ourselves, isn't it? Not a word to anyone. The ghosts might be forewarned and act accordingly. It would never do to let those gay dogs get the best of us. That would be too grotesque. Oh, be easy about that. You will go armed, won't you? If I thought I was only dealing with ghosts, I'd go with my hands in my pockets, and nothing in my fobs. But as I told you, Monsieur de Turenne's ghosts were counterfeiters, so I shall take my pistols. Do you want mine? No, thanks. Though yours are good, I am about resolved never to use them again. Then, with a smile whose bitterness it would be impossible to describe, he added, They brought me ill luck. Good night, Sir John. I must sleep soundly tonight, so as not to want to sleep tomorrow night. Then, shaking the Englishman's hand vigorously a second time, he left the room and returned to his own. There he was greatly surprised to find the door, which he was sure he had left closed, open. But as soon as he entered, the sight of his sister explained the matter to him. "Hello," he exclaimed, partly astonished, partly uneasy. "Is that you, Amélie?" "Yes, it is I," she said. Then, going close to her brother and letting him kiss her forehead, she added in a supplicating voice, "You won't go, will you, dear Roland?" "Go where?" asked Roland. "To the chartreuse." "Good. Who told you that?" "Oh, for one who knows how difficult it is to guess." "And why don't you want me to go to the chartreuse?" "I'm afraid something might happen to you." "What? So you believe in ghosts, do you?" he asked, looking fixedly into Amelie's eyes. Amélie lowered her glance, and Roland felt his sister's hand tremble in his. "Come," said Roland. "Amélie, at least the one I used to know, General de Montrevel's daughter and Roland's sister, is too intelligent to yield to these vulgar terrors. It's impossible that you can believe these tales of apparitions, chains, flames, spectres, and phantoms." "If I did believe them, Roland, I should not be so alarmed. If ghosts do exist, they must be souls without bodies, and consequently cannot bring their material hatred from the grave. Besides, why should a ghost hate you, Roland? You, who never harmed anyone." "Good. You forget all those I have killed in war or in duels?" Amélie shook her head. "I'm not afraid of them." "Then what are you afraid of?" The young girl raised her beautiful eyes, wet with tears, to Roland and threw herself in his arms, saying, "I don't know, Roland, but I can't help it. I am afraid." The young man raised his head, which she was hiding in his breast, with gentle force, and said, kissing her eyelids softly and tenderly, You don't believe I shall have ghosts to fight with tomorrow, do you? Oh, brother, don't go to the chartreuse, cried Amelie, eluding the question. Mother told you to say this to me, didn't she? Oh, no, brother, Mother said nothing to me. It is I who guessed that you intended to go. Well, if I want to go, replied Roland firmly, you ought to know, Amelie, that I shall go. Even if I beseech you on my knees, brother, cried Amelie in a tone of anguish, slipping down to her brother's feet. Even if I beseech you on my knees? Oh, women, women, murmured Roland. Inexplicable creatures whose words are all mystery, whose lips never tell the real secrets of their hearts, who weep and pray and tremble. Why? God knows, but man, never. I shall go, Amelie, because I have resolved to go, and when once I have taken a resolution, no power on earth can make me change it. Now kiss me and don't be frightened, and I will tell you a secret. Amelie raised her head and gazed questioningly, despairingly at Roland. I have known for more than a year, replied the young man, that I have the misfortune not to be able to die, so reassure yourself and don't be afraid. Roland uttered these words so dolefully that Amelie, who had, until then, kept her emotion under control, left the room sobbing. The young officer, after assuring himself that her door was closed, shut his, murmuring, We'll see who will weary first, fate or I. Chapter 16. The Ghost. The next evening, at about the same hour, the young officer, after convincing himself that everyone in the Chateau de Noirfontaine had gone to bed, opened his door softly, went downstairs, holding his breath, reached the vestibule, slid back the bolts of the outer door noiselessly, and turned round to make sure that all was quiet. Reassured by the darkened windows, he boldly opened the iron gate. The hinges had probably been oiled that day, for they turned without grating, and closed as noiselessly as they had opened behind Roland, who walked rapidly in the direction of the Pont d'Arc at Bourg. He had hardly gone 100 yards before the clock at Saint-Just struck once. That of Montagnac answered like a bronze echo. It was 10:30. At the pace the young man was walking, he needed only 20 minutes to reach the chartreuse, especially if, instead of skirting the woods, he took the path that led directly to the monastery. Roland was too familiar from youth with every nook of the forest of Seyon to needlessly lengthen his walk 10 minutes. He therefore turned unhesitatingly into the forest, coming out on the other side in about 5 minutes. Once there, he had only to cross a bit of open ground to reach the orchard wall of the convent. This took barely another 5 minutes. At the foot of the wall he stopped, but only for a few seconds. He unhooked his cloak, rolled it into a ball, and tossed it over the wall. The cloak off, he stood in a velvet coat, white leather breeches and top boots. The coat was fastened around the waist by a belt in which were a pair of pistols. A broad-brimmed hat covered his head and shaded his face. With the same rapidity with which he had removed his garment that might have hindered his climbing the wall, he began to scale it. His foot readily found a chink between the stones. He sprang up, seizing the coping, and was on the other side without even touching the top of the wall over which he bounded. He picked up his cloak, threw it over his shoulder, hooked it, and crossed the orchard to the little door communicating with the cloister. The clock struck 11 as he passed through it. Roland stopped, counted the strokes, and slowly walked around the cloister, looking and listening. He saw nothing and heard no noise. The monastery was the picture of desolation and solitude. The doors were all open, those of the cells, the chapel, and the refectory. In the refectory, a vast hall where the tables still stood in their places, Roland noticed 5 or 6 bats circling round. A frightened owl flew through a broken casement and perched upon a tree close by, hooting dismally. Good, said Roland aloud. I'll make my headquarters here. Bats and owls are the vanguards of ghosts. The sound of that human voice, lifted in the midst of this solitude, darkness and desolation, had something so uncanny, so lugubrious about it that it would have caused even the speaker to shudder, had not Roland, as he himself said, been inaccessible to fear. He looked about for a place from which he could command the entire hall. An isolated table, placed on a sort of stage at one end of the refectory, which had no doubt been used by the superior of the convent to take his food apart from the monks, to read from pious books during the repast, seemed to Roland best adapted to his needs. Here, backed by the wall, he could not be surprised from behind, and once his eye grew accustomed to the darkness, he could survey every part of the hall. He looked for a seat and found an overturned stool about 3 feet from the table, probably the one occupied by the reader or the person dining there in solitude. Roland sat down at the table, loosened his cloak to ensure greater freedom of movement, took his pistols from his belt, laid one on the table, and striking 3 blows with the butt end of the other, he said in a loud voice, "The meeting is open. The ghosts can appear." Those who have passed through churches and cemeteries at night have often experienced, without analyzing it, the supreme necessity of speaking low and reverently, which attaches to certain localities. Only such persons can understand the strange impression produced on one who heard it by that curt, mocking voice which now disturbed the solitude and the shadows. It vibrated an instant in the darkness, which seemed to quiver with it. Then it slowly died away with an echo, escaping by all the many openings made by the wings of time. As he had expected, Roland's eyes had accustomed themselves to the darkness, and now, by the pale light of the rising moon, whose long, white rays penetrated the refectory through the broken windows, he could see distinctly from one end to the other of the vast apartment. Although Roland was evidently without fear internally as externally, he was not without distrust, and his ear caught the slightest sounds. He heard the half-hour strike. In spite of himself, the sound startled him, for it came from the bell of the convent. How was it that, in this ruin where all was dead, a clock, the pulse of time, was living? Oh, said Roland, that proves that I shall see something. The words were spoken almost in an aside. The majesty of the place and the silence acted upon that heart of iron, firm as the iron that had just tolled the call of time upon eternity. The minutes slowly passed, one after the other. Perhaps a cloud was passing between earth and moon, for Roland fancied that the shadows deepened. Then, as midnight approached, he seemed to hear 1,000 confused, imperceptible sounds, coming no doubt from the nocturnal universe, which wakes while the other sleeps. Nature permits no suspension of life, even for repose. She created her nocturnal world, even as she created her daily world, from the gnat which buzzes about the sleeper's pillow to the lion prowling around the Arab's bivouac. But Roland, the camp watcher, the sentinel of the desert, Roland, the hunter, the soldier, knew all those sounds. They were powerless to disturb him. Then, mingling with these sounds, the tones of the clock, chiming the hour, vibrated above his head. This time it was midnight. Roland counted the 12 strokes, one after the other. The last hung, quivering upon the air, like a bird with iron wings, then slowly expired, sad and mournful. Just then the young man thought he heard a moan. He listened in the direction whence it came. Again he heard it, this time nearer at hand. He rose, his hands resting upon the table, the butt end of a pistol beneath each palm. A rustle like that of a sheet or a gown trailing along the grass was audible on his right, not 10 paces from him. He straightened up as if moved by a spring. At the same moment, a shade appeared on the threshold of the vast hall. This shade resembled the ancient statues lying on the tombs. It was wrapped in an immense winding sheet which trailed behind it. For an instant, Roland doubted his own eyes. Had the preoccupation of his mind made him see a thing which was not? Was he the dupe of his senses, the sport of those hallucinations which physicians assert but cannot explain? A moan, uttered by the phantom, put his doubts to flight. "My faith," he cried in a burst of laughter. "Now for a tussle, friend ghost." The spectre paused and extended a hand toward the young officer. "Roland, Roland," said the spectre in a muffled voice, "it would be a pity not to follow to the grave those you have sent there." And the spectre, without hastening his step, continued on its way. Roland, astounded for an instant, came down from the stage and resolutely followed the ghost. The path was difficult, encumbered with stones, benches awry, and overturned tables. And yet, through all these obstacles, an invisible channel seemed to open for the spectre, which pursued its way unchecked. Each time it passed before a window, the light from without, feeble as it was, shone upon the winding street and the ghost, outlining the figure, which passed into the obscurity to reappear and vanish again at each succeeding one. Roland, his eyes fixed upon the figure, fearing to lose sight of it if he diverted his gaze from it, dared not look at the path, apparently so easy to the spectre, yet bristling with obstacles for him. He stumbled at every step. The ghost was gaining upon him. It reached the door opposite to that by which it had entered. Roland saw the entrance to a dark passage. Feeling that the ghost would escape him, he cried, "Man or ghost, robber or monk, halt, or I fire!" A dead body cannot be killed twice, and death has no power over the spirit, replied the ghost in its muffled voice. "Who are you?" "The shade of him you tore violently from the earth." The young officer burst into that harsh, nervous laugh, made more terrible by the darkness around him. "Faith," said he, "if you have no further indications to give me, I shall not trouble myself to discover you." "Remember the fountain at Vaucluse?" said the shade, in a voice so faint the words seemed to escape his lips like a sigh rather than articulate speech. For an instant Roland felt, not his heart failing him, but the sweat pouring from his forehead. Making an effort over himself, he regained his voice and cried menacingly, "For the last time, apparition or reality, I warn you that if you do not stop, I shall fire." The shade did not heed him, but continued on its way. Roland paused an instant to take aim. The spectre was not 10 paces from him. Roland was a sure shot. He had himself loaded his pistols, and only a moment before he had looked to the charge to see that it was intact. As the spectre passed, tall and white, beneath the gloomy vault of the passage, Roland fired. The flash illuminated the corridor like lightning, down which the spectre passed with unfaltering, unhastening steps. Then all was blacker than before. The ghost vanished in the darkness. Roland dashed after him, changing his other pistol from his left hand to the right. But short as his stop had been, the ghost had gained ground. Roland saw him at the end of the passage, this time distinctly outlined against the grey background of the night. He redoubled his pace, and as he crossed the threshold of the passage, he fancied that the ghost was plunging into the bowels of the earth. But the torso still remained visible. "Devil or not," cried Roland, "I follow you." He fired a second shot, which filled the cavernous space into which the ghost had disappeared with flame and smoke. When the smoke had cleared away, Roland looked vainly around. He was alone. He sprang into the cistern, howling with rage. He sounded the walls with the butt end of his pistol. He stamped on the ground, but everywhere earth and stone gave back the sound of solid objects. He tried to pierce the darkness, but it was impossible. The faint moonlight that filtered into the cistern died out at the first steps. "Oh!" cried Roland. "A torch! A torch!" No one answered. The only sound to be heard was the spring bubbling close at hand. Realizing that further search would be useless, he emerged from the cavern. Drawing a powder horn and 2 balls from his pocket, he loaded his pistols hastily. Then he took the path along which he had just come, found the dark passage, then the vast refectory, and again took his place at the end of the silent hall and waited. But the hours of the night sounded successfully until the first gleam of dawn cast its pallid light upon the walls of the cloister. "Well," muttered Roland, "it's over for tonight. Perhaps I shall be more fortunate the next time." 20 minutes later, he re-entered the Chateau de Noirfontaine. Chapter 17. Investigations. 2 persons were waiting for Roland's return, one in anguish, the other with impatience. These 2 persons were Amélie and Sir John. Neither of them had slept for an instant. Amélie displayed her anguish only by the sound of the door, which was furtively closed as Roland came up the staircase. Roland heard the sound. He had not the courage to pass before her door without reassuring her. "Be easy, Amélie. I am here," he said. It did not occur to him that his sister might be anxious for anyone but him. Amélie darted from her room in her nightdress. It was easy to see from her pallor and the dark circles which spread nearly to the middle of her cheeks that she had not closed her eyes all night. "Has nothing happened to you, Roland?" she cried, clasping her brother in her arms and feeling him over anxiously. "Nothing." "Nor to anyone else?" "No." "And you saw nothing?" "I didn't say that," answered Roland. "Good God, what did you see?" "I'll tell that to you later. Meantime, there is no one either killed or wounded." "Ah, I breathe again." "Now, let me give you a bit of advice, little sister. Go to bed and sleep if you can, till breakfast. I am going to do the same thing, and can assure you I won't need any rocking. Good night, or rather good morning." Roland kissed his sister tenderly. Then, affecting to whistle a hunting air carelessly, he ran up the next flight of steps. Sir John was frankly waiting for him in the hall. He went straight to the young man. "Well?" he asked. "Well, I didn't roll my stone entirely for nothing. Did you see any ghosts? At any rate, I saw something that resembled one very closely. Come, tell me all about it. I see you won't be able to sleep, or at best only fitfully, if I don't. Here's what happened in a nutshell." And Roland gave him a minute account of the night's adventures. "Excellent," said Sir John, when Roland had finished. "I hope you have left something for me to do." "I am even afraid," answered Roland, "that I have left you the hardest part." Then, as Sir John went over each detail, asking many questions about the localities, he said, "Listen, Sir John, we will pay the Chartreuse a visit in broad daylight after breakfast, which will not interfere in the least with your night watch. On the contrary, it will acquaint you with the localities. Only you must tell no one." "Oh," exclaimed Sir John, "do I look like a gabbler?" "No, that's true," cried Roland, laughing. "You are not a gabbler, but I am a ninny." So saying, he entered his bedchamber. After breakfast, the 2 young men sauntered down the slopes of the garden as if to take a walk along the banks of the Ressus. Then they bore to the left, swung up the hill for about 40 paces, struck into the high road, and crossed the woods till they reached the convent wall at the very place where Roland had climbed over it on the preceding night. "My lord," said Roland, "this is the way." "Very well," replied Sir John. "Let us take it." Slowly, a wonderful strength of wrist, which betokened a man well trained in gymnastics, the Englishman seized the coping of the wall, swung himself to the top, and dropped down on the other side. Roland followed with the rapidity of one who is not achieving a feat for the first time. They were both on the other side, where the desertation and desolation were more visible by night than by day. The grass was growing knee-high in the paths. The espaliers were tangled with vines so thick that the grapes could not ripen in the shadow of the leaves. The wall had given way in several places, and ivy, the parasite rather than the friend of ruins, was spreading everywhere. As for the trees in the open space, plums, peaches, and apricots, they had grown with the freedom of the oaks and beeches in the forest, whose breadth and thickness they seemed to envy. The sap, completely absorbed by the branches, which were many and vigorous, produced but little fruit, and that imperfect. By the rustle of the tall grass, Sir John and Roland divined that the lizards, those crawling offsprings of solitude, had established their domicile there, from which they fled in amazement at this disturbance. Roland led his friend straight to the door between the orchard and the cloister, but before entering he glanced at the clock. That clock, which went at night, was stopped in the daytime. From the cloister he passed into the refectory. There the daylight showed under their true aspect the various objects which the darkness had clothed with such fantastic forms the night before. Roland showed Sir John the overturned stools, the table marked by the blow of the pistol, the door by which the phantom had entered. Accompanied by the Englishman, he followed the path he had taken in pursuit of the spectre. He recognized the obstacles which had hindered him, and noted how easily one who knew the locality might cross or avoid them. At the spot where he had fired, he found the wad, but he looked in vain for the bullet. The arrangement of the passage, which ran slanting, made it impossible for the bullet, if its marks were not on the walls, to have missed the ghost. And yet, if the ghost were hit, supposing it to be a solid body, how did it come to remain erect? How had it escaped being wounded, and if wounded, why were there no bloodstains on the ground? And there was no trace of either blood or ball. Sir John was almost ready to admit that his friend had had to do with a veritable ghost. "Someone came after me," said Roland, "and picked up the ball. But if he fired at a man, why didn't the ball go into him? Oh, that's easily explained. The man wore a coat of mail under his shroud." That was possible, but nevertheless, Sir John shook his head dubiously. He preferred to believe in a supernatural occurrence. It gave him less trouble. Roland and he continued their investigations. They reached the end of the passage which opened on the furthest extremity of the orchard. It was there that Roland had seen his spectre for an instant as it glided into the dark vault. He made for the cistern, and so little did he hesitate that he might still have been following the ghost. There he understood how the darkness of the night had seemed to deepen by the absence of all exterior reflection. It was even difficult to see there by day. Roland took 2 torches about a foot long from beneath his cloak, took a flint, lighted the tinder and a match from the tinder. Both torches flared up. The problem was now to discover the way by which the ghost had disappeared. Roland and Sir John lowered their torches and examined the ground. The system was paved with large squares of limestone, which seemed to fit perfectly. Roland looked for the second ball as persistently as for the first. A stone lay loose at his feet, and, pushing it aside, he disclosed an iron ring screwed into one of the limestone blocks. Without a word, Roland seized the ring, braced his feet and pulled. The square turned on its pivot with an ease which proved that it was frequently subjected to the same manipulation. As it turned, it disclosed a subterranean passage. "Ah!" exclaimed Roland, "this is the way my spectre went." He entered the yawning cavern, followed by Sir John. They traversed the same path that Morgan took when he returned to give an account of his expedition. At the end of the passage, they came upon an iron gate opening into the mortuary vaults. Roland shook the gate, which yielded to his touch. They crossed this subterranean cemetery and came to a second gate, like the first. It was open. With Roland still in front, they went up several steps and found themselves in the choir of the chapel, where the scene we have related between Morgan and the company of Jehu took place. Only now the stalls were empty. The choir was deserted, and the altar, degraded by the abandonment of worship, was no longer covered by the burning tapers or the sacred cloth. It was evident to Roland that this was the goal of the false ghost, which Sir John persisted in believing a real one. But real or false, Sir John admitted that its flight had brought it to this particular spot. He reflected a moment and then remarked, "As it is my turn to watch tonight, I have the right to choose my ground. I shall watch here." And he pointed to a sort of table formed in the centre of the choir by an oaken pedestal which had formerly supported the eagle lectern. "Indeed," said Roland, with the same heedlessness he showed in his own affairs, "you'll do very well there. Only as you may find the gates locked and the stone fastened tonight, we had better look for some more direct way to get here." In less than 5 minutes, they had found an outlet. The door of the old sacristy opened into the choir, and from the sacristy a broken window gave passage into the forest. The 2 men climbed through the window and found themselves in the forest thicket, some 20 feet from the spot where they had killed the boar. "That's what we want," said Roland. Only, my dear Sir John, as you would never find your way by night in the forest which, even by day, is so impenetrable, I shall accompany you as far as this." "Very well, but once I am inside, you are to leave me," said the Englishman. "I remember what you told me about the susceptibility of ghosts. If they know you are near, they may hesitate to appear, and as you have seen one, I insist on seeing at least one myself." "I'll leave you, don't be afraid," replied Roland, adding, with a laugh, "only I do fear one thing." "What is it?" "That, in your double capacity of an Englishman and a heretic, they won't feel at ease with you." "Oh," replied Sir John gravely, "what a pity I shall not have time to abjure before this evening." The two friends, having seen all there was to see, returned to the chateau. No one, not even Amelie, had suspected that their walk was other than an ordinary one. The day passed without questions and without apparent anxiety. Besides, it was already late when the two gentlemen returned. At dinner, to Edouard's great delight, another hunt was proposed, and it furnished a topic for conversation during dinner and part of the evening. By 10 o'clock, as usual, all had retired to their rooms except Roland, who was in that of Sir John. The difference of character showed itself markedly in the preparations of the two men. Roland had made them joyously, as if for a pleasure trip. Sir John made his gravely, as if for a duel. He loaded his pistols with the utmost care and put them into his belt, English fashion. And instead of a cloak, which might have impeded his movements, he wore a topcoat with a high collar put on over his other coat. At 10:30, the pair left the house with the same precautions that Roland had observed when alone. It was 5 minutes before 11 when they reached the broken window where the fallen stones served as a stepping block. There, according to agreement, they were to part. Sir John reminded Roland of this agreement. "Yes," said Roland, "an agreement is an agreement with me. Only, let me give you a piece of advice." "What is it?" "I could not find the bullets because someone had been here and carried them off, and that was done beyond doubt to prevent me from seeing the dents on them." "What sort of dent do you mean?" "Those of the links of a coat of mail. My ghost was a man in armour." "That's too bad," said Sir John. "I hoped for a ghost." Then, after a moment's silence and a sigh expressive of his deep regret in resigning the ghost, he asked, "What was your advice?" "Fire at his face." Sir John nodded assent, pressed the young officer's hand, clambered through the window, and disappeared in the sacristy. "Good night," called Roland after him. Then, with the indifference to danger which a soldier generally feels for himself and his companions, Roland took his way back to the Chateau de Noirfontaine, as he had promised Sir John. Chapter 18. The Trial. The next day, Roland, who had been unable to sleep till about 2 in the morning, woke about 7. Collecting his scattered wits, he recalled what had passed between Sir John and himself the night before, and was astonished that the Englishman had not wakened him. He dressed hastily and went to Sir John's room at the risk of rousing him from his first sleep. He knocked at the door. Sir John made no answer. Roland knocked again, louder this time. The same silence. This time some uneasiness mingled with Roland's curiosity. The key was on the outside. The young officer opened the door and cast a rapid glance around the room. Sir John was not there. He had not returned. The bed was undisturbed. What had happened? There was not an instant to lose, and we may be sure that, with that rapidity of decision we know in Roland, he lost not an instant. He rushed to his room, finished dressing, put his hunting knife into his belt, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and went out. No one was yet awake except the chambermaid. Roland met her on the stairs. "Tell Madame de Montrevel," said he, "that I have gone into the forest of Sayon with my gun. She must not worry if Sir John and I are not on time for breakfast." Then he darted rapidly away. 10 minutes later he reached the window where he had left Sir John the night before. He listened. Not a sound came from within. The huntsman's ear could detect the morning woodland sounds, but no others. Roland climbed through the window with his customary agility, and rush through the choir into the sacristy. One look sufficed to show him that not only the choir but the entire chapel was empty. Had the spectres led the Englishman along the reverse of the way he had come himself? Possibly. Roland passed rapidly behind the altar into the vaults, where he found the gate open. He entered the subterranean cemetery. Darkness hid its depths. He called Sir John 3 times. No one answered. He reached the second gate. It was open like the first. He entered the vaulted passage, only, as it would be impossible to use his gun in such darkness, he slung it over his shoulder and drew out his hunting knife. Feeling his way, he continued to advance without meeting anybody, but the further he went, the deeper became the darkness, which indicated that the stone in the cistern was closed. He reached the steps and mounted them until his head touched the revolving stone. Then he made an effort, and the block turned. Roland saw daylight and leaped into the cistern. The door into the orchard stood open. Roland passed through it, crossed that portion of the orchard which lay between the cistern and the corridor at the other end of which he had fired upon the phantom. He passed along the corridor and entered the refectory. The refectory was empty. Again, as in the funereal passageway, Roland called 3 times. The wandering echo, which seemed to have forgotten the tones of the human voice, answered stammering. It was improbable that Sir John had come this way. It was necessary to go back. Roland retraced his steps and found himself in the choir again. That was where Sir John had intended to spend the night, and there some trace of him must be found. Roland advanced only a short distance, and then a cry escaped him. A large spot of blood lay at his feet, staining the pavement. On the other side of the choir, a dozen feet from the blood, was another stain, not less large, nor less red, nor less recent. It seemed to make a pendant for the first. One of these stains was to the right, the other to the left of that sort of pedestal intended, as we have said, to support the eagle lectern, the pedestal which Sir John had selected for his place of waiting. Roland went up to it. It was drenched with blood. Evidently the drama had taken place on that spot, a drama which, if all the signs were true, must have been terrible. Roland, in his double capacity of huntsman and soldier, was keen at a quest. He could calculate the amount of blood lost by a man who was dead, or by one who was only wounded. That night 3 men had fallen, either dead or wounded. What were the probabilities? The 2 stains in the choir to the right and left of the pedestal were probably the blood of Sir John's 2 antagonists. That on the pedestal was probably his own. Attacked on both sides, right and left, he had fired with both hands, killing or wounding a man with each shot. Hence these 2 bloodstains which reddened the pavement. He himself must have been struck down beside the pedestal, on which his blood had spurted. After a few seconds of examination, Roland was as sure as this as if he had witnessed the struggle with his own eyes. Now, what had been done with the bodies? He cared little enough about 2 of them, but he was determined to know what had become of that of Sir John. A track of blood started from the pedestal and led straight to the door. Sir John's body had been carried outside. Roland shook the massive door. It was only latched and opened at the first pressure. Outside the sill, the tracks of blood still continued. Roland could see through the underbrush the path by which the body had been carried. The broken branches, the trampled grass, led Roland to the edge of the wood on the road leading from Pont-d'An to Bourg. There the body, living or dead, seemed to have been laid on the bank of the ditch. Beyond that, no traces whatever. A man passed just then, coming from the direction of the Château de Noirfontaine. Roland went up to him. "Have you seen anything on the road? Did you meet anyone?" he inquired. "Yes," replied the man. "I saw 2 peasants carrying the body on a litter." "Ah!" cried Roland. "Was it that of a living man?" The man was pale and motionless. He looked as if he were dead. "Was the blood flowing?" "I saw some drops on the road." "In that case he is living." Then, taking a louis from his pocket, he said, "There's a louis for you. Run for Dr. Millier at Bourg. Tell him to get a horse and come at full speed to the Château de Fontenoy. You can add that there is a man there in danger of dying." While the peasant, stimulated by the reward, made all haste to board, Roland, leaping along on his vigorous legs, was hurrying to the chateau. And now, as our readers are, in all probability, as curious as Roland to know what had happened to Sir John, we will give an account of the events of the night. A few minutes before 11, Sir John, as we have seen, entered what was usually known as La Corriere, or the Pavilion of the Chartreuse, which was nothing more than a chapel erected in the woods. From the sacristy he entered the choir. It was empty and seemed solitary. A rather brilliant moon, veiled from time to time by a cloud, sent its bluish rays through the stained glass, cracked and broken, of the pointed windows. Sir John advanced to the middle of the choir, where he paused and remained standing beside the pedestal. The minutes slipped away, but this time it was not the convent clock which marked the time. It was the church at Péronaz, that is to say, the nearest village to the chapel where Sir John was watching. Everything happened up to midnight just as it had to Roland. Sir John heard only the vague rustling and passing noises of the night. Midnight sounded. It was the moment he awaited with impatience, for it was then that something would happen, if anything was to happen. As the last stroke died away, he thought he heard footsteps underground, and saw a light appear behind the iron gate leading to the mortuary vault. His whole attention was fixed on that spot. A monk emerged from the passage, his hood brought low over his eyes, and carrying a torch in his hand. He wore the dress of the Chartreuse. A second one followed, then a third. Sir John counted 12. They separated before the altar. There were 12 stools in the choir, 6 to the right of Sir John, 6 to his left. The 12 monks silently took their places in the 12 stools. Each one placed his torch in a hole made for that purpose in the oaken desk and waited. A 13th monk appeared and took his stand before the altar. None of the monks affected the fantastic behavior of ghosts or shades. They all belonged undoubtedly to the earth and were living men. Sir John, a pistol in each hand, stood leaning against the pedestal in the middle of the choir and watched with the utmost coolness this maneuver which tended to surround him. The monks were standing, like him, erect and silent. The monk at the altar broke the silence. "Brothers," he asked, "why are the avengers assembled?" "To judge a blasphemer," replied the monks. "What crime has this blasphemer committed?" continued the interlocutor. "He has tried to discover the secrets of the companions of Jehu." "What penalty has he incurred?" "Death." The monk at the altar waited, apparently to give time for the sentence which had just been pronounced to reach the heart of him whom it concerned. Then, turning to the Englishman, who continued as calm as if he were at a comedy, he said, "Sir John Tanley, you are a foreigner and an Englishman, a double reason why you should leave the companions of Jehu to fight their own battles with the government, whose downfall they have sworn. You failed in wisdom. You yielded to idle curiosity. Instead of keeping away, you have entered the lion's den, and the lion will rend you." Then, after an instant's silence, during which he seemed to await the Englishman's reply, he resumed, seeing that he remained silent, "Sir John Tanley, you are condemned to death. Prepare to die." "Ah, I see that I have fallen into the hands of a band of thieves. If so, I can buy myself off with a ransom." Then, turning to the monk at the altar, he asked, "How much do you demand, Captain?" A threatening murmur greeted these insolent words. The monk at the altar stretched out his hand. "You are mistaken, Sir John. We are not a band of thieves," said he, in a tone as calm and composed as Sir John's. "And the proof is, that if you have money or jewels upon you, you need only give me your instructions, and they will be remitted either to your family or the person whom you designate. And what guarantee shall I have that my last wishes will be carried out? My word. The word of the leader of assassins. I don't trust it. This time, as before, you are mistaken, Sir John. I am no more the leader of assassins than I am captain of thieves. Who are you then? the elect of celestial vengeance. I am the envoy of Jehu, king of Israel, who was anointed by the prophet Elijah to destroy the house of Ahab. If you are what you say, why do you veil your faces? Why do you wear armor under your robes? The elect strike openly. They risk death in giving death. Throw back your hoods, show me your naked breasts, and I will admit that you are what you pretend to be. Brothers, have you heard him? Said the monk at the altar. Then, stripping off his gown, he opened his coat, waistcoat, and even his shirt. Each monk did the same, and stood with face exposed and bared breast. They were all handsome young men, of whom the eldest was apparently not more than 35. Their dress was elegant, but, strange fact, none was armed. They were judges and nothing more. Be satisfied, Sir John Tanley, said the monk at the altar. You will die, but in dying you can, as you wished just now, recognize and kill your judges. Sir John, you have 5 minutes to prepare your soul for death. Sir John, instead of profiting from this permission to think of his eternal salvation, coolly cocked his pistols to see that the triggers were all right, and passed a ramrod down the barrels to make sure that the balls were there. Then, without waiting for the 5 minutes to expire, he said, Gentlemen, I am ready. Are you? The young men looked at each other. Then, on a sign from their chief, they walked straight to Sir John and surrounded him on all sides. The monk at the altar stood immovable, commanding with his eye the scene that was about to take place. Sir John had only 2 pistols. Consequently, he could only kill 2 men. He selected his victims and fired. 2 companions of Jehu rolled upon the pavement, which they reddened with their blood. The others, as if nothing happened, still advanced with outstretched hands upon Sir John. Sir John seized his pistol by the muzzle, using them like hammers. He was vigorous and the struggle was long. For 10 minutes, a confused group tussled in the center of the choir. Then this violent commotion ceased, and the companions of Jehu drew away to right and left, and regained their stools, leaving Sir John bound with their girdles and lying upon the pedestal in the choir. Have you commended your soul to God? Asked the monk at the altar. Yes, assassin, answered Sir John. You may strike. The monk took a dagger from the altar, advanced with uplifted arm, and standing over Sir John, levelled the dagger at his breast. Sir John Tanley, he said, you are a brave man and doubtless a man of honour. Swear that you will never breathe a syllable of what you have seen. Swear that under no circumstances, whatever they may be, you will recognize us and we will spare your life. As soon as I leave here, replied Sir John, I shall denounce you. The moment I am free, I will trail you down. Swear, repeated the monk a second time. No, said Sir John. Swear, said the monk for a third time. Never, replied Sir John. Then die, since you will it. And he drove his dagger up to the hilt in Sir John's breast, who, whether by force of will or because the blow killed him at once, did not even sigh. Then the monk in a loud, sonorous voice, like a man conscious of having done his duty, exclaimed, Justice is done. Then he returned to the altar, leaving the dagger in the wound, and said, Brothers, you are invited to the ball of the victims which takes place in Paris on the 21st of January next at number 35 Rue du Bac, in memory of the death of King Louis XVI. So saying, he re-entered the subterranean passage, followed by the remaining 10 monks, each bearing his torch in his hand. 2 torches remained to light the 3 bodies. A moment later, 4 serving brothers entered, and raised first the bodies of the 2 monks, which they carried into the vault. Then they returned, lifted that of Sir John, placed it on a stretcher, and carried it out of the chapel by the entrance door, which they closed after them. 2 of the monks walked in front of the stretcher, carrying the 2 torches left in the chapel. And now, if our readers ask why there was this difference between the treatment received by Roland and that administered to Sir John, why this mansuetude toward one and this rigour toward the other, we reply, remember that Morgan enjoined on his brethren the safety of Amelie's brother, and thus safeguarded, under no circumstances could Roland die by the hand of the companion of Jehu. Chapter 19. The Little House in the Rue de la Victoire. While they are bearing Sir John Tanley's body to the Chateau de Noirfontaine, while Roland is hurrying in the same direction, while the peasant, dispatched by him, is hastening to Bourg to notify Dr. Millier of the catastrophe which necessitated his immediate presence at Madame de Montrevel's home, let us jump over the distance which separates Bourg from Paris, and the time which elapsed between the 16th of October and the 7th of November, that is to say, between the 24th of Vendémiaire and the 16th Brumaire, and repair to that little house in the Rue de la Victoire, rendered historically famous by the conspiracy of the 18th Brumaire, which issued from it fully armed. It is the same house which stands there today, on the right of the street at number 60, apparently astonished to present to the eye, after so many successive changes of government, the consular faces which may still be seen on the panels of its double oaken doors. Let us follow the long narrow alley of lindens that leads from the gate on the street to the door of the house. Let us enter the antechamber, take the hall to the right, ascend the 20 steps that lead to a study hung with green paper and furnished with curtains, easy chairs and couches of the same colour. The walls are covered with geographical charts and plans of cities. Bookcases of maple are ranged on either side of the fireplace, which they enclose. The chairs, sofas, tables, and desks are piled with books. There is scarcely any room on the chairs to sit down, or on the desks and tables to write. In the midst of this encumbering mass of reports, letters, pamphlets, and books, a man had cleared a space for himself, where he was now seated, clutching his hair impatiently from time to time, as he endeavoured to decipher a page of notes, compared to which the hieroglyphics on the obelisk of Luxor would have been transparently intelligible. Just as the secretary's impatience was approaching desperation, the door opened and a young officer wearing an aide's uniform entered. The secretary raised his head, and a lively expression of satisfaction crossed his face. "Oh, my dear Roland," said he, "you here at last. I am delighted to see you, for 3 reasons. First, because I am wearying for you. Second, because the general is impatient for your return and keeps up a hullabaloo about it. And third, because you can help me to read this, with which I have been struggling for the last 10 minutes. But first of all, kiss me." And the secretary and the aide-de-camp embraced each other. "Well," said the latter, "let us see this word that is troubling you so, my dear Bourrienne." "Ah, my dear fellow, what writing! I get a white hair for every page I decipher, and this is my 3rd today. Here, read it if you can." Roland took the sheet from the secretary and, fixing his eyes on the spot indicated, read quite fluently. Paragraph 11. The Nile from Assuan to a distance of 12 miles north of Cairo flows in a single stream. "Well," said he, interrupting himself, "that's all plain sailing. What did you mean?" The general, on the contrary, took pains when he wrote that. Go on, said Bourrienne. The young man resumed. "From that point, which is called—" "Aha, there you are. Now, what do you say to that?" Roland repeated. "Which is called the devil, which is called—" "Yes, which is called. After that?" "What will you give me, Bourrienne?" cried Roland, "if I guess it?" "The first colonel's commission I find signed in blank." "By my faith, no, I don't want to leave the general. I'd rather have a good father than 500 naughty children. I'll give you the 3 words for nothing." "What? Are there 3 words there?" "They don't look as if they were quite 3, I admit. Now listen, and make obeisance to me. From the point called Ventre de la Vaca." "Ah, Ventre de la Vache. Confound it, he's illegible enough in French. But if he takes it into his head to go off in Italian, and that Corsican patois to boot, I thought I only ran the risk of going crazy, but then I should become stupid too. Well, you've got it," and he read the whole sentence consecutively. "The Nile, from Assuan to a distance of 12 miles north of Cairo, flows in a single stream. From that point, which is called Ventre de la Vache, it forms the branches of the Rosetta and the Damietta." "Thank you, Roland." And he began to write the end of the paragraph, of which the first lines were already committed to paper. "Tell me," said Roland, "has he still got his hobby, the dear general, of colonizing Egypt?" "Yes, and then, as a sort of offset, a little governing in France. We will colonize from a distance. Well, my dear Bourrienne, suppose you post me a little on matters in this country, so that I won't seem to have just arrived from Timbuktu. In the first place, did you come back of your own accord, or were you recalled? Recalled? I should think so. By whom? The general himself. Special dispatch? Written by himself, see. The young man drew a paper from his pocket containing 2 lines, not signed, in the same handwriting as that which Bourrienne had before him. These 2 lines said, "Start. Be in Paris, 16th Brumaire. I need you." "Yes," said Bourrienne, "I think it will be on the 18th. What will be on the 18th? On my word, Roland, you ask more than I know. That man, as you are aware, is not communicative. What will take place on the 18th Brumaire? I don't know as yet, but I'll answer for it that something will happen. Oh, you must have a suspicion. I think he means to make himself director in place of Sieyès, or perhaps president in Goyer's stead. Good. How about the Constitution of the Year 3? The Constitution of the Year 3. What about that? Why, yes, a man must be 40 years old to be director, and the general lacks just 10 of them. The deuce, so much the worse for the Constitution. They must violate it. It is rather young yet, Bourrienne. They don't, as a rule, violate children of 7. My dear fellow, in Barra's hands, everything grows old rapidly. The little girl of 7 is already an old prostitute. Roland shook his head. Well, what is it? Asked Bourrienne. Why, I don't believe the general will make himself a simple director with 4 colleagues. Just imagine it. 5 kings of France. It wouldn't be a director any longer, but a 4 in hand. Anyway, up to the present, that is all he has allowed anyone to perceive. But you know, my dear friend, if we want to know the general's secrets, we must guess them. Faith, I'm too lazy to take the trouble, Bourrienne. Besides, I'm a regular janissary. What is to be, will be. Why the devil should I bother to form an opinion and battle for it? It's quite wearisome enough to have to live. And the young man enforced his favourite aphorism with a long yawn. Then he added, Do you think there will be any sword play? Probably. Then there will be a chance of getting killed. That's all I want. Where is the general? With Madame Bonaparte. He went to her about 15 minutes ago. Have you let him know you are here? No, I wanted to see you first, but I hear his step now. Just then, the door was opened abruptly, and the same historical personage whom we saw playing a silent part incognito at Avignon appeared on the threshold, in the picturesque uniform of the General-in-Chief of the Army of Egypt, except that, being in his own house, he was bareheaded. Roland thought his eyes were more hollow and his skin more leaden than usual. But the moment he saw the young man, Bonaparte's gloomy, or rather meditative eye emitted a flash of joy. Ah, here you are, Roland, he said. True as steel. Called, you come. Welcome, my dear fellow, and he offered Roland his hand. Then he asked, with an imperceptible smile, What were you doing with Bourrienne? Waiting for you, General, and in the meantime gossiping like 2 old women. I admit it, General, I was showing him my order to be here on the 16th Brumaire. Did I write the 16th or 17th? Oh, the 16th, General. The 17th would have been too late. Why too late? Why, hang it, Bourrienne says that there are to be great doings here on the 18th. Capital, muttered Bourrienne. The scatterbrain will earn me a wigging. Ah, so he told you I had planned great doings for the 18th. Then, approaching Bourrienne, Bonaparte pinched his ear and said, Tell. Then to Roland he added, Well, it is so, my dear fellow. We have made great plans for the 18th. My wife and I dine with President Goyer, an excellent man, who was very polite to Josephine during my absence. You are to dine with us, Roland. Roland looked at Bonaparte. Was it for that you brought me here, General? He asked, laughing. For that, and something else too, perhaps, Bourrienne? Right. Bourrienne hastily seized his pen. Are you ready? Yes, General. My dear President, I write to let you know that my wife and I, with one of my aides-de-camp, will dine with you the day after tomorrow. This is merely to say that we shall be quite satisfied with a family dinner. What next? How do you mean? Shall I put liberty, equality, fraternity? Or death? Added Roland. No, said Bonaparte. Give me the pen. He took the pen from Bourrienne's hand and wrote Ever yours, Bonaparte. Then, pushing away the paper, he added, Address it, Bourrienne, and send an orderly with it. Bourrienne wrote the address, sealed it, and rang the bell. An officer on duty entered. Send an orderly with that, said Bourrienne. There is an answer, added Bonaparte. The officer closed the door. Bourrienne, said Bonaparte, pointing to Roland, look at your friend. Well, General, I am looking at him. Do you know what he did at Avignon? I hope he didn't make a pope. No, he threw a plate at a man's head. Oh, that was hasty. That's not all. That I can well imagine. He fought a duel with that man. And most naturally, he killed him? Exactly. Do you know why he did it? No. The general shrugged his shoulders and said, because the man said that I was a thief. Then, looking at Roland with an indefinable expression of raillery and affection, he added, Ninny. Then suddenly he burst out, oh, by the way, and the Englishman? Exactly, the Englishman, General. I was just going to speak to you about him. Is he still in France? Yes, and for a while, even I thought he would remain there until the last trumpet blew its blast through the valley of Jehoshaphat. Did you miss killing him? Oh no, not I. We are the best friends in the world. General, he is a capital fellow, and so original to boot that I'm going to ask a bit of a favour for him. The devil, for an Englishman? Said Bonaparte, shaking his head. I don't like the English. Good, as a people, but individually. Well, what happened to your friend? He was tried, condemned, and executed. What the devil are you telling us? God's truth, General. What do you mean when you say he was tried, condemned, and guillotined? Oh, not exactly that. Tried and condemned, but not guillotined. If he had been guillotined, he would be more dangerously ill than he is now. Now, what are you gabbling about? What court tried and condemned him? That of the companions of Jehu. And who are the companions of Jehu? Goodness, have you forgotten our friend Morgan already? The masked man who brought back the wine merchant's 200 louis? No, replied Bonaparte. I have not forgotten him. I told you about the scamp's audacity, didn't I, Bourrienne? Yes, General, said Bourrienne, and I answered that had I been in your place, I should have tried to find out who he was. And the General would know, had he left me alone. I was just going to spring at his throat and tear off his mask when the General said, in that tone you know so well, Friend Roland. Come back to your Englishman, chatterbox, cried the General. Did Morgan murder him? No, not he himself, but his companions. But were you speaking of a court and a trial just now? General, you are always the same, said Roland, with their old-school familiarity. You want to know, and you don't give me the time to tell you. Get elected to the 500, and you can talk as much as you like. Good. In 500 I should have 499 colleagues who would want to talk as much as I, and who would take the words out of my mouth. I'd rather be interrupted by you than by a lawyer. Will you go on? I ask nothing better. Now imagine, General, there is a chartreuse near Bourg. The chartreuse of Seyon, I know it. What, you know the chartreuse of Seyon? Demanded Roland. Doesn't the General know everything? Cried Bourrienne. Well, about the chartreuse. Are there any monks there now? No, only ghosts. Are you perchance going to tell me a ghost story? And a famous one at that. The devil, Bourrienne knows I love them. Go on. Well, we were told at home that the chartreuse was haunted by ghosts. Of course, you understand that Sir John and I, or rather I and Sir John, wanted to clear our minds about it. So we each spent a night there. Where? Why, at the chartreuse. Bonaparte made an imperceptible sign of the cross with his thumb, a Corsican habit which he never lost. Ah, he exclaimed, did you see any ghosts? One. And what did you do to it? Shot at it, and then it walked away. And you allowed yourself to be baffled? Good. How well you know me. I followed it and fired again. But as he knew his way among the ruins better than I, he escaped me. The devil. The next day it was Sir John's turn. I mean our Englishman. Did he see your ghost? He saw something better. He saw 12 monks enter the church who tried him for trying to find out secrets, condemned him to death, and who, on my word of honour, stabbed him. Didn't he defend himself? Like a lion. He killed too. Is he dead? Almost, but I hope he will recover. Just imagine, General. He was found by the road and brought home with a dagger in his breast, like a prop in the vineyard. Why, it's like a scene of the Sandvem, neither more nor less. And on the blade of the dagger, that there might be no doubt as to who did the deed, were graven the words, Companions of Jehu. Why, it isn't possible that such things can happen in France in the last year of the 18th century. It might do for Germany in the Middle Ages, in the days of the Henris and the Ottos. Not possible, General. But here is the dagger. What do you say to that? Attractive, isn't it? And the young man drew from under his coat a dagger made entirely of steel, blade and handle. The handle was shaped like a cross, and on the blade, sure enough, were engraved the words, Companions of Jehu. Bonaparte examined the weapon carefully. And you say they planted that plaything in your Englishman's breast? Up to the hilt. And he's not dead? Not yet, at any rate. Have you been listening, Bourrienne? With the greatest interest. You must remind me of this, Roland. When, General? When? When I am master. Come and say goodbye to Josephine. Come, Bourrienne. You will dine with us. And be careful what you say. You two, for Moreau is coming to dinner. Ah, I will keep the dagger as a curiosity. He went out first, followed by Roland, who was soon after followed by Bourrienne. On the stairs, they met the orderly who had taken the note to Goyer. Well, asked the general. Here is the president's answer. Give it to me. Bonaparte broke the seal and read, The President Goyer is enchanted. The good fortune promised him by General Bonaparte. He will expect him to dinner the day after tomorrow, the 18th Brumaire, with his charming wife and the aide de camp, whoever he may be. Dinner will be served at 5 o'clock. If the hour does not suit General Bonaparte, will he kindly make known the one he would prefer? The President Goyer, 16th Brumaire, year 7. With an indescribable smile, Bonaparte put the letter in his pocket. Then, turning to Roland, he asked, Do you know President Goyer? No, General. Ah, you see, he is an excellent man. These words were pronounced in a tone no less indescribable than the smile. Chapter 20. The Guests of General Bonaparte. Josephine, in spite of her 34 years, or possibly because of them, Josephine, always beautiful, more graceful than ever, was still the charming woman we all know. An imprudent remark of Junot's, at the time of her husband's return, had produced a slight coolness between them, but 3 days had sufficed to restore to the enchantress her full power over the victor of Rivoli and the pyramids. She was doing the honours of her salon when Roland entered the room, always incapable, like the true Creole she was, of controlling her emotions. She gave a cry of joy and held out her hand to him. She knew that Roland was devoted to her husband. She knew his reckless bravery, knew that if the young man had 20 lives, he would willingly have given them all for Bonaparte. Roland eagerly took the hand she offered him and kissed it respectfully. Josephine had known Roland's mother in Martinique, and she never failed, whenever she saw Roland, to speak to him of his maternal grandfather, in whose magnificent garden, as a child, she was wont to gather those wonderful fruits which are unknown to our colder climates. A subject of conversation was therefore ready at hand. She inquired tenderly after Madame de Montrevel's health, and that of her daughter and little Edouard. Then, the information given, she said, My dear Roland, I must now pay attention to my other guests, but try to remain after the other guests, or else let me see you alone tomorrow. I want to talk to you about him. She glanced at Bonaparte, and have 1,000 things to tell you. Then, pressing the young man's hand with a sigh, she added, No matter what happens, you will never leave him, will you? What do you mean? Asked Roland, amazed. I know what I mean, said Josephine. And when you have talked 10 minutes with Bonaparte, you will, I am sure, understand me. In the meantime, watch and listen and keep silence. Roland bowed and drew aside, resolved, as Josephine had advised, to play the part of observer. But what was there to observe? 3 principal groups occupied the salon. The first, gathered around Madame Bonaparte, the only woman present, was more a flux and reflux than a group. The second, surrounding Talma, was composed of Arnault, Parcival, Grand Maison, Monge, Betholet, and 2 or 3 other members of the Institute. The third, which Bonaparte had just joined, counted in its circle Talleyrand, Barras, Lucien, Admiral Bruy, Roederer, Regnault de Saint-Jean d'Angélé, Fauchet, Rial, and 2 or 3 generals, among whom was Lefebvre. In the first group, they talked of fashions, music, and theatre. In the second, literature, science, dramatic art. In the third, they talked of everything except that which was uppermost in their minds. Doubtless, this reserve was not in keeping with Bonaparte's own feeling at that moment, for after sharing in this commonplace conversation for a short time, he took the former Bishop of Walton by the arm and led him into the embrasure of the window. "Well?" he asked. Talleyrand looked at Bonaparte with that air which belonged to no one but him. "What did I tell you of Sieyès, General? You told me to secure the support of those who regarded the friends of the Republic as Jacobins, and to reply upon it that Sieyès was at their head. I was not mistaken. Then he will yield? Better, he has yielded. The man who wanted to shoot me at Fréjus for having landed without being quarantined. Oh no, not for that. But what then? For not having looked at him or spoken to him at Goyer's dinner. I must confess that I did it on purpose. I cannot endure that unfrocked monk." Bonaparte perceived, too late, that the speech he had just made was like the sword of the archangel, double-edged if Sieyès was unfrocked. Talleyrand was unmitred. He cast a rapid glance at his companion's face. The ex-bishop of Autun was smiling his sweetest smile. "Then I can count upon him? I will answer for him. The Cambacérès and Lebrun, have you seen them?" I took Sieyès in hand as the most recalcitrant. Bruy saw the other 2. The admiral, from the midst of the group, had never taken his eyes off the general and the diplomatist. He suspected that their conversation had a special importance. Bonaparte made him a sign to join them. A less able man would have done so at once, but Bruy avoided such a mistake. He walked about the room with affected indifference, and then, as if he had just perceived Talleyrand and Bonaparte talking together, he went up to them. "Bruy is a very able man," said Bonaparte, "who judged men as much as by little as by great things." "And above all, very cautious, General," said Talleyrand. "Yes, we will need a corkscrew to pull anything out of him." "Oh no, on the contrary, now that he has joined us, he will broach the question frankly." And indeed, no sooner had Bruy joined them than he began in words as clear as they were concise. "I have seen them. They waver." "They waver? Cambacérès and Lebrun waver? Lebrun I can understand, a sort of man of letters, a moderate, a Puritan, but Cambacérès? But it is so. But didn't I tell them that I intended to make them each a consul?" "I didn't get as far as that," replied Bruy, laughing. "And why not?" inquired Bonaparte. "Because this is the first word you have told me about your intentions, Citizen General." "True," said Bonaparte, biting his lips. "Am I to repair the omission?" asked Bruy. "No, no," exclaimed Bonaparte hastily. "They might think I needed them. I won't have any quibbling. They must decide today, without any other conditions than those you have offered them. Tomorrow it will be too late. I feel strong enough to stand alone, and I now have Sieyès and Barras." "Barras," repeated the 2 negotiators, astonished. "Yes, Barras, who treated me like a little corporal and wouldn't send me back to Italy because, he said, I had made my fortune there, and it was useless to return. Well, Barras. Barras? Nothing." Then, changing his mind, "Faith, I may as well tell you. Do you know what Barras said at dinner yesterday before me? That it was impossible to go on any longer with the constitution of the year 3. He admitted the necessity of a dictatorship, said he had decided to abandon the reins of government and retire, adding that he himself was looked upon as worn out, and that the Republic needed new men. Now, guess to whom he thinks of transferring his power. I give it you as Madame de Sévigné says in 100,000, 10,000. No other than General Edouville, a worthy man, but I have only to look him in the face to make him lower his eyes. My glance must have been blasting. As the result, Barras came to my bedside at 8 o'clock to excuse himself as best he could for the nonsense he talked the night before, and admitted that I alone could save the Republic, and placed himself at my disposal to do what I wished, assume any role I might assign him, begging me to promise that if I had any plan in my head, I would count on him, yes, on him, and he would be true to the crack of doom. And yet, as Talleyrand, unable to resist a play upon words, doom is not a word with which to conjure liberty. Bonaparte glanced at the ex-bishop. Yes, I know that Barras is your friend, a friend of Fouché and Riel, but he is not mine, and I shall prove it to him. Go back to Lebrun and Cambacérès, Brie, and let them make their own bargain. Then, looking at his watch and frowning, he added, "It seems to me that Moreau keeps us waiting." So saying, he turned to the group which surrounded Talma. The two diplomatists watched him. Then Admiral Bru asked in a low voice, "What do you say, my dear Maurice, to such sentiments toward the man who picked him out, a mere lieutenant, at the siege of Toulon, who trusted him to defend the Convention on the 13th Vendémiaire, and who named him, when only 26, General-in-Chief of the army in Italy?" "I say, my dear Admiral," replied Monsieur de Talleyrand, with his pallid, mocking smile, "that some services are so great that ingratitude alone can repay them." At that moment the door opened and General Moreau was announced. At this announcement, which was more than a piece of news, it was a surprise. To most of those present, every eye was turned toward the door. Moreau appeared. At this period, 3 men were in the eyes of France. Moreau was one of these 3 men. The 2 others were Bonaparte and Pichegru. Each had become a sort of symbol. Since the 18th Fructidor, Pichegru had become the symbol of monarchy. Moreau, since he had been christened Fabius, was the symbol of the Republic. Bonaparte, symbol of war, dominated them both by the adventurous aspect of his genius. Moreau was at that time in the full strength of his age, we would say the full strength of his genius, if decision were not one of the characteristics of genius. But no one was ever more undecided than the famous Cunctator. He was 36 years old, tall, with a sweet, calm, firm countenance, and must have resembled Xenophon. Bonaparte had never seen him, nor had he, on his side, ever seen Bonaparte. While the one was battling on the Adige and the Mincio, the other fought beside the Danube and the Rhine. Bonaparte came forward to greet him, saying, "You are welcome, General." "General," replied Moreau, smiling courteously, while all present made a circle around them to see how this new Caesar would meet the new Pompey. "You come from Egypt, victorious, while I come defeated from Italy." "A defeat which was not yours, and for which you are not responsible, General. It was Joubert's fault. If he had rejoined the army of Italy as soon as he had been made commander-in-chief, it is more than probable that the Russians and Austrians, with the troops they had then, could not have resisted him. But he remained in Paris for his honeymoon. Poor Joubert paid with his life for that fatal month which gave the enemy time to gather its reinforcements. The surrender of Mantua gave them 15,000 men on the eve of the battle. It was impossible that our poor army should not have been overwhelmed by such united forces. "Alas, yes," said Moreau, "it is always the greater number which defeats the smaller." "A great truth, General," exclaimed Bonaparte, "an indisputable truth. And yet," said Arnault, joining in the conversation, "you yourself, General, have defeated large armies with little ones." "If you were Marius," insisted of the author of Marius, "you would not say that, my dear poet. Even when I beat great armies with little ones, listen to this, you young men who obey today and will command tomorrow, it is always the larger number which defeated the lesser." "I don't understand," said Arnault and Lefebvre together. But Moreau made a sign with his head to show that he understood. Bonaparte continued, "Follow my theory, for it contains the whole art of war. When with lesser forces I faced a large army, I gathered mine together with great rapidity, fell like a thunderbolt on the wing of the great army and overthrew it. Then I profited by the disorder into which this maneuver never failed to throw the enemy to attack again, always with my whole army on the other side. I beat them in this way in detail, and the victory which resulted was always, as you see, the triumph of the many over the few. As the able general concluded his definition of his own genius, the door opened and the servant announced that dinner was served. "General," said Bonaparte, leading Moreau to Josephine, "take in my wife. Gentlemen, follow them." On this invitation, all present moved from the salon to the dining room. After dinner, on pretense of showing him a magnificent sabre he had brought from Egypt, Bonaparte took Moreau into his study. There the two rivals remained closeted more than an hour. What passed between them? What compact was signed? What promises were made? No one has ever known. Only when Bonaparte returned to the salon alone and Lucien asked him, "Well, what of Moreau?" he answered, "Just as I foresaw, he prefers military power to political power. I have promised him the command of an army." Bonaparte smiled as he pronounced these words, then added, "In the meantime." "In the meantime?" questioned Lucien. "He will have that of the Luxembourg. I am not sorry to make him the jailer of the directors, before I make him the conqueror of the Austrians." The next day, the following appeared in the Moniteur. Paris, 17th Brumaire. Bonaparte has presented Moreau with a magnificent Damascus sword set with precious stones which he brought from Egypt, the value of which is estimated at 12,000 francs. Chapter 21. The Schedule of the Directory. We have said that Moreau, furnished no doubt with instructions, left the little house on the Rue de la Victoire, while Bonaparte returned home to the salon. Everything furnished an object of comment in such a company as was there assembled. The absence of Moreau, the return of Bonaparte unaccompanied, and the visible good humour which animated his countenance were all remarked upon. The eyes which fastened upon him most ardently were those of Josephine and Roland. Moreau for Bonaparte added 20 chances to the success of the plot. Moreau against Bonaparte robbed him of 50. Josephine's eyes were so supplicating that, on leaving Lucien, Bonaparte pushed his brother toward his wife. Lucien understood and approached Josephine, saying, "All is well. Moreau? With us? I thought he was a Republican. He has been made to see that we are acting for the good of the Republic." "I should have thought him ambitious," said Roland. Lucien started and looked at the young man. "You are right," said he. "Then," remarked Josephine, "if he is ambitious, he will not let Bonaparte seize the power." "Why not?" "Because he will want it himself." "Yes, but he will wait till it comes to him ready-made, inasmuch as he doesn't know how to create it, and is afraid to seize it." During this time, Bonaparte had joined the group which had formed around Talma after dinner, as well as before. Remarkable men are always the centre of attraction. "What are you saying, Talma?" demanded Bonaparte. "It seems to me they are listening to you very attentively." "Yes, but my reign is over," replied the artist. "Why so?" "I do as Citizen Barra has done. I abdicate." "So Citizen Barra has abdicated. So rumour says. Is it known who will take his place?" "It is surmised." "Is it one of your friends, Talma?" "Time was," said Talma, bowing, "when he did me the honour to say I was his." "Well, in that case, Talma, I shall ask for your influence." "Granted," said Talma, laughing. "It only remains to ask how it can serve you." "Get me sent back to Italy." "Barra would not let me go." "The deuce," said Talma. "Don't you know the song, General? We won't go back to the woods when the laurels are clipped." "Oh, Roscius, Roscius," said Bonaparte, smiling. "Have you grown a flatterer during my absence?" "Roscius was the friend of Caesar, General, and when the conqueror returned to Gaul, he probably said to him about the same thing I have said to you." Bonaparte laid his hand on Talma's shoulder. "Would he have said the same words after crossing the Rubicon?" Talma looked Bonaparte straight in the face. No, he replied, he would have said, like the augur, Caesar, beware of the Ides of March. Bonaparte slipped his hand into his breast as if in search of something. Finding the dagger of the companions of Jehu, he grasped it convulsively. Had he the presentiment of the conspiracies of Arena, Saint-Région, and Cadoudal? Just then the door opened and the servant announced, General Bernadotte. Bernadotte, muttered Bonaparte involuntarily. What does he want here? Since Bonaparte's return, Bernadotte had held aloof from him, refusing all the advances which the general-in-chief and his friends had made him. The fact is, Bernadotte had long since discerned the politician beneath the soldier's greatcoat, the dictator beneath the general, and Bernadotte, for all that he became king in later years, was at that time a very different republican from Moreau. Moreover, Bernadotte believed he had reason to complain of Bonaparte. His military career had not been less brilliant than that of the young general. His fortunes were destined to run parallel with his to the end. Only more fortunate than the other, Bernadotte was to die on his throne. It is true, he did not conquer that throne. He was called to it. Son of a lawyer at Pau, Bernadotte, born in 1764, that is to say 5 years before Bonaparte, was in the ranks as a private soldier when only 18. In 1789 he was only a sergeant major. But those were the days of rapid promotion. In 1794, Kleber created him brigadier general on the field of battle, where he had decided the fortunes of the day. Becoming a general of division, he played a brilliant part at Fleurus and Juliers, forced Maestricht to capitulate, took Altdorf, and protected, against an army twice as numerous as his own, the retreat of Jehu. In 1797, the Directory ordered him to take 17,000 men to Bonaparte. These 17,000 men were his old soldiers, veterans of Kleber, Marcel, and Hoche, soldiers of the Sambre et Meuse, and yet Benedetto forgot all rivalry and seconded Bonaparte with all his might, taking part in the passage of the Tagliamento, capturing Gradisca, Trieste, Laybach, Idria, bringing back to the Directory after the campaign the flags of the enemy, and accepting, possibly with reluctance, an embassy to Vienna, while Bonaparte secured the command of the army of Egypt. At Vienna, a riot, excited by the tricolour flag hoisted above the French embassy, for which the ambassador was unable to obtain redress, forced him to demand his passports. On his return to Paris, the Directory appointed him Minister of War. An underhand proceeding of Seyss, who was offended by Bernadotte's republicanism, induced the latter to send in his resignation. It was accepted, and when Bonaparte landed at Fréjus, the late minister had been 3 months out of office. Since Bonaparte's return, some of Bernadotte's friends had sought to bring about his reinstatement, but Bonaparte had opposed it. The result was a hostility between the two generals, none the less real because not openly avowed. Bernadotte's appearance in Bonaparte's salon was therefore an event almost as extraordinary as the presence of Moreau, and the entrance of the conqueror of Maestricht caused as many heads to turn as that of the conqueror of Radstadt. Only, instead of going forward to meet him as he had Moreau, Bonaparte merely turned round and awaited him. Bernadotte, from the threshold of the door, cast a rapid glance around the salon. He divided and analysed the groups, and although he must have perceived Bonaparte in the midst of the principal one, he went up to Josephine, who was reclining on a couch at the corner of the fireplace, like the statue of Agrippa in the Pitti, and, addressing her with chivalric courtesy, inquired for her health. Then only did he raise his head as if to look for Bonaparte. At such a time, everything was of too much importance for those present not to remark this affectation of courtesy on Bernadotte's part. Bonaparte, with his rapid, comprehensive intellect, was not the last to notice this. He was seized with impatience, and instead of awaiting Bernadotte in the midst of the group where he happened to be, He turned abruptly to the embrasure of a window, as if to challenge the ex-minister of war to follow him. Bernadotte bowed graciously to right and left, and controlling his usually mobile face to an expression of perfect calmness, he walked towards Bonaparte, who awaited him as a wrestler awaits his antagonist, the right foot forward and his lips compressed. The two men bowed, but Bonaparte made no movement to extend his hand to Bernadotte, nor did the latter offer to take it. "Is it you?" asked Bonaparte. "I am glad to see you." "Thank you, General," replied Bernadotte. "I have come because I wish to give you a few explanations. I did not recognize you at first. Yet I think, General, that my name was announced by your servant in a voice loud enough to prevent any doubt as to my identity." "Yes, but he announced General Bernadotte." Well, I saw a man in civilian's dress, and though I recognized you, I doubted if it were really you." For some time past, Bernadotte had affected to wear civilian's dress in preference to his uniform. "You know," said he, laughing, "that I am only half a soldier now. I was retired by Citizen Sayers. It seems that it was lucky for me that you were no longer Minister of War when I landed at Fréjus." "How so?" "You said, so I was told, that had you received the order to arrest me for violating quarantine, you would have done so." "I said it, and I repeat it, General. As a soldier, I was always a faithful observer of discipline. As a minister, I was a slave to law." Bonaparte bit his lips. "And will you say after that you have not a personal enmity to me?" "A personal enmity to you, General," replied Bernadotte. "Why should I have? We have always gone together, almost in the same stride. I was even made general before you, while my campaigns on the Rhine were less brilliant than yours on the Adige. They were not less profitable for the Republic, and when I had the honor to serve under you, you found in me, I hope, a subordinate devoted, if not to the man, at least to the country which he served. It is true that since your departure, General, I have been more fortunate than you in not having the responsibility of a great army, which, if one may believe Kleber's dispatches, you have left in a disastrous position." "What do you mean? Kleber's last dispatches? Has Kleber written?" "Are you ignorant of that, General? Has the Directory not informed you of the complaints of your successor? That would be a great weakness on their part, and I congratulate myself to have come here, not only to correct in your mind what has been said of me, but to tell you what is being said of you." Bonaparte fixed an eye, darkling as an eagle's, on Bernadotte. "And what are they saying of me?" he asked. "They say that, as you must come back, you should have brought the army with you. Had I a fleet, are you aware that De Broys allowed his to be burned? They also say, General, that being unable to bring back the army, it would have been better for your renown had you remained with it." "That is what I should have done, monsieur, if events had not recalled me to France." "What events, General?" "Your defeats." "Pardon me, General, you mean to say Schere's defeats?" "Yours as well. I was not answerable for the generals commanding our enemies on the Rhine and in Italy until I was Minister of War. If you will enumerate the victories and defeats since that time, you will see on which side the scale turns. You certainly do not intend to tell me that matters are in a good condition?" "No, but I do say that they are not in so desperate state as you affect to believe." "As I affect? Truly, General, to hear you, one would think I had some interest in lowering France in the eyes of foreigners." "I don't say that. I say that I wish to settle the balance of your victories and defeats for the last 3 months, and as I came for that, and am now in your house and in the position of an accursed person, or an accuser, as the accused in the first instance, I begin." "And I listen," said Bonaparte, visibly on the thorns. "My ministry dates from the 30th Prairial, and 8th of June, if you prefer. We will not quarrel over words." "Which means that we shall quarrel about things." Bernadotte continued without replying. "I became minister, as I said, the 8th of June, that is, a short time after the siege of Saint-Jean d'Arc was raised." Bonaparte bit his lips. "I did not raise the siege until after I had ruined the fortifications," he replied. "That is not what Kleber wrote, but that does not concern me." Then he added, smiling, "It happened while Clark was minister." There was a moment's silence, during which Bonaparte endeavoured to make Bernadotte lower his eyes. Not succeeding, he said, "Go on." Bernadotte bowed and continued, "Perhaps no minister of war, and the archives of the ministry are there for reference, ever received the portfolio under more critical circumstances. Civil war within, a foreign enemy at our doors, discouragement rife among our veteran armies, absolute destitution of means to equip new ones. That was what I had to face on the 8th of June, when I entered upon my duties. An active correspondence dating from the 8th of June between the civil and military authorities revived their courage and their hopes. My addresses to the armies, this may have been a mistake, were those not of a minister to his soldiers, but of a comrade among comrades, just as my addresses to the administrators were those of a citizen to his fellow citizens. I appealed to the courage of the army and the heart of the French people. I obtained all that I had asked. The National Guard reorganized with renewed zeal. Legions were formed upon the Rhine, on the Mosel. Battalions of veterans took the place of old regiments to reinforce the troops that were guarding our frontiers. Today, our cavalry is recruited by a remount of 40,000 horses and 100,000 conscripts, armed and equipped, have received with cries of Vive la République, the flags under which they will fight and conquer. But, interrupted Bonaparte bitterly, this is an apology you are making for yourself. Be it so, I will divide my discourse into two parts. The first will be a contestable apology, the second an array of incontestable facts. I will set aside the apology and proceed to facts. June 17th and 18th, the Battle of the Trebia. MacDonald wished to fight without Moreau. He crossed the Trebia, attacked the enemy, was defeated and retreated to Modena. June 20th, Battle of Tortona. Moreau defeated the Austrian Bellegarde. July 22nd, surrender of the citadel of Alexandre to the Austro-Russians. So far, the scale turned to defeat. July 30th, surrender of Mantua, another check. August 15th, Battle of Novi. This time, it was more than a check, it was a defeat. Take note of it, General, for it is the last. At the very moment we were fighting at Novi, Massena was maintaining his position at Zug and Lucerne and strengthening himself on the Aar and on the Rhine, while Lecoq on August 14th and 15th took the Saint-Gothard. August 19th, Battle of Bergen. Brunn defeated the Anglo-Russian army, 40,000 strong, and captured the Russian general, Hermann. On the 25th, 26th, and 27th of the same month, the battles of Zurich, where Massena defeated the Austro-Russians under Korsakov. Hotz and 3 other generals are taken prisoners. The enemy lost 12,000 men, 100 cannon, and all its baggage. The Austrians, separated from the Russians, could not rejoin them until after they were driven beyond Lake Constance. That series of victories stopped the progress the enemy had been making since the beginning of the campaign. From the time Zurich was retaken, France was secure from invasion. August 30th, a Molitor defeated the Austrian generals Jalacic and Luiken and drove them back into the Grisons. September the 1st, Molitor attacked and defeated General Rosenberg in the Mutterthal. On the 2nd, Molitor forced Suvorov to evacuate Glarus, to abandon his wounded, his cannon, and 1,600 prisoners. The 6th, General Brunn again defeated the Anglo-Russians under the command of Duke of York. On the 7th, General Gazan took possession of Constance. On the 8th, you landed at Fréjus. Well, General, continued Bernadotte, as France will probably pass into your hands, it is well that you should know the state in which you find her, and in place of receipt, our possessions bear witness to what we are giving you. What we are doing now, General, is history, and it is important that those who may someday have an interest in falsifying history shall find in their path the denial of Bernadotte. Is that for my benefit, General? I say that for flatterers. You have pretended, it is said, that you returned to France because our enemies were destroyed, because France was threatened, the Republic at bay. You may have left Egypt with that fear, but once in France, all such fears must have given way to a totally different belief. I ask no better than to believe as you do, replied Bonaparte with sovereign dignity, and the more grand and powerful you prove France to be, the more grateful I am to those who have secured her grandeur and her power. Oh, the result is plain, General. 3 armies defeated, the Russians exterminated, the Austrians defeated and forced to fly, 20,000 prisoners, 100 pieces of cannon, 15 flags, all the baggage of the enemy in our possession, 9 generals taken or killed, Switzerland free, our frontiers safe, the Rhine our limit. So much for Massena's contingent and the situation of Helvetia. The Anglo-Russian army, twice defeated, utterly discouraged, abandoning its artillery, baggage, munitions of war and commissariat, even with the women and children who came with the British, 8,000 French prisoners, effective men, returned to France. Holland, completely evacuated. So much for Brun's contingent and the situation in Holland. The rearguard of General Clenot, forced to lay down its arms at Villanova. 1,000 prisoners and 3 pieces of cannon fallen into our hands, and the Austrians driven back beyond Bormida. In all, counting the combats at Lastura and Pignerol, 4,000 prisoners, 16 cannon, Mondovi, and the occupation of the whole region between Lastura and Tanaro. So much for Championet's contingent and the situation in Italy. 200,000 men under arms, 40,000 mounted cavalry. That is my contingent, mine and the situation in France. But, asked Bonaparte, satirically, if you have, as you say, 200,000 soldiers under arms, why do you want me to bring back the 15 or 20,000 men I have in Egypt, who are useful there as colonizers? If I ask you for them, General, it is not for any need we may have of them, but in the fear of some disaster overtaking them. What disaster do you expect to befall them? Commanded by Kleber? Kleber may be killed, General. And who is there behind Kleber? Menot. Kleber and your 20,000 men are doomed, General. How doomed? Yes, the Sultan will send troops. He controls by land. The English will send their fleet. They control by sea. We, who have neither land nor sea, will be compelled to take part from here in the evacuation of Egypt and the capitulation of our army. You take a gloomy view of things, General. The future will show which of us two have seen things as they are. What would you have done in my place? I don't know, but even had I been forced to bring them back by way of Constantinople, I should never have abandoned those whom France had entrusted to me. Xenophon on the banks of the Tigris was in as much more desperate situation than you on the banks of the Nile. He brought his 10,000 back to Ionia, and they were not the children of Athens, not his fellow citizens. They were mercenaries. From the instant Bernadotte uttered the word Constantinople, Bonaparte listened no longer. The name seemed to rouse a new train of ideas in his mind, which he followed in solitary thought. He laid his hand on the arm of the astonished Bernadotte, and, with eyes fixed on space, like a man who pursues through space the phantom of the vanished project, he said, Yes, I thought of it. That is why I persisted in taking that hovel, Saint Jean d'Arc. Here you only thought of obstinacy, a useless waste of men sacrificed to the self-love of a mediocre general who feared that he might be blamed for a defeat. What should I have cared for the raising of the siege of Saint Jean d'Arc, if Saint Jean d'Arc had not been the barrier in the way of the grandest project ever conceived? Cities, why, good God, I could take as many as ever did Alexandre or Caesar, but it was Saint Jean d'Arc that had to be taken. if I had taken Saint-Jean d'Arc, do you know what I should have done?" And he fixed his burning eyes upon Bernadotte, who this time lowered his under the flame of this genius. "What I should have done," repeated Bonaparte, and like Hayat's, he seemed to threaten heaven with his clenched fist. "If I had taken Saint-Jean d'Arc, I should have found the treasures of the Pasha in the city and 3,000 stands of arms. With that, I should have raised and armed all Syria, so maddened by the ferocity of Jehu that each time I attacked him, the population prayed to God for his overthrow. I should have marched up Damascus and Aleppo. I should have swelled my army with the malcontents. Advancing into the country, I should, step by step, have proclaimed the abolition of slavery and the annihilation of the tyrannical government of the Pashas. I should have overthrown the Turkish Empire and founded a great empire at Constantinople, which would have fixed my place in history, higher than Constantine and Mohammed II. Perhaps I should have turned to Paris by way of Adrianople and Vienna, after annihilating the House of Austria. Well, my dear General, that is the project which that little hovel of the Saint-Jean d'Arc rendered abortive." And he so far forgot to whom he was speaking, as he followed the shadows of his vanished dream, that he called Bernadotte "my dear General." The latter, almost appalled by the magnitude of the project which Bonaparte had unfolded to him, made a step backwards. "Yes," said Bonaparte, "I perceived what you want, for you have just betrayed yourself. So be it. Why not? Count upon me to help you conquer it. But elsewhere than in France, I am a Republican, and I will die a Republican." Bonaparte shook his head as if to disperse the thoughts which held him in the clouds. "I too am a Republican," said he, "but see what has come of your Republic." "What matter?" cried Bernadotte. "It is not a word or a form that I am faithful, but to the principle. Let the directors but yield me the power, and I will know how to defend the Republic against her internal enemies, even as I defended her from her foreign enemies." As he said these words, Bernadotte raised his eyes, and his glance encountered that of Bonaparte. Two naked blades clashing together never sent forth lightning more vivid, more terrible. Josephine had watched the two men for some time past with anxious attention. She saw the jewel glance teeming with reciprocal menace. She rose hastily and went to Bernadotte. "General," she said. Bernadotte bowed. "You are intimate with Goyer, are you not?" she continued. "He is one of my best friends, madame," said Bernadotte. "Well, we dine with him the day after tomorrow, the 18th Brumaire. Dine there yourself and bring Madame Bernadotte. I should be so glad to know her better." "Madame," said Bernadotte, "in the days of the Greeks you would have been one of the three graces. In the Middle Ages you would have been a fairy. Today you are the most adorable woman I know." And making 3 steps backwards and bowing, he contrived to retire politely, without including Bonaparte in his bow. Josephine followed him with her eyes until he had left the room. Then, turning to her husband, she said, "Well, it seems that it was not as successful with Bernadotte as with Moreau, was it?" "Bold, adventurous, disinterested, sincere Republican, inaccessible to seduction. He is a human obstacle. We must make our way around him, since we cannot overthrow him." And leaving the salon without taking leave of anyone, he went to his study, whither Roland and Bourrienne followed. They had hardly been there a quarter of an hour when the handle of the lock turned softly, the door opened, and Lucien appeared. Chapter 22. The Outline of a Decree. Lucien was evidently expected. Bonaparte had not mentioned his name once since entering the study, but in spite of this silence, he had turned his head 3 or 4 times with increasing impatience toward the door, and when the young man appeared, an exclamation of contentment escaped his lips. Lucien, the general's youngest brother, was born in 1775, making him now barely 25 years old. Since 1797, that is, at the age of 22 and a half, he had been a member of the 500 who, to honor Bonaparte, had made him their president. With the projects he had conceived, nothing could have been more fortunate for Bonaparte. Frank and loyal, republican to the core, Lucien believed that, in seconding his brother's plans, he was serving the Republic better than the future First Consul. In his eyes, no one was better fitted to save it a second time than he who had saved it the first. It was with these sentiments in his heart that he now came to confer with his brother. "Here you are," said Bonaparte. "I have been waiting for you impatiently." "So I suspected, but I was obliged to wait until I could leave without being noticed." "Did you manage it?" "Yes, Talmor was relating a story about Marat and Dumouriez. Interesting as it was, I deprived myself of the pleasure, and here I am. I have just heard a carriage driving away. The person who got in it couldn't have seen you coming up my private stairs, Kitty. The person who drove off was myself. The carriage was mine. If that is not seen, everyone will think I have left." Bonaparte breathed freer. "Well," said he, "let us hear how you have spent your day." "Oh, I haven't wasted my time, you may be sure." "Are we to have a decree or the council?" "We drew it up today, and I have brought it to you, the rough draft at least, so that you can see if you want anything added or changed." "Let me see it," cried Bonaparte, taking the paper hastily from Lucien's hand. He read, "Article 1. The legislative body is transferred to the commune of St. Cloud. The 2 branches of the council will hold their sessions in the 2 wings of the palace." "That's the important article," said Lucien. "I had placed it first, so that it might strike the people at once." "Yes, yes," exclaimed Bonaparte. And he continued, "Article 2. They will assemble there tomorrow, the 20th Brumaire." "No, no," said Bonaparte. "Tomorrow the 19th. Change the date, Bourrienne." And he added the paper to his secretary. "You expect to be ready for the 18th? "I shall be." Fouché said day before yesterday, "Make haste, or I won't answer for the result." "The 19th Brumaire," said Bourrienne, returning the paper to the general. Bonaparte resumed, "Article 2. They will assemble there tomorrow, the 19th Brumaire, at noon. All deliberations are forbidden elsewhere and before the above date." Bonaparte read the article a second time. "Good," said he. "There is no double meaning there." And he continued, "Article 3. General Bonaparte is charged with the enforcement of this decree. He will take all necessary measures for the safety of the national legislature." A satirical smile flickered on the stony lips of the reader, but he continued almost immediately. "The general, commanding the 17th Military Division, the guard of the legislature, the stationary National Guard, the troops of the line within the boundaries of the Commune of Paris, and those of the constitutional arrondissement, and throughout the limits of the said 17th Division, are placed directly under his orders, and are directed to regard him as their commanding officer." Bourrienne add, "All citizens will lend him assistance when called upon." The bourgeois love to meddle in political matters, and when they really can help us in our projects, we ought to grant them this satisfaction. Bourrienne obeyed. Then he returned the paper to the general, who went on, "Article 4. General Bonaparte is summoned before the council to receive a copy of the present decree, and to make oath thereto. He will consult with the inspecting commissioners of both branches of the council. Article 5. The present decree shall be transmitted immediately by messenger to all the members of the council of 500 and to the executive directory. It shall be printed and posted and promulgated throughout the communes of the Republic by special messengers. Done at Paris, this." "The date is left blank," said Lucien. "But the 18th Brumaire. Bourrienne, the decree must take everybody by surprise. It must be issued at 7 o'clock in the morning, and at the same hour, or even earlier, it must be posted on all the walls of Paris." "But suppose the ancients won't consent to issue it?" said Lucien. All the more reason to have it posted, Ninny, said Bonaparte. We must act as if it has been issued. Am I to correct this grammatical error in the last paragraph? Asked Bourrienne, laughing. Where? Demanded Lucien, in the tone of an aggrieved author. The word immediate, replied Bourrienne. You can't say transmitted immediate. It ought to be immediately. It's not worthwhile, said Bonaparte. I shall act, you may be sure, as if it were immediately. Then, after an instant's reflection, he added, as to what you said just now about their not being willing to pass it, there's a very simple way to get it passed. What is it? To convoke the members of whom we are sure at 6 o'clock in the morning, and those of whom we are not sure at 8. Having only our own men, it would be devilishly hard to lose the majority. But 6 o'clock for some, and 8 for the others, objected Lucien. Employ 2 secretaries, one of them can make a mistake. Then turning to Lucien, he said, Write this. And walking up and down, he dictated without hesitating, like a man who has long thought over and carefully prepared what he dictates, stopping occasionally beside Bourrienne to see if the secretary's pen were following his every word. Citizens, the Council of the Ancients, the trustee of the nation's wisdoms, has issued the subjoined decree. It is authorized by Articles 102 and 103 of the Constitution. This decree enjoins me to take measures for the safety of the national legislature and its necessary and momentary removal. Bourrienne looked at Bonaparte. Instantaneous was the word the latter had intended to use, but as the general did not correct himself, Bourrienne left momentary. Bonaparte continued to dictate. The legislature will find means to avoid the imminent danger into which the disorganization of all parts of the administration has brought us. But it needs, at this crisis, the united support and confidence of patriots. Rally round it. It offers the only means of establishing the Republic on the basis of civil liberty, internal prosperity, victory, and peace. Bonaparte perused this proclamation and nodded his head in sign of approval. Then he looked at his watch. 11 o'clock, he said. There is still time. Then, seating himself in Bourrienne's chair, he wrote a few words in the form of a note, sealed it, and wrote the address, to the citizen Barras. Roland, said he, when he had finished, take a horse out of the stable or a carriage in the street and go to Barras' house. I have asked him for an interview tomorrow at midnight. I want an answer. Roland left the room. A moment later, the gallop of the horse resounded through the courtyard, disappearing in the direction of the Rue du Mont Blanc. Now, Bourrienne, said Bonaparte, after listening to the sound, tomorrow at midnight, whether I am in the house or not, you will take my carriage and go to my stead at Barras. In your stead, General? Yes. He will do nothing all day, expecting me to accept him on my side at night. At midnight you will go to him and say that I have such a bad headache, I have had to go to bed, but that I will be with him at 7 o'clock in the morning, without fail. He will believe you, or he won't believe you, but at any rate it will be too late for him to act against us. By 7 in the morning I shall have 10,000 men under my command. Very good, General. Have you any other orders for me? No, not this evening, replied Bonaparte. Be here early tomorrow. And I? Asked Lucien. See Sieyès. He has the ancients in the hollow of his hand. Make all your arrangements with him. I don't wish him to be seen here, nor to be seen myself at this house. But if by any chance we fail, he is a man to repudiate. After tomorrow, I wish to be master of my own actions, and to have no ties with anyone. Do you think you will need me tomorrow? Come back at night and report what happens. Are you going back to the salon? No, I shall wait for Josephine in her own room. Bourrienne, tell her, as you pass through, to get rid of the people as soon as possible. Then, saluting Bourrienne and his brother with a wave of the hand, he left his study by a private corridor and went to Josephine's room. There, lighted by a single alabaster lamp, which made the conspirator's brow seem paler than ever, Bonaparte listened to the noise of the carriages as one after the other they rolled away. At last the sound ceased, and 5 minutes later the door opened to admit Josephine. She was alone and held a double-branched candlestick in her hand. Her face, lighted by a double flame, expressed the keenest anxiety. "Well," Bonaparte inquired, "what ails you?" "I am afraid," said Josephine. "Of what?" "Those fools of the Directory, or the lawyers of the two councils. Come, I have Sayas with me in the Ancients, and Lucian in the 500. Then all goes well? Wonderfully so. You sent me word that you were waiting for me here, and I feared you had some bad news to tell me. Oh, if I had bad news, do you think I would tell you?" "How reassuring that is." "Well, don't be uneasy, for I have nothing but good news, only I have given you a part in the conspiracy." "What is it?" "Sit down and write to Guaye." "That we won't dine with him? On the contrary, ask him to come to breakfast with us. Between those who like each other, as we do, there can't be much intercourse." Josephine sat down at a little rosewood writing desk. "Dictate," said she. "I will write." "Goodness, for them to recognize my style. Nonsense, you know better than I how to write one of those charming notes. There is no resisting." Josephine smiled at the compliment, turned her forehead to Bonaparte, who kissed it lovingly, and wrote the following note, which we have copied from the original. "To the citizen Guaye, President of the Executive Directory of the French Republic." "Is that right?" she asked. "Perfectly, as he won't wear this title of president much longer. We won't cavil at it." "Don't you mean to make him something?" "I'll make him anything he pleases, if he does exactly what I want. Now, go on, my dear." Josephine picked up her pen again and wrote, "Come, my dear Goye, with your wife, and breakfast with us tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Don't fail, for I have some very interesting things to tell you. Adieu, my dear Goye. With the sincerest friendship, yours, La Pagerie Bonaparte." "I wrote tomorrow," exclaimed Josephine. "Shall I date it the 17th Brumaire?" "You won't be wrong," said Bonaparte. "There's midnight striking. In fact, another day had fallen into the gulf of time. The clock chimed 12. Bonaparte listened gravely and dreamily. 24 hours only separated him from the solemn day for which he had been scheming for a month, and of which he had dreamed for years. Let us do now what he would so gladly have done, and spring over those 24 hours intervening to the day which history has not yet judged, and see what happened in various parts of Paris, where the events we are about to relate produced an overwhelming sensation. Chapter 23. Elia Jacta. At 7 in the morning, Fouché, Minister of Police, entered the bedroom of Guaye, President of the Directory. "Ho, ho," said Guaye when he saw him. "What has happened now, Monsieur le Ministre, to give me the pleasure of seeing you so early?" "Don't you know about the decree?" asked Fouché. "What decree?" asked honest Guaye. "The decree of the Council of the Ancients." "When was it issued?" "Last night." "So the Council of the Ancients assembled last night now?" "When matters are urgent, yes." "And what does the decree say?" "It transfers the legislative sessions to St. Cloud." Guaye felt the blow. He realized the advantage which Bonaparte's daring genius might obtain by this isolation. "And since when," he asked Fouché, "is the Minister of Police transformed into a messenger of the Council of the Ancients?" "That's where you are mistaken, Citizen President," replied the ex-conventional. "I am more than ever Minister of Police this morning, for I have come to inform you of an act which may have the most serious consequences." Not being as yet sure of how the conspiracy of the Rue de la Victoire would turn out, Fouché was not averse to keeping open the door for retreat at the Luxembourg. But Guaye, honest as he was, knew the man too well to be his dupe. "You should have informed me of this decree yesterday and not this morning, for in making the communication now, You are scarcely in advance of the official communication I shall probably receive in a few moments." As he spoke, an usher opened the door and informed the president that a messenger from the inspectors of the Council of the Ancients was there and asked to make him a communication. "Let him come in," said Guaye. The messenger entered and handed the president a letter. He broke the seal hastily and read, "Citizen President, the Inspecting Commission hasten to inform you of a decree removing the residence of the legislative body to St. Cloud. The decree will be forwarded to you, but measures for public safety are at present occupying our attention. We invite you to meet the Commission of the Ancients. You will find Sayers and Ducos already there. Fraternal greetings, Marion, Farg, Cornet." "Very good," said Guaye, dismissing the messenger with a wave of his hand. The messenger went out. Guaye turned to Fouché. "Ah," said he, "the plot is well laid. They inform me of the decree, but they do not send it to me. Happily, you are here to tell me the terms of it." "But," said Fouché, "I don't know them." "What? Do you, the Minister of Police, mean to tell me that you know nothing about this extraordinary session of the Council of the Ancients, when it has been put on record by a decree? Of course I knew it took place, but I was unable to be present, and you had no secretary to send who could give you an account, word for word, of this session, when in all probability this session will dispose of the fate of France. Ah, Citizen Fouché, you are either a very deep or a very shallow Minister of Police." "Have you any orders to give me, Citizen President?" asked Fouché. "None, Citizen Minister," replied the President. "To read judges, it's advisable to issue any orders. It will be to men whom it esteems worthy of its confidence. You may return to those who sent you," he added, turning his back upon the minister. Fouché went, and Guaye immediately rang his bell. An usher entered. "Go to Barra, Sayes, Juco, and Moulon, and request them to come to me at once. Ah, and at the same time, ask Madame Guaye to come into my study and to bring with her Madame Bonaparte's letter inviting us to breakfast with her." 5 minutes later, Madame Guaye entered, fully dressed, with a note in her hand. The invitation was for 8 o'clock. It was then 7:30, and it would take at least 20 minutes to drive from the Luxembourg to the Rue de la Victoire. "Here it is, my dear," said Madame Guaye, handing the letter to her husband. "It says 8 o'clock. "Yes," replied Guaye. I was not in doubt about the hour, but about the day. Taking the note from his wife's hand, he read it over. "Come, my dear Guaye, with your wife, and breakfast with me tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Don't fail, for I have some very interesting things to tell you." "Ah," said Guaye, "there can be no mistake." "Well, my dear, are we going?" asked Madame Guaye. "You are, but not I. An event has just happened about which the citizen Bonaparte is probably well informed, which will detain my colleagues and myself at the Luxembourg." "A serious event?" "Possibly." "Then I shall stay with you." "No, indeed, you would not be of any service here. Go to Madame Bonaparte's. I may be mistaken, but should anything extraordinary happen, which appears to you alarming, send me word some way or the other. Anything will do. I shall understand half a word." "Very good, my dear, I will go. The hope of being useful to you is sufficient. Don't go." Just then, the usher entered and said, "General Moulon is at my heels. Citizen Barra is in his bath, and will soon be here. Citizen Sayers and Juco went out at 5 o'clock this morning, and have not yet returned." "They are the two traitors," said Guaye. "Barra is only their dupe." Then, kissing his wife, he added, "Now go." As she turned round, Madame Guaye came face to face with General Moulon. He, for his character was naturally impetuous, seemed furious. "Pardon me, citizeness," he said. Then, rushing to Guaye's study, he cried, "Do you know what has happened, President?" "No, but I have my suspicions." "The legislative body has been transferred to St. Cloud. The execution of the decree has been entrusted to General Bonaparte, and the troops are placed under his orders." "Ha! The cat's out the bag," claimed Guaye. "Well, we must combine and fight them. Have you heard that Sayers and Jucos are not in the palace? By heavens, they are at the Tuileries, but Barra is in his bath. Let us go to Barra. The Directory can issue decrees if there is a majority. We are 3, and I repeat, we must make a struggle. Then let us send word to Barras to come to us as soon as he is out of his bath. No, let us go to him before he leaves it. The 2 directors left the room and hurried towards Barras' apartment. They found him actually in his bath, but they insisted on entering. Well, asked Barras as soon as he saw them, have you heard? Absolutely nothing. They told him what they themselves knew. Ah, cried Barras, that explains everything. What do you mean? Yes, that is why he didn't come last night. Who? My Bonaparte. Did you expect him last evening? He sent me word by one of his aides-de-camp that he could call me at 11 o'clock last evening, and he didn't come. No, he sent Bourrienne in his carriage to tell me that a violent headache had obliged him to go to bed, but that he would be here early this morning. The directors looked at each other. The whole thing is plain, said they. I have sent Bolo, my secretary, a very intelligent fellow, to find out what he can, continued Barras. He rang, and the servant entered. As soon as Citizen Bolo returns, said Barras, ask him to come here. He's just getting out of his carriage. Send him up, send him up. But Bolo was already at the door. Well, cried the 3 directors. Well, General Bonaparte, in full uniform, accompanied by Generals Bournonville, MacDonald and Moreau, are on their way to the Tuileries, where 10,000 troops are awaiting them. Moreau with him? Exclaimed Goyer. On his right. I always told you that Moreau was a sneak, and nothing else, cried Moulin, with military roughness. Are you still determined to resist, Barras? Asked Goyer. Yes, replied Barras. Then dress yourself and join us in the council room. Go, said Barras, I follow you. The 2 directors hastened to the council room. After waiting 10 minutes, Moulin said, We should have waited for Barras. If Moreau is a sneak, Barras is a knave. 2 hours later, they were still waiting for Barras. Talleyrand and Brou had been admitted to Barras' bathroom just after Goyer and Moulin had left it, and in talking with them, Barras forgot his appointment. We will now see what was happening in the Rue de la Victoire. At 7 o'clock, contrary to his usual custom, Bonaparte was up and waiting in full uniform in his bedroom. Roland entered. Bonaparte was perfectly calm. They were on the eve of a battle. Has no one come yet, Roland? He asked. No, General, replied the young man, but I heard the roll of a carriage just now. So did I, replied Bonaparte. At that minute a servant announced, the citizen Joseph Bonaparte and the citizen General Bernadotte. Roland questioned Bonaparte with a glance. Was he to go or stay? He was to stay. Roland took his stand at the corner of a bookcase, like a sentinel at his post. Aha! Claimed Bonaparte, seeing that Bernadotte was still attired in civilian's clothes. You seem to have a positive horror of the uniform, General. Why the devil should I be in uniform at 7 in the morning, asked Bernadotte, when I am not in active service? You will soon be. But I am retired. Yes, but I recall you to active service. You? Yes, I. In the name of the directory? Is there still a directory? Still a directory? What do you mean? Didn't you see the troops drawn up in the streets leading to the Tuileries as you came here? I saw them, and I was surprised. Those soldiers are mine. Excuse me, said Bernadotte. I thought they belonged to France. Oh, to France or to me. Is it not all one? I was not aware of that, replied Bernadotte coldly. Though you doubt it now, you will be certain of it tonight. Come, Bernadotte, this is a vital moment. Decide. General, replied Bernadotte, I am fortunate enough to be at this moment a simple citizen. Let me remain a simple citizen. Bernadotte, take care. He that is not for me is against me. General, pay attention to your words. You said just now, take care. If that is a threat, you know very well that I do not fear them. Bonaparte came up to him and took him by both hands. Oh yes, I know that. That is why I must have you with me. I not only esteem you, Bernadotte, but I love you. I leave you with Joseph. He is your brother-in-law. Between brothers, devil take it. There should be no quarrelling. Where are you going? In your character of Spartan, you are a rigid observer of the laws, are you not? Well, here is a decree issued by the Council of 500 last night, which confers upon me the immediate command of the troops in Paris. So I was right, he added, when I told you that the soldiers you met were mine. inasmuch as they are under my orders." And he placed in Bernardotti's hands the copy of the decree which had been sent to him at 6 o'clock that morning. Bernadotti read it through, from the first line to the last. "To this," said he, "I have nothing to object. Secure the safety of the national legislature, and all good citizens will be with you." "Then be with me now. Permit me, General, to wait 24 hours to see how you fulfill that mandate." "Devil of a man," cried Bonaparte, "have your own way." Then, taking him by the arm, he dragged him a few steps apart from Joseph and continued, "Bernadotte, I want to play above board with you." "Why so?" retorted the latter, "since I am not on your side." "Never mind, you are watching the game, and I want the onlookers to see that I am not cheating." "Do you bind me to secrecy?" "No." "That is well, for in that case I should have refused to listen to your confidences." "Oh, my confidences are not long. Your directory is detested. Your constitution is worn out. You must make a clean sweep of both and turn the government in another direction. You don't answer me." "I am waiting to hear what you have to say." "All I have to say is, go put on your uniform. I can't wait any longer for you. Join me at the Tuileries among our comrades." Bernadotte shook his head. "You think you can count on Moreau, Bournonville, and Lefebvre," resumed Bonaparte. "Just look out of that window. Who do you see there and there?" "Moreau and Bournonville. As for Lefebvre, I do not see him, but I am certain I shall not go 100 steps before meeting him. Now, will you decide?" "General," replied Bernadotte, "I am not a man to be swayed by example, least of all when that example is bad. Moreau, Bournonville, and Lefebvre may do as they wish. I shall do as I ought." "So you definitely refuse to accompany me to the Tuileries?" "I do not wish to take part in a rebellion." "A rebellion? A rebellion? Against whom? Against a parcel of imbeciles who are pettifogging from morning till night in their hovels." "These imbeciles, General, are, for the moment, the representatives of the law. The Constitution protects them. They are sacred to me." "At least promise me one thing. Iron rod that you are. What is it?" "To keep quiet." "I will keep quiet as a citizen, but..." "But what? Come, I made a clean breast of it to you. You do likewise." "But if the Directory orders me to act, I shall march against the agitators, whoever they may be." "Ah, so you think I am ambitious?" asked Bonaparte. "I suspect as much," retorted Bernadotte, smiling. "Faith," said Bonaparte, "you don't know me. I have had enough of politics, and what I want is peace. Oh, my dear fellow, ma maison and 50,000 a year, and I'd willingly resign all the rest. You don't believe me? Well, I invite you to come and see me there. 3 months hence, and if you like pastorals, we'll do one together. Now, au revoir. I leave you with Joseph, and in spite of your refusal, I shall expect you at the Tuileries." Hark, our friends are becoming impatient. They were shouting, "Vive Bonaparte!" Bernadotte paled slightly. Bonaparte noticed this pallor. "Aha," he muttered, jealous. "I was mistaken. He is not a Spartan. He is an Athenian." As Bonaparte had said, his friends were growing impatient. During the hour that had elapsed since the decree had been posted, the salon, the anterooms, and the courtyard had been crowded. The first persons Bonaparte met at the head of the staircase was his compatriot, Colonel Sebastiani, when commanding the 9th Dragoons. "Ah, is that you, Sebastiani?" said Bonaparte. "Where are your men?" "In line along the Rue de la Victoire, General." "Well disposed?" "Enthusiastic. I distributed among them 10,000 cartridges, which I had in store." "Yes, but you had no right to draw those cartridges out without an order from the commandant of Paris. Do you know that you have burned your vessels, Sebastiani? Then take me into yours, General. I have faith in your fortunes. You mistake me for Caesar, Sebastiani. Faith, I might make worse mistakes. Besides, down below in the courtyard there are 40 officers or more, of all classes, without pay, whom the Directory has left in the most complete destitution for the last year. You are their only hope, General. They are ready to die for you." "That's right. Go to your regiment and take leave of it." "Take leave of it? What do you mean, General? I exchange it for a brigade. Go, go." Sebastiani did not wait to be told twice. Bonaparte continued his way. At the foot of the stairs he met Lefebvre. "Here I am, General," said Lefebvre. You? And where is the 17th Military Division? I am awaiting for my appointment to bring it into action. Haven't you received your appointment? From the Directory, yes, but as I am not a traitor, I have just sent in my resignation, so that they may know I am not to be counted on. And have you come for me to appoint you, so that I may count on you, is that it? Exactly. Quick, Roland, a blank commission. Fill in the General's name, so that I shall only have to put my name to it. I'll sign it on the pommel of my saddle. That's the true sort, said Lefebvre. Roland. The young man, who had already started obediently, came back to the General. Fetch me that pair of double-barreled pistols on my mantelpiece at the same time, said Bonaparte in a low voice. One never knows what may happen. Yes, General, said Roland. Besides, I shan't leave you, unless I send you to be killed elsewhere. True, replied the young man, hastening away to fulfill his double errand. Bonaparte was continuing on his way when he noticed a shadow in the corridor. He recognized Josephine and ran to her. Good God, cried she, is there so much danger? What makes you think that? I overheard the order you gave Roland. Serves you right for listening at doors. How about Goyer? He hasn't come, nor his wife. She's here. Bonaparte pushed Josephine aside with his hand and entered the salon. He found Madame Goyer alone and very pale. What? Said he, without any preamble. Isn't the president coming? He was unable to do so, General, replied Madame Goyer. Bonaparte repressed a movement of impatience. He absolutely must come, said he. Write him that I await him, and I will have the note sent. Thank you, General, replied Madame Goyer. My servants are here, and they can attend to that. Write, my dear friend, write, said Josephine, offering her paper and pen and ink. Bonaparte stood so that he could see over her shoulder what she wrote. Madame Goyer looked fixedly at him, and he drew back with a bow. She wrote the note, folded it, and looked about her for the sealing wax, but whether by accident or intention, there was none. Sealing the note with a wafer, she rang the bell. A servant came. Give this note to Comptoir, said Madame Goyer, and bid him take it to the Luxembourg at once. Bonaparte followed the servant, or rather the letter, with his eyes until the door closed. Then, turning to Madame Goyer, he said, I regret that I am unable to breakfast with you, but if the president has business to attend to, so have I. You must breakfast with my wife. Good appetite to you both. And he went out. At the door he met Roland. Here is the commission, General, said the young man, and a pen. Bonaparte took the pen, and using the back of his aide-de-camp's hat, he signed the commission. Roland gave him the pistols. Did you look to them? Asked Bonaparte. Roland smiled. Don't be uneasy, said he. I'll answer for them. Bonaparte slipped the pistols in his belt, murmuring as he did so, I wish I knew what she wrote her husband. I can tell you word for word what she wrote, General, said a voice close by. You, Bourrienne? Yes, she wrote, You did right not to come, my dear. All that is happening here convinces me that the invitation was only a snare. I will rejoin you shortly. You unsealed the letter. General Sextus Pompey gave a dinner on his galley to Antony and Lepidus. His freedman said to him, Shall I make you emperor of the world? How can you do it? Easily. I will cut the cable of your galley, and Antony and Lepidus are prisoners. You should have done so without telling me, replied Sextus. Now I charge you on your life not to do it. I remembered those words, General. You should have done so without telling me. Bonaparte thought an instant. Then he said, You are mistaken. It was Octavius and not Antony who was on Sextus' galley with Lepidus. And he went on his way to the courtyard, confining his blame to the historical blunder. Hardly had the general appeared on the portico than cries of Viva Bonaparte echoed through the courtyard into the street, where they were taken up by the dragoons, drawn up in line before the gate. That's a good omen, General, said Roland. Yes, give Lefebvre his commission at once, and if he has no horse, let him take one of mine. Tell him to meet me in the court of the Tuileries. His division is already there. All the more reason. Glancing about him, Bonaparte saw Moreau and Bournonville, who were waiting for him, their horses held by orderlies. He saluted them with a wave of his hand, already that of a master rather than that of a comrade. Then, perceiving General de Belle out of uniform, he went down the steps and approached him. "Why are you in civilian's dress?" he asked. "General, I was not notified. I chanced to be passing along the street and, seeing the crowd before your house, I came in, fearing you might be in danger. Go and put on your uniform quickly. But I live the other side of Paris. It would take too long, but nevertheless," he made as if to retire. "What are you going to do?" "Don't be alarmed, General." De Belle had noticed an artilleryman on horseback who was about his size. "Friend," said he, "I am General de Belle. By order of General Bonaparte, lend me your uniform and your horse, and I'll give you furlough for the day. Here's a louis to drink the health of the Commander-in-Chief. Tomorrow, come to my house for your horse and uniform. I live in the Rue Cherche-Midi, number 11. Will nothing be done to me? Yes, you shall be made a corporal." "Good," said the artilleryman, and he quickly handed over his uniform and horse to General de Belle. In the meantime, Bonaparte heard talking above him. He raised his head and saw Joseph and Bernadotte at a window. "Once more, General," he said to Bernadotte. "Will you come with me?" "No," said the latter firmly. Then, lowering his tone, he continued, "You told me just now to take care." "Yes." "Well, I say to you, take care." "Of what?" "You are going to the Tuileries?" "Of course. The Tuileries are very near the Place de la Révolution." "Oh," retorted Bonaparte, "the guillotine has been moved to the Barrière du Trône." "Never mind. The brewer Santerre still controls the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and Santerre is Moulon's friend. Santerre has been warned that at the first inimical movement he attempts, I will have him shot. Will you come?" "No." "As you please. You are separating your fortunes from mine. I do not separate mine from yours." Then, calling to his orderly, he said, "My horse." They brought his horse. Seeing an artillery private near him, he said, "What are you doing among the epaulettes?" The artilleryman began to laugh. "Don't you recognize me, General?" he asked. "Faith, it's de Belle. Where did you get that horse and the uniform?" "From that artilleryman you see standing there in his shirt. It will cost you a corporal's commission." "You are wrong, de Belle," said Bonaparte. "It will cost me 2 commissions, one for the corporal and one for the general of division. Forward, march, gentlemen. We are going to the Tuileries." And bending forward on his horse, as he usually did, his left hand holding a slack rein, his right resting on his hip, with bent head and dreamy eyes, he made his first steps along that incline, at once glorious and fatal, which was to lead him to a throne and to Saint Helena. Chapter 24. The 18th Brumaire. On entering the Rue de la Victoire, Bonaparte found Sebastiani's dragoons drawn up in line of battle. He wished to address them, but they interrupted him at the first words, shouting, "We want no explanations. We know that you seek only the good of the Republic. Vive Bonaparte." General Lefebvre, according to his promise, was waiting at the palace gates. Bonaparte, on his arrival at the Tuileries, was hailed with the same cheers that accompanied him. Once there, he raised his head and shook it. Perhaps this cry of Vive Bonaparte did not satisfy him. Was he already dreaming of Vive Napoleon? He advanced in front of the troop, surrounded by his staff, and read the decree of the 500, which transferred the sessions of the legislature to St. Cloud and gave him the command of the armed forces. Then, either from memory or offhand, Bonaparte never admitted anyone to such secrets. Instead of the proclamation he had dictated to Bourrienne 2 days earlier, he pronounced these words: "Soldiers, the Council of Ancients has given me the command of the city and the army. I have accepted it, to second the measures to be adopted for the good of the people. The Republic has been ill-governed for 2 years. You have hoped for my return to put an end to many evils. You celebrated it with a unanimity which imposes obligations that I now fulfill. Fulfill yours and second your general with the vigor, firmness and strength I have always found in you. Liberty, victory and peace will restore the French Republic to the rank it occupied in Europe, which ineptitude and treason alone caused her to lose." The soldiers applauded frantically. It was a declaration of war against the Directory, and soldiers will always applaud a declaration of war. The general dismounted amid shouts and bravos and entered the Tuileries. It was the second time he had crossed the threshold of this palace of the Valois, whose arches had so ill sheltered the crown and head of the last Bourbon who had reigned there. Beside him walked Citizen Roederer. Bonaparte started as he recognized him and said, "Ah, Citizen Roederer, you were here on the morning of the 10th August. "Yes, General," replied the future Count of the Empire. "It was you who advised Louis XVI to go before the National Assembly." "Yes. Bad advice, Citizen Roederer. I should not have followed it. We advise men according to what we know of them. I would not give General Bonaparte the same advice I gave King Louis XVI. When a king has the fact of his flight to Varennes and the 20th of June behind him, it is difficult to save him." As Roederer said these words, they reached a window opening on the garden of the Tuileries. Bonaparte stopped, and seizing Roederer by the arm, he said, "On the 20th of June I was there," pointing with his finger to the terrace by the water behind the third linden. "Through the open window I could see the poor king, with the red cap on his head. It was a piteous sight. I pitied him." "What did you do?" "Nothing. I could do nothing. I was only a lieutenant of artillery. But I longed to go in like the others and whisper, 'Sire, give me 4 cannon, and I'll sweep the whole rabble out.'" What would have happened if Lieutenant Bonaparte had followed his impulse, obtained what he wanted from Louis XVI, and swept the rabble out, that is to say, the people of Paris? Had his cannon made a clean sweep on June 20th, would he have had to make another on the 13th Vendémiaire for the benefit of the Convention? While the ex-syndic, who had grown grave, was outlining in his mind the opening pages of his future history of the consulate, Bonaparte presented himself at the bar of the Council of the Ancients, followed by his staff, and by all those who chose to do likewise. When the tumult caused by this influx of people had subsided, the president read over the decree which invested Bonaparte with the military power. Then, after requesting him to take oath, the president added, "He who has never promised his country a victory which he did not win cannot fail to keep religiously his new promise to serve her faithfully." Bonaparte stretched forth his hand and said solemnly, "I swear it." The last one had scarcely finished when Bonaparte recognized Barras's secretary, that same Bolot of whom Barras had spoken that morning to his 2 colleagues. He had come there solely to give his patron an account of all that was happening there, but Bonaparte fancied he was sent on some secret mission by Barras. He resolved to spare him the first advance and went straight to him, saying, "Have you come on behalf of the directors?" Then, without giving him time to answer, he continued, "What have they done with that France I left so brilliant? I left peace. I find war. I left victories. I find reverses. I left the millions of Italy, and I find spoliation and penury. What has become of the 100,000 Frenchmen whom I knew by name? They are dead." It was not precisely to Barras's secretary that these words should have been said, but Bonaparte wished to say them, needed to say them, and little he cared to whom he said them. Perhaps even from his point of view, it was better to say them to someone who could not answer him. At that moment, Sieyès rose. "Citizens," said he, "the directors Moulin and Goyer asked to be admitted." "They are no longer directors," said Bonaparte, "for there is no longer a directory." "But," objected Sieyès, "they have not yet sent in their resignation." "Then admit them and let them give it," retorted Bonaparte. Moulin and Goyer entered. They were pale but calm. They knew they came to force a struggle, but behind their resistance may have loomed the Sainte-Marie. The exiles they sent there the 18th of Fructidor pointed the way. "I see with satisfaction," Bonaparte hastened to say, "that you have yielded to our wishes and those of your 2 colleagues." Goyer made a step forward and said firmly, "We yield neither to your wishes nor to those of our 2 colleagues, who are no longer our colleagues, since they have resigned, but to the law. It requires that the decree transferring the legislative body to St. Cloud shall be proclaimed without delay. We have come here to fulfill the duty which the law imposes on us, fully determined to defend it against all factious persons, whomever they may be, who attempt to attack it. Your zeal does not astonish us, replied Bonaparte, and because you are a man who loves his country, you will unite with us. Unite with you? And why? To save the Republic. To save the Republic? There was a time, General, when you had the honor to be its prop, but today, the glory of saving it is reserved for us. You save it, retorted Bonaparte. How will you do that? With the means your constitution gives you? Why, that constitution is crumbling on all sides, and even if I did not topple it over, it could not last 8 days. Ah, cried Moulin, at last you avow your hostile intentions. My intentions are not hostile, shouted Bonaparte, striking the floor with the heel of his boot. The Republic is in peril, it must be saved, and I shall do it. You do it, cried Goyer. It seems to me it is for the Directory, not you to say, I shall do it. There is no longer a Directory. I did indeed hear that you said so just a moment before we came in. There is no longer a Directory, now that Sayers and Juco have resigned. You are mistaken. So long as there are 3 directors, the Directory still exists. Neither Moulin, Barras, nor myself have handed in our resignations. At that moment, a paper was slipped in Bonaparte's hand, and a voice said in his ear, "Read it." He did so, then said aloud, "You yourself are mistaken. Barras has resigned, and here is his resignation. The law requires 3 directors to make a directory. You are but 2. And, as you just now said, whoever resists the law is a rebel." Then, handing the paper to the president, he continued, "Add the citizen Barras' resignation to that of the citizens Sayers and Juco, and proclaim the fall of the Directory. I will announce it to my soldiers." Moulin and Goyer were confounded. Barras' resignation sapped the foundations of all their plans. Bonaparte had nothing further to do at the Council of the Ancients, but there still remained much to be done in the court of the Tuileries. He went down, followed by those who had accompanied him up. His soldiers no sooner caught sight of him than they burst into shouts of "Viva Bonaparte!" more noisily and more eagerly than ever. He sprang into his saddle and made them a sign that he wished to speak to them. 10,000 voices that had burst into the cries were hushed in a moment. Silence fell as if by enchantment. "Soldiers," said Bonaparte, in a voice so loud that all could hear it, "your comrades in arms on the frontiers are denuded of the necessities of life. The people are miserable. The authors of these evils are the factious men against whom I have assembled you today. I hope before long to lead you to victory. But first, we must deprive those who would stand in the way of public order and general prosperity of their power to do harm. Whether it was weariness of the government of the Directory, or the fascination exercised by the magic being who called them to victory, so long forgotten in his absence, shouts of enthusiasm arose, and like a train of burning powder spread from the Tuileries to the Carrousel, from the Carrousel to the adjacent streets. Bonaparte profited by this movement. Turning to Moreau, he said, "General, I will give you proof of the immense confidence I have in you. Bernadotte, whom I left at my house and who refused to follow us, had the audacity to tell me that if he received orders from the Directory, he should execute them against whosoever the agitators might be. General, I confide to you the guardianship of the Luxembourg. The tranquillity of Paris and the welfare of the Republic are in your hands." And without waiting for a reply, he put his horse to a gallop and rode off to the opposite end of the line. Moreau, led by military ambition, had consented to play a part in this great drama. He was now forced to accept that which the author assigned him. On returning to the Louvre, Goyer and Moulin found nothing changed apparently. All the sentries were at their posts. They retired to one of the salons of the presidency to consult together, but they had scarcely begun their conference when General Joubert, the commandant of the Luxembourg, received orders to join Bonaparte at the Tuileries with the guard of the Directory. Their places were filled by Moreau and a portion of the soldiers who had been electrified by Bonaparte. Nevertheless, the 2 directors drew up a message from the Council of the 500 in which they protested energetically against what had been done. When this was finished, Goyer handed it to his secretary, and Moulin, half dead with exhaustion, returned to his apartment to take some food. It was then about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. An instant later, Guayer's secretary returned in great perturbation. "Well," said Guayer, "why have you not gone?" "Citizen President," replied the young man, "we are prisoners in the palace." "Prisoners? What do you mean? The guard has been changed, and General Joubert is no longer in command." "Who has replaced him?" "I think someone said General Moreau." "Moreau? Impossible! And that coward Barras, where is he?" "He has started for his country place at Grosbois." "Ah, I must see Moulin," cried Boyer, rushing to the door. But at the entrance he found a sentry who barred the door. Boyer insisted. "No one can pass," said the sentry. "What? Not pass? No." "But I am President Boyer." "No one can pass," said the sentry. "That is the order." Boyer saw it would be useless to say more. Force would be impossible. He returned to his own rooms. In the meantime, General Moreau had gone to see Moulin. He wished to justify himself. Without listening to a word, the ex-director turned his back on him, and, as Moreau insisted, he said, "General, go into the antechamber. That is the place for jailers." Moreau bowed his head and understood for the first time into what a fatal trap his honour had fallen. At 5 o'clock, Bonaparte started to return to the Rue de la Victoire. All the generals and superior officers in Paris accompanied him. The blindest, those who had not understood the 13th Vendémiaire, those who had not yet understood the return from Egypt, now saw, blazing over the Tuileries, the star of his future, and as everybody could not be a planet, each sought to become a satellite. The shouts of "Vive Bonaparte," which came from the lower part of the Rue du Mont Blanc and swept like a sonorous wave toward the Rue de la Victoire, told Josephine of her husband's return. The impressionable Creole had awaited him anxiously. She sprang to meet him in such agitation that she was unable to utter a single word. "Come, come," said Bonaparte, becoming a kindly man he was in his own home. "Calm yourself. We have done today all that could be done." "Is it all over?" "Oh no," replied Bonaparte. "Must it be done all over again tomorrow?" "Yes, but tomorrow it will be merely a formality." That formality was rather rough, but everyone knows of the events of St. Cloud. We will therefore dispense with relating them and turn at once to the result, impatient as we are to get back to the real subject of our drama, from which the grand historical figure we have introduced diverted us for an instant. One more word. The 20th Brumaire, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Bonaparte was appointed first consul for 10 years. He himself selected Cambacérès and Lebrun as his associates under the title of second consuls, being firmly resolved this time to concentrate in his own person not only all functions of the two consuls, but those of the ministers. The 20th Brumaire he slept at the Luxembourg in President Guayer's bed, the latter having been liberated with his colleague Moulin. Roland was made governor of the Luxembourg. Chapter 25. An important communication. Some time after this military revolution, which created a great stir in Europe, convulsing the continent for a time, as a tempest convulses the ocean, some time after, we say on the morning of the 30th Nivoise, better and more clearly known to our readers as the 20th of January, 1800, Roland, in looking over the voluminous correspondence which his new office entailed upon him, found, among 50 other letters asking for an audience, the following: "Monsieur the Governor, I know your loyalty to your word, and you will see that I rely on it. I wish to speak to you for 5 minutes, during which I must remain masked. I have a request to make to you. This request you will grant or deny. In either case, as I shall have entered the palace of the Luxembourg in the interest of the first consul, Bonaparte, and the royalist party to which I belong, I shall ask for your word of honour that I may be allowed to leave it as freely as you allow me to enter. If tomorrow, at 7 in the morning, I see a solitary light in the window over the clock, I shall know that Colonel Roland de Montrevel has pledged me his word of honour, and I shall boldly present myself at the little door of the left wing of the palace, opening on the garden. I shall strike 3 blows at intervals after the manner of the Freemasons. In order that you may know to whom you engage or refuse your word, I sign a name which is known to you, that name having been, under circumstances you have probably not forgotten, pronounced before you. Morgan, Chief of the Companions of Jehu. Roland read the letter twice, thought it over for a few moments, then rose suddenly, and entering the first consul's study, handed it to him silently. The latter read it without betraying the slightest emotion, or even surprise. Then, with a laconism that was wholly Lacedaemonian, he said, "Place the light." Then he gave the letter back to Roland. The next evening at 7 o'clock, the light shone in the window, and at 5 minutes past the hour, Roland in person was waiting at the little door of the garden. He had scarcely been there a moment when 3 blows were struck on the door after the manner of the Freemasons, first 2 strokes and then 1. The door was opened immediately. A man wrapped in a cloak was sharply defined against the greyish atmosphere of the wintry night. As for Roland, he was completely hidden in shadow. Seeing no one, the man in the cloak remained motionless for a second. "Come in," said Roland. "Ah, it is you, Colonel. How do you know it is I?" asked Roland. "I recognize your voice." "My voice? But during those few moments we were together in the dining room at Avignon, I did not say a word." "Then he must have heard it elsewhere." Roland wondered where the chief of the Companions of Jehu could have heard his voice, but the other said gaily, "Is the fact that I know your voice any reason why we should stand at the door?" "No, indeed," replied Roland. "Take the lapel of my coat and follow me." I purposely forbade any lights being placed in the stairs and hall which lead to my room. "I am much obliged for the intention, but on your word I would cross the palace from one end to the other, though it were lighted a giorno, as the Italians say." "You have my word," replied Roland, "so follow me without fear." Morgan needed no encouragement. He followed his guide fearlessly. At the head of the stairs, Roland turned down a corridor equally dark, went 20 steps, opened a door, and entered his own room. Morgan followed him. The room was lighted by 2 wax candles only. Once there, Morgan took off his coat and laid his pistols on the table. "What are you doing?" asked Roland. "Faith, with your permission," replied Morgan gaily. "I am making myself comfortable. But those pistols you have just laid aside. Ah, did you think I brought them for you? For whom then? Why, that damned police. You can readily imagine that I am not disposed to let Citizen Fouché lay hold of me without burning the moustache of the first of his minions who lay hands on me. But once here, you feel you have nothing to fear?" "The deuce," exclaimed the young man. "I have your word." "Then why don't you unmask?" "Because my face only half belongs to me, the other half belongs to my companions. Who knows if one of us, being recognized, might not drag the others to the guillotine? For of course, you know, Colonel, we don't hide from ourselves. That is the price of our game." "Then why risk it?" "Ah, what a question. Why do you venture on the field of battle, where a bullet may plough through your breast or a cannonball lop off your head? Permit me to say that is different. On the battlefield I risk an honourable death. Ah, do you suppose that on the day I get my head cut off by the revolutionary triangle, I shall think myself dishonoured? Not the least in the world. I am a soldier like you, only we can't all serve our cause in the same way. Every religion has its heroes and its martyrs. Happy the heroes of this world, and happy the martyrs in the next." The young man uttered these words with a conviction which moved, or rather astonished, Roland. "But," continued Morgan, abandoning his enthusiasm to revert to the gaiety which seemed the distinctive trait of his character, "I did not come here to talk political philosophy. I came to ask you to let me speak to the first consul." "What, speak to the first consul?" exclaimed Roland. "Of course. Read my letter over. Did I not tell you that I had a request to make?" "Yes. Well, that request is to let me speak to General Bonaparte." "But permit me to say that I did not expect that request. It surprises you, makes you uneasy even. My dear Colonel, if you don't believe my word, you can search me from head to foot, and you will find that those pistols are my only weapons. And I haven't even got them, since there they are on your table. Better still, take one in each hand, post yourself between the first consul and me, and blow out my brains at the first suspicious move I make, Will that suit you? But will you assure me, if I disturb the first consul and ask him to see you, that your communication is worth the trouble? Oh, I'll answer for that, said Morgan. Then, in his joyous tones, he added, I am for the moment the ambassador of the crowned, or rather, discrowned, head, which makes it no less reverenced by noble hearts. Moreover, Monsieur Roland, I shall take up very little of your general's time. The moment the conversation seems too long, he can dismiss me, and I assure you he will not have to say the word twice. Roland was silent and thoughtful for a moment. And it is to the first consul only that you can make this communication? To the first consul only, as he alone can answer me. Very well, wait until I take his orders. Roland made a step toward the general's room. Then he paused and cast an uneasy look at a mass of papers piled on his table. Morgan intercepted this look. What? He said. You are afraid I shall read those papers in your absence? If you only knew how I detest reading. If my death warrant lay on that table, I wouldn't take the trouble to read it. I should consider that the clerk's business, and everyone to his own task. Monsieur Roland, my feet are cold, and I will sit here in your easy chair and warm them. I shall not stir till you return. Very good, monsieur, said Roland, and he went to the first consul. Bonaparte was talking with General Hedoville, commanding the troops of the Vendée. Hearing the door open, he turned impatiently. I told Bourrienne I would not see anyone. So he told me as I came in, but I told him that I was not anyone. True. What do you want? Be quick. He is in my room. Who? The man of Avignon. Aha. And what does he want? To see you. To see me? Yes, you, General. Does that surprise you? No. But what can he want to say to me? He refused obstinately to tell me, but I dare answer for it that he is neither importunate nor a fool. No, but he may be an assassin. Roland shook his head. Of course, since you introduce him. Moreover, he is willing that I should be present at the conference and stand between you and him. Bonaparte reflected an instant. Bring him in, he said. You know, General, that except me. Yes, General Hedoville will be so kind as to wait a second. Our conversation is of a nature that is not exhausted in one interview. Go, Roland. Roland left the room, crossed Bourrienne's office, re-entered his own room, and found Morgan, as he had said, warming his feet. Come, the first consul is waiting for you, said the young man. Morgan rose and followed Roland. When they entered Bonaparte's study, the latter was alone. He cast a rapid glance on the chief of the companions of Jehu, and felt no doubt that he was the same man he had seen at Avignon. Morgan had paused a few steps from the door, and was looking curiously at Bonaparte, convincing himself that he was the man he had seen at the table d'hôte the day he attempted the perilous restoration of the 200 louis stolen by an oversight from Jean Picot. Come nearer, said the first consul. Morgan bowed and made 3 steps forward. Bonaparte partly returned the bow with a slight motion of the head. You told me, my aide-de-camp, Colonel Roland, that you had a communication to make. Yes, citizen first consul. Does that communication require a private interview? No, citizen first consul, although it is of such importance. You would prefer to be alone? Beyond doubt, but prudence. The most prudent thing in France, citizen Morgan, is courage. My presence here, General, proves that I agree with you perfectly. Bonaparte turned to the young colonel. Leave us alone, Roland, said he. But, General, objected Roland. Bonaparte went up to him and said in a low voice, I see what it is. You are curious to know what this mysterious cavalier of the high road has to say to me. Don't worry, you shall know. That's not it. But suppose, as you said just now, he is an assassin. Didn't you declare he was not? Come, don't be a baby. Leave us. Roland went out. Now that we are alone, sir, said the first consul, speak. Morgan, without answering, drew a letter from his pocket and gave it to the general. Bonaparte examined it. It was addressed to him, and the seal bore the 3 fleurs-de-lis of France. Oh, he said. What is this, sir? Read it, citizen first consul. Bonaparte opened the letter and looked at the signature. Louis, he said. Louis, repeated Morgan. What Louis? Louis de Bourbon, I presume? Monsieur le Comte de Provence, brother of Louis XVI, consequently Louis XVIII, since his nephew, the Dauphin, is dead. Bonaparte looked at the stranger again. It was evident that Morgan was a pseudonym, assigned to hide his real name. Then, turning his eyes on the letter, he read, January 3rd, 1800. Whatever may be their apparent conduct, monsieur, men like you never inspire distrust. You have accepted an exalted post, and I thank you for so doing. You know better than others that force and power are needed to make the happiness of a great nation. Save France from her own madness, and you will fulfill the desire of my heart. Restore her king, and future generations will bless your memory. If you doubt my gratitude, choose your own place, determine the future of your friends. As for my principles, I am a Frenchman, clement by nature, still more so by judgment. No, the conqueror of Lodi, Castiglione, and Arcola, the conqueror of Italy and Egypt, cannot prefer an empty celebrity to fame. Lose no more precious time, we can secure the glory of France. I say we because I have need of Bonaparte for that which he cannot achieve without me. General, the eyes of Europe are upon you, glory awaits you, and I am eager to restore my people to happiness. Louis. Bonaparte turned to the young man, who stood erect, motionless and silent as a statue. Do you know the contents of this letter? He asked. The young man bowed. Yes, citizen First Consul. It was sealed, however. It was sent unsealed, under cover, to the person who entrusted it to me. And before doing so, he made me read it that I might know its full importance. Can I know the name of the person who entrusted it to you? George Cadoudal. Bonaparte started slightly. Do you know George Cadoudal? He asked. He is my friend. Why did he entrust it to you rather than to another? Because he knew that in telling me to deliver the letter to you with my own hand, it would be done. You have certainly kept your promise, sir. Not altogether yet, citizen First Consul. How do you mean? Haven't you delivered it to me? Yes, but I promised to bring back an answer. But if I tell you I will not give one, you will have answered, not precisely as I could have wished, but it will be an answer. Bonaparte reflected for a few moments. Then shaking his shoulders to rid himself of his own thoughts, he said, They are fools. Who, citizen? Asked Morgan. Those who write me such letters. Fools! Arch fools! Do they take me for a man who patterns his conduct by the past? Play monk. What good would it do? Bring back another Charles II? No, faith, it is not worthwhile. When a man has Toulon, the 13th of Vendémiaire, Lodi, Castiglione, Arcola, Rivoli, and the pyramids behind him, he's no monk. He has the right to aspire to more than a duchy of Albemarle and the command by land and sea of the forces of His Majesty King Louis XVIII. For that reason, you are asked to make your own conditions, citizen First Consul. Bonaparte started at the sound of that voice as if he had forgotten that anyone was present. Not counting, he went on, that it is a ruined family, a dead branch of a rotten trunk. The Bourbons have so intermarried with one another that the race is depraved. Louis XVIII exhausted all its sap, all its vigour. You know history, sir? Asked Bonaparte, turning to the young man. Yes, General, he replied, at least as well as a ci-devant can know it. Well, you must have observed in history, especially in that of France, that each race has its point of departure, its culmination, and its decadence. Look at the direct line of the Capets. Starting from Hugues Capet, they attained their highest grandeur in Philippe Auguste and Louis XI, and fell with Philip V and Charles IV. Take the Valois, starting with Philip VI. They culminated in Francois I, and fell with Charles IX and Henry III. See the Bourbons, starting with Henry IV. They have their culminating point in Louis XIV and fall with Louis XV and Louis XVI. Only they fall lower than the others, lower in debauchery with Louis XV, lower in misfortune with Louis XVI. You talk to me of the Stuarts. You show me the example of Monk. Will you tell me who succeeded Charles II, James II, and who to James II, William of Orange, a usurper? Would it not have been better, I ask you? If Monk had put the crown on his own head, well, if I was fool enough to restore Louis XVIII to the throne, like Charles II, he would have no children, and like James II, his brother Charles X would succeed him, and like him, would be driven out by some William of Orange. No, God has not put the destiny of this great and glorious country we call France into my hands that I should cast it back to those who have gambled with it and lost it. Permit me, General, to remark that I did not ask you for all this, but I ask you. I think you are doing me the honour to take me for posterity. Bonaparte started, turned around, saw to whom he was speaking, and was silent. I only want, said Morgan, with a dignity which surprised the man whom he addressed, a yes or a no. And why do you want that? To know whether we must continue to war against you as an enemy, or fall at your feet as a saviour. War, said Bonaparte, war, madman, they who war with me. Do they not see that I am the elect of God? Attila said the same thing. Yes, but he was the elect of destruction, I of the new era. The grass withered where he stepped, the harvest will ripen where I passed the plough. War, tell me what has become of those who have made it against me. They lie upon the plains of Piedmont, of Lombardy, and Cairo. You forget the Vendée. The Vendée is still afoot. Afoot, yes, but the leaders? Catiligno, Lecoeur, La Roche-Jacqueline, Delby, Bouchon, Stoffier, Charret. You are speaking of men only. The men have been mown down, it is true, but the principle is still afoot, and for it are fighting Autichamp, Suzannet, Grignon, Frotte, Chatillon, Cadoudal. The younger may not be worth the elder, but if they die as their elders died, what more can you ask? Let them beware. If I determine upon a campaign against the Vendée, I shall send neither Santerre nor Rossignol. The Convention sent Kleber, and the Directory Hoche. I shall not send, I shall go myself. Nothing worse can happen to them than to be killed like Lecoeur, or shot like Charette. It may happen that I pardon them. Cato taught us how to escape the pardon of Caesar. Take care, you are quoting a Republican. Cato was one of those men whose example can be followed, no matter what party they belong. And suppose I were to tell you that I hold the Vendée in the hollow of my hand, and that within 3 months she will lay down her arms if I choose. The young man shook his head. You don't believe me? I hesitate to believe you. If I affirm to you that what I say is true, if I prove it by telling you the means, or rather the men by whom I shall bring this about? If, like a man, General Bonaparte affirms a thing, I shall believe it, and if that thing is the pacification of the Vendée, I shall say, in my turn, beware. Better the Vendée fighting than the Vendée conspiring. The Vendée fighting means the sword, the Vendée conspiring means the dagger. Oh, I know your dagger, said Bonaparte. Here it is. And he drew from a drawer the dagger he had taken from Roland and laid it on the table within reach of Morgan's hand. But, he added, there is some distance between Bonaparte's breast and the assassin's dagger. Try. And he advanced to the young man with a flaming eye. I did not come here to assassinate you, said the young man coldly. Later, if I consider your death indispensable to the cause, I shall do all in my power, and if I fail, it will not be because you are Marius and I the Cimbrian. Have you anything else to say to me, citizen first consul? Concluded the young man, bowing. Yes, tell Cadoudal that when he is ready to fight the enemy, instead of Frenchmen, I have a colonel's commission ready signed in my desk for him. Cadoudal commands, not a regiment, but an army. You were unwilling to retrograde from Bonaparte to Monk. Why should you expect him to descend from general to colonel? Have you nothing else to say to me, citizen first consul? Yes, have you any way of transmitting my reply to the Comte de Provence? You mean King Louis XVIII? Don't let us quibble over words. To him who wrote to me. His envoy is now at the Camp Aubière. Well, I have changed my mind. I shall send him an answer. These Bourbons are so blind that this one would misrepresent my silence. And Bonaparte, sitting down at his desk, wrote the following letter with a care that showed he wished to make it legible. I have received your letter, monsieur. I thank you for the good opinion you express in it of me. You must not wish for your return to France. It could only be over 100,000 dead bodies. Sacrifice your own interest to the repose and welfare of France. History will applaud you. I am not insensible to the misfortunes of your family, and I shall hear with pleasure that you are surrounded with all that could contribute to the tranquillity of your retreat. Bonaparte. Then, folding and sealing the letter, he directed it to Monsieur le Comte de Provence, and handed it to Morgan. Then he called Roland, as if he knew the latter were not far off. "General," said the young officer, appearing instantly. "Conduct this gentleman to the street," said Bonaparte. "Until then, you are responsible for him." Roland bowed in sign of obedience. Let the young man, who said not a word, pass before him, and then followed. But before leaving, Morgan cast a last glance at Bonaparte. The latter was still standing, motionless and silent, with folded arms, his eyes fixed upon the dagger, which occupied his thoughts far more than he was willing to admit even to himself. As they crossed Roland's room, the chief of the companions of Jehu gathered up his cloak and pistols. While he was putting them in his belt, Roland remarked, "The citizen first consul seems to have shown you a dagger which I gave him." "Yes, monsieur," replied Morgan. "Did you recognize it?" "Not that one in particular. All our daggers are alike." "Well," said Roland, "I will tell you whence it came." "Ah, where was that?" "From the breast of a friend of mine, where your companions, possibly you yourself, thrust it." "Possibly," replied the young man, carelessly, "but your friend must have exposed himself to punishment. My friend wished to see what was happening at night in the Chartreuse." "He did wrong, but I did the same wrong the night before and nothing happened to me, probably because some talisman protects you. Monsieur, let me tell you something. I am a straightforward man who walks by daylight. I have a horror of all that is mysterious. Happy those who can walk the high roads by daylight, Monsieur de Montrevel. That is why I am going to tell you the oath I made, Monsieur Morgan. As I drew the dagger you saw from my friend's breast, as carefully as possible that I might not draw his soul with it, I swore that henceforth it should be war to the death between his assassins and myself. It was largely to tell you that I gave you a pledge of safety. That is an oath I hope to see you forget, Monsieur de Montrevel. It is an oath I shall keep under all circumstances, Monsieur Morgan, and you would be most kind if you would furnish me with an opportunity as soon as possible." "In what way, sir?" "Well, for example, by accepting a meeting with me, either in the Bois de Boulogne or at Vincennes. We don't need to say that we are fighting because you or one of your friends stabbed Lord Tanley. No, we can say anything you please." Roland reflected a moment. "We can say the duel is on account of the eclipse that takes place on the 12th of next month. Does the pretext suit you?" "The pretext would suit me," replied Morgan, in a tone of sadness of which he seemed incapable, "if the duel itself could take place. You have taken an oath and you mean to keep it, you say? Well, every initiate who enters the company of Jehu swears that he will not expose in any personal quarrel a life that belongs to the cause and not to himself." "Oh, so that you assassinate, but will not fight." "You are mistaken. We sometimes fight. Have the goodness to point out an occasion when I may study that phenomenon." "Easily enough. If you and 5 or 6 men, as resolute as yourself, will take your places in some diligence carrying government money and will defend it against our attack, the occasion you seek will come. But believe me, do better than that. Do not come in our way." "Is that a threat, sir?" asked the young man, raising his head. "No," replied Morgan in a gentle, almost supplicating voice. "It is an entreaty." "Is it addressed to me in particular, or would you include others?" "I make it to you in particular." And the chief of the companions of Jehu dwelt upon the last word. "Ah," exclaimed the young man, "then I am so fortunate as to interest you?" "As a brother," replied Morgan, in the same soft, caressing tone. "Well, well," said Roland, "this is decidedly a wager." Bourrienne entered at that moment. "Roland," he said, "the first consul wants you. Give me time to conduct this gentleman to the street and I'll be with him. Hurry up, you know he doesn't like to wait." "Will you follow me, sir?" Roland said to the mysterious companion. "I am at your orders, sir." "Come, then." And Roland, taking the same path by which he had brought Morgan, took him back, not to the door opening on the garden was closed, but to that on the street. Once there, he stopped and said, "Sir, I gave you my word and I have kept it faithfully. but that there may be no misunderstanding between us, have the goodness to tell me that you understand it to have been for this one time and for today only. That was how I understood it, sir. You give me back my word, then? I should like to keep it, sir, but I recognize that you are free to take it back. That is all I wish to know. Au revoir, Monsieur Morgan. Permit me not to offer you the same wish, Monsieur de Montrevel. The two young men bowed with perfect courtesy. Roland re-entered the Luxembourg, and Morgan, following the line of shadow projected by the walls, took one of the little streets to the Place Saint-Sulpice. It is he whom we are now to follow. Chapter 26. The Ball of the Victims. After taking about 100 steps, Morgan removed his mask. He ran more risk of being noticed in the streets of Paris as a masked man than with uncovered face. When he reached the Rue Taranne, he knocked at the door of a small furnished lodging house at the corner of that street and the Rue du Dragon, took a candlestick from a table, a key number 12 from a nail, and climbed the stairs without exciting other attention than a well-known lodger would returning home. The clock was striking 10 as he closed the door of his room. He listened attentively to the strokes, the light of his candle not reaching as far as the chimney-piece. He counted 10. Good, he said to himself. I shall not be too late. In spite of this probability, Morgan seemed determined to lose no time. He passed a bit of tinder paper under the heater of the hearth, which caught fire instantly. He lighted 4 wax candles, all there were in the room, placed 2 on the mantel-shelf and 2 on the bureau opposite, and spread upon the bed a complete dress of the incroyable of the very latest fashion. It consisted of a short coat, cut square across the front and long behind, of a soft shade between a pale green and a pearl grey, a waistcoat of buff plush with 18 mother-of-pearl buttons, an immense white cravat of the finest cambric, light trousers of white cashmere, decorated with a knot of ribbon where they buttoned above the calves, and pearl grey silk stockings, stripped transversely with the same green as the coat, and delicate pumps with diamond buckles. The inevitable eyeglass was not forgotten. As for the hat, it was precisely the same in which Carle Vernet painted his dandy of the Directory. When these things were ready, Morgan waited with seeming impatience. At the end of 5 minutes, he rang the bell. A waiter appeared. "Hasn't the wig-maker come?" asked Morgan. In those days, wig-makers were not yet called hairdressers. "Yes, citizen," replied the waiter. "He came, but you had not yet returned. So he left word that he'd come back. Someone knocked just as you rang. It's probably—" "Here, here," cried a voice on the stairs. "Ah, bravo!" exclaimed Morgan. "Come in, Master Cadenet. You must make a sort of Adonis of me." "That won't be difficult, Monsieur le Baron," replied the wig-maker. Look here. Do you mean to compromise me, Citizen Cadenet?" "Monsieur le Baron, I entreat you, call me Cadenet. You will honour me by that proof of familiarity. But don't call me citizen. Fie, that's a revolutionary denomination. Even in the worst of the terror, I always called my wife Madame Cadenet. Now excuse me for not waiting for you, but there's a great ball in the Rue du Bac this evening. The ball of the victims." The wig-maker emphasized this word. "I should have thought that Monsieur le Baron would be there." "Why," cried Morgan, laughing, "so you are still a royalist, Cadenet?" The wig-maker laid his hand tragically on his heart. "Monsieur le Baron," said he, "it is not only a matter of conscience, but a matter of state. Conscience? I can understand that, Master Cadenet, but state? What the devil has the Honourable Guild of Wig-makers to do with politics?" "What, Monsieur le Baron?" said Cadenet, all the while getting ready to dress his client's hair. "You ask me that? You, an aristocrat?" "Hush, Cadenet, Monsieur le Baron. We, ci-devants, can say that to each other. So you are a ci-devant? To the core. In what style shall I dress Monsieur le Baron's hair?" "Dog ears, and tied up behind. With a dash of powder, too, if you like, Cadenet." "Ah, monsieur, when one thinks that for 5 years I was the only man who had an atom of powder." Why, Monsieur le Baron, a man was guillotined from owning a box of powder. I've known people who were guillotined for less than that, Cadenet. But explain how you happen to be a ci-devant. I like to understand everything. It's very simple, Monsieur le Baron. You admit, don't you, that among the guilds there were some that were more or less aristocratic? Beyond doubt. Accordingly, as they were nearer to the higher classes of society. That's it, Monsieur le Baron. Well, we had the higher classes by the hair of their head. I, such as you see me, I have dressed Madame de Lipognac's hair. My father dressed Madame du Barry's. My grandfather, Madame de Pompadour's. We had our privileges, monsieur. We carried swords. It is true, to avoid the accidents that were liable to crop up among hotheads like ourselves. Our swords were usually of wood, but at any rate, if they were not the actual thing, they were very good imitations. Yes, Monsieur le Baron, continued Cadenet with a sigh. Those days were the good days, not only for the wig makers, but for all France. We were in all the secrets, all the intrigues. Nothing was hidden from us. And there is no known instance, Monsieur le Baron, of a wig maker betraying a secret. Just look at our poor queen. To whom did she trust her diamonds? To the great, the illustrious Leonard, the Prince of Wigmakers. Well, Monsieur le Baron, 2 men alone overthrew the scaffolding of a power that rested on the wigs of Louis XIV, the puffs of the Regency, the frisettes of Louis XV, and the cushions of Marie Antoinette. And those 2 men, those levellers, those 2 revolutionaries, who were they, Cadenet? That I may doom them, so far as it lies in my power, to public execration. Monsieur Rousseau and Citizen Talma. Monsieur Rousseau, who said that absurdity, we must return to nature, and Citizen Talma, who invented the Titus headdress. That's true, Cadenet. That's true. When the Directory came in, there was a moment's hope. Monsieur Barras never gave up powder, and Citizen Moulin stuck to his queue. But you see, the 18th Brumaire has knocked it all down. How could anyone frizz Bonaparte's hair? Ah, there, continued Cadenet, puffing out the dog's ears of his client. There's aristocratic hair for you, soft and fine as silk, and takes the tongue so well, one would think you wore a wig. See, Monsieur le Baron, you wanted to be as handsome as Adonis. Ah, if Venus had seen you, it's not of Adonis that Mars would have been jealous. And Cadenet, now at the end of his labours and satisfied with the result, presented a hand mirror to Morgan, who examined himself complacently. Come, come, he said to the wig-maker. You are certainly an artist, my dear fellow. Remember this style, for if ever they cut off my head, I shall choose to have it dressed like that. For there will probably be women at my execution. And Monsieur le Baron wants them to regret him, said the wig-maker gravely. Yes, and in the meantime, my dear Cadenet, here is a crown to reward your labours. Have the goodness to tell them below to call a carriage for me. Cadenet sighed. Monsieur le Baron, said he, time was when I should have answered, show yourself at court with your hair dressed like that, and I shall be paid. But there is no court now, Monsieur le Baron, and one must live. You shall have your carriage. With which Cadenet sighed again, slipped Morgan's crown in his pocket, made the reverential bow of wig-makers and dancing masters, and left the young man to complete his toilette. The head being now dressed, the rest was soon done. The cravat alone took time, owing to the many failures that occurred, but Morgan concluded the difficult task with an experienced hand, and as 11 o'clock was striking, he was ready to start. Cadenet had not forgotten his errand. A hackney coach was at the door. Morgan jumped into it, calling out Rue du Bac, number 60. The coach turned into the Rue de Grenelle, went up the Rue du Bac, and stopped at number 60. Here's a double fare, friend, said Morgan, on condition that you don't stand before the door. The driver took the 3 francs and disappeared around the corner of the Rue de Varennes. Morgan glanced up the front of the house. It seemed as though he must be mistaken, so dark and silent was it. But he did not hesitate. He rapped in a peculiar fashion. The door opened. At the further end of the courtyard was a building, brilliantly lighted. The young man went toward it, and as he approached, the sound of instruments met his ear. He ascended a flight of stairs and entered the dressing room. There he gave his cloak to the usher, whose business it was to attend to the wraps. "Here is your number," said the usher. "As for your weapons, you are to place them in the gallery where you can find them easily." Morgan put the number in his trousers pocket and entered the great gallery, transformed into an arsenal. It contained a complete collection of arms of all kinds: pistols, muskets, carbines, swords, and daggers. As the ball might at any moment be invaded by the police, it was necessary that every dancer be prepared to turn defender at an instant's notice. Laying his weapons aside, Morgan entered the ballroom. We doubt if any pen could give the reader an adequate idea of the scene of that ball. Generally, as the name ball of the victims indicated, no one was admitted except by the strange right of having relatives who had either been sent to the scaffold by the Convention or the Commune of Paris, blown to pieces by Collot d'Herbois, or drowned by Carrier. As, however, the victims' guillotine during the 3 years of their terror far outnumbered the others, the dresses of the majority of those who were present were the clothes of the victims of the scaffold. Thus, most of the young girls whose mothers and older sisters had fallen by the hands of the executioner wore the same costume their mothers and sisters had worn for that last lugubrious ceremony, that is to say, a white gown and red shawl, with their hair cut short at the nape of a neck. Some added to this costume, already so characteristic, a detail that was even more significant. They knotted around their necks a thread of scarlet silk, fine as the blade of a razor, which, as in False Marguerite, at the witches' Sabbath, indicated the cut of the knife between the throat and the collarbone. As for the men who were in the same case, they wore the collars of their coats turned down behind, those of their shirt wide open, their necks bare, and their hair cut short. But many had other rights of entrance to this ball besides that of having victims in their families. Some had made victims themselves. These latter were increasing. There were present men of 40 or 45 years of age, who had been trained in the boudoirs of the beautiful courtesans of the 17th century, who had known Madame du Barry in the attics of Versailles, Sophie Arnault with Monsieur de Lauraguais, Le Doutet with the Comte d'Artois, who had borrowed from the courtesies of vice the polish with which they covered their ferocity. They were still young and handsome. They entered the salon, tossing their perfumed locks and their scented handkerchiefs, nor was it a useless precaution, for if the odour of musk or verbena had not masked it, they would have smelled the blood. There were men there 25 or 30 years old, dressed with extreme elegance, members of the Association of Avengers, who seemed possessed with the mania of assassination, the lust of slaughter, the frenzy of blood, which no blood could quench, men who, when the order came to kill, killed all, friends or enemies, men who carried their business methods into the business of murder, giving their bloody checks for the heads of such or such Jacobins, or paying on sight. There were younger men, 18 and 20, almost children, but children fed, like Achilles, on the marrow of wild beasts, like Pyrrhus, on the flesh of bears. Here were the pupil bandits of Schiller, the apprentice judges of the Saint Verme, that strange generation that follows great political convulsions, like the Titans after chaos, the Hydras after the deluge, as the vultures and crows follow the carnage. Here was the spectre of iron, impassable, implacable, inflexible, which men call retaliation, and this spectre mingled with the guests. It entered the gilded salons, it signalled with a look, a gesture, a nod, and men followed where it led. It was, as says the author from whom we have borrowed these hitherto unknown but authentic details, a merry lust for extermination. The terror had affected great cynicism in clothes, a Spartan austerity in its food, the profound contempt of a barbarous people for arts and enjoyments. The Thermidorian reaction was, on the contrary, elegant, opulent, adorned. It exhausted all luxuries, all voluptuous pleasures. as in the days of Louis XV, with one addition, the luxury of vengeance, the lust of blood. Féron's name was given to the youth of the day, which was called the Jeunesse Féron, or the Jeunesse Dorée, gilded youth. Why Féron? Why should he, rather than others, receive that strange and fatal honour? I cannot tell you. My researchers, those who know me, will do the justice to admit that when I have an end in view, I do not count them. My researchers have not discovered an answer. It was a whim of fashion, and fashion is the one goddess more capricious than fortune. Our readers will hardly know today who Féron was. The Féron, who was Voltaire's assailant, was better known than he who was the patron of these elegant assassins. One was the son of the other. Louis Stanislas was the son of Elie Catherine. The father died of rage when Miromesnil, keeper of the seals, suppressed his journal. The other, irritated by the injustices of which his father had been the victim, had at first ardently embraced the revolutionary doctrines. Instead of the Année littéraire, strangled to death in 1775, he created the Orateur du Peuple in 1789. He was sent to the Midi on a special mission, and Marseille and Toulon retain, to this day, the memory of his cruelty. But all was forgotten when, on the 9th Thermidor, he proclaimed himself against Robespierre, and assisted in casting from the altar the supreme being, the Colossus who, being an apostle, had made himself a god. Féron, repudiated by the mountain which abandoned him to the heavy jaws of Moise Bay, Féron disdainfully repulsed by the Girondins, who delivered him over to the imprecations of Isnard. Féron, as the terrible and picturesque orator of the Var said, Féron, naked and covered with the leprosy of crime, was accepted, caressed, and petted by the Thermidorians. From them he passed into the camp of the Royalists, and, without any reason whatever for obtaining that fatal honour, found himself suddenly at the head of a powerful party of youth, energy and vengeance, standing between the passions of the day, which led to all, and the impotence of the law, which permitted all. It was to the midst of this, Jeunesse Féron, mouthing its words, slurring its R's, giving its word of honour about everything, that Morgan now made his way. It must be admitted that this jeunesse, in spite of the clothes it wore, in spite of the memories these clothes evoked, was wildly gay. This seems incomprehensible, but it is true. Explain, if you can, that dance of death at the beginning of the 15th century, which, with all the fury of a modern gallop, led by Moussat, whirled its chain through the very cemetery of the innocents, and left amid its tombs 50,000 of its votaries. Morgan was evidently seeking someone. A young dandy who was dipping into the silver-gilt comfit box of a charming victim with an ensanguined finger, the only part of his delicate hand that had escaped the almond paste, tried to stop him to relate the particulars of the expedition from which he had brought back this bloody trophy. But Morgan smiled, pressed his other hand, which was gloved, and contented himself with replying, "I am looking for someone. Important. Company of Jehu." The young man with the bloody finger let him pass. An adorable fury, as Corneille would have called her, whose hair was held up by a dagger with a blade as sharp as a needle, barred his way, saying, "Morgan, you are the handsomest, the bravest, the most deserving of love of all the men present. What have you to say to the woman who tells you that?" "I answer that I love," replied Morgan, "and that my heart is too narrow to hold one hatred and two loves." And he continued on his search. Two young men who were arguing, one saying he was English, the other he was German, stopped him. "The deuce," cried one, "here is the man who can settle it for us." "No," replied Morgan, trying to push past them, "I'm in a hurry." "There's only a word to say," said the other. "We have made a bet, Saint-Amand and I, that the man who was tried and executed at the Chartreuse du Sayon was, according to him, a German, and according to me, an Englishman." "I don't know," replied Morgan. "I wasn't there. Ask Hector. He presided that night." "Tell us where Hector is." "Tell me, rather, where Tiffauges is. I'm looking for him." Over there, at the end of the room, said the young man, pointing to a part of the room where the dance was more than usually gay and animated. You will recognize him by his waistcoat, and his trousers are not to be despised. I shall have a pair like them made with the skin of the very first hound I meet. Morgan did not take time to ask in what way Tifor's waistcoat was remarkable, or by what queer cut or precious material his trousers had won the approbation of a man as expert in such matters as he who had spoken to him. He went straight to the point indicated by the young man, saw the person he was seeking dancing at ete, which seemed, by the intricacy of his weaving, if I may be pardoned for this technical term, to have issued from the salons of the vestries himself. Morgan made a sign to the dancer. Tiforge stopped instantly, bowed to his partner, led her to her seat, excused himself on the plea of the urgency of the matter which called him away, and returned to take Morgan's arm. "Did you see him?" Tiforge asked Morgan. "I have just left him," replied the latter. "Did you deliver the king's letter?" "To himself." "Did he read it at once?" "He sent an answer." "Two, one verbal, one written. The second dispenses with the first." "You have it?" "Here it is." "Do you know the contents?" "A refusal." "Positive?" "Nothing could be more positive." "Does he know that from the moment he takes all hope away from us, we shall treat him as an enemy?" "I told him so." "What did he answer?" "He didn't answer, he shrugged his shoulders." "What do you think his intentions are?" "It's not difficult to guess." "Does he mean to keep the power himself?" "It looks like it." "The power, but not the throne." "Why not the throne?" "He would never dare to make himself king." "Oh, I can't say he means to be absolutely king, but I'll answer for it that he means to be something." "But he's nothing but a soldier of fortune." "My dear fellow, better in these days to be the son of his deeds than the grandson of a king." The young man thought a moment. "I shall report it all to Cadudal," he said, "and add that the first consul said these very words. I hold the Vendée in the hollow of my hand, and if I choose, in 3 months, not another shot will be fired. It's a good thing to know. You know it, let Cadudal know it, and take measures." Just then the music ceased. The hum of the dancers died away. Complete silence prevailed, and in the midst of this silence, 4 names were pronounced in a sonorous and emphatic voice. These 4 names were Morgan, Monbar, Adler, and Dassas. "Pardon me," Morgan said to Tiforge. "They are probably arranging some expedition in which I am to take part. I am forced, therefore, to my great regret, to bid you farewell. Only before I leave you, let me look closer at your waistcoat and trousers, of which I have heard, curiosity of an amateur. I trust you will excuse it." "Surely," exclaimed the young Vendée, "most willingly." Chapter 27. The Bearskin. With a rapidity and good nature that did honour to his courtesy, he went close to the candelabra, which were burning on the chimney-piece. The waistcoat and trousers seemed to be of the same stuff, but what was that stuff? The most experienced connoisseur would have been puzzled. The trousers were tight-fitting as usual, of a light tint between buff and flesh colour. The only remarkable thing about them was the absence of the seam and the closeness with which they clung to the leg. The waistcoat, on the other hand, had 2 characteristic signs which attracted attention. It had been pierced by 3 balls, which had the holes gaping, and these were stained a carmine, so much like blood that it might easily have been mistaken for it. On the left side was painted a bloody heart, the distinguishing sign of the Vendéens. Morgan examined the 2 articles with the closest attention, but without result. "If I were not in such a hurry," said he, "I should like to look into the matter for myself. But you heard for yourself, in all probability, some news has reached the committee, government money probably. You can announce it to Cadudal, only we shall have to take it first. Ordinarily, I command these expeditions. If I delay, someone may take my place. So tell me what your waistcoat and trousers are made of." "My dear Morgan," replied the Vendéen, "perhaps you have heard that my brother was captured near Brescia and shot by the Blues?" "Yes, I know that. The Blues were retreating. They left the body at the corner of the hedge. We were pursuing them so closely that we arrived just after them. I found the body of my brother still warm. In one of his wounds, a sprig was stuck with these words, "Shot as a brigand by me, Claude Flageolet, corporal of the 3rd Battalion of Paris. I took my brother's body and had the skin removed from his breast. I vowed that this skin, pierced with 3 holes, should eternally cry vengeance before my eyes. I made it my battle waistcoat." "Ah!" exclaimed Morgan, with a certain astonishment, in which, for the first time, was mingled something akin to terror. "Ah, then that waistcoat is made of your brother's skin? And the trousers?" "Oh," replied the Vendine, "the trousers, that's another matter. They are made of the skin of Claude Flageolet, corporal of the 3rd Battalion of Paris." At that moment, the voice again called out, in the same order, the names of Morgan, Montbard, Adler, and Dassas. Morgan rushed out of the study, crossed the dancing hall from end to end, and made his way to a little salon on the other side of the dressing room. His 3 companions, Montbard, Adler, and Dassas, were already there. With them was a young man in the government livery of a bearer of dispatches, namely a green and gold coat. His boots were dusty, and he wore a visored cap and carried the dispatch box, the central accoutrements of a cabinet courier. One of Cassini's maps, on which could be followed the whole lay of the land, was spread on the table. Before saying why this courier was there, and with what object the map was unfolded, let us cast a glance at the 3 new personages whose names had echoed through the ballroom, and who are destined to play an important part in the rest of this history. The reader already knows Morgan, the Achilles and the Paris of this strange association. Morgan with his blue eyes, his black hair, his tall, well-built figure, graceful, easy, active bearing, his eyes which was never without animation, his mouth with its fresh lips and white teeth that was never without a smile, his remarkable countenance, composed of mingling elements that seemed so foreign to each other, strength and tenderness, gentleness and energy, and, through it all, that bewildering expression of gaiety that was at times alarming when one remembered that this man was perpetually rubbing shoulders with death, and the most terrifying of all deaths, that of a scaffold. As for Dassas, he was a man from 35 to 38 years of age, with bushy hair that was turning grey and moustaches as black as ebony. His eyes were of that wonderful shade of Indian eyes, virgin on maroon. He was formerly a captain of dragoons, admirably built for the struggle, whether physical or moral, his muscles indicating strength and his face obstinacy. For the rest, a noble bearing, great elegance of manners, scented like a dandy, carrying either from caprice or luxury a bottle of English-smelling salts, or a silver-gilt vinaigrette containing the most subtle perfumes. Montbard and Adler, whose real names were unknown, like those of Dassas and Morgan, were commonly called by the company the Inseparables. Imagine Damon and Pythias, Euryalus and Nissus, Orestes and Pylades. At 22, one joyous, loquacious, noisy, the other melancholy, silent, dreamy, sharing all things, dangers, money, mistresses, one the complement of the other, each rushing to all extremes, but forgetting self when in peril, to watch over the other, like the Spartan youths on the sacred legions, and you will form an idea of Montbard and Adler. It is needless to say that all 3 were companions of Jehu. They had been convoked, as Morgan suspected, on business of the company. On entering the room, Morgan went straight to the pretended bearer of dispatches and shook hands with him. "Ah, the dear friend," said the latter, with a stiff movement showing that the best rider cannot do 150 miles on post-hacks with impunity. "You are taking it easy, you Parisians. Hannibal at Capua slept on rushes and thorns compared to you." I only glanced at the ballroom in passing, as becomes a poor cabinet courier bearing dispatches from General Massena to the citizen, first consul, but it seemed to me you were a fine lot of victims. Only, my poor friends, you will have to bid farewell to all that for the present. Disagreeable, unlucky, exasperating, no doubt, but the house of Jehu before all. "My dear Hastia," began Morgan. "Stop," cried Hastia. "No proper names, if you please, gentlemen. The Hastiers are an honest family in Lyon, doing business, it is said, on the Place des Terreaux, from father to son, and would be much humiliated to learn that their heir had become a cabinet courier and rode the highways with the national pack on his back. Lecoq, as much as you please, but not Hastier. I don't know Hastier, and you, gentlemen, continued the young man, addressing Montbard, Adler, and Dassas, do you know him? No, replied the three young men, and we ask pardon for Morgan, who did wrong. My dear Lecoq, exclaimed Morgan. That's right, interrupted Hastier. I answer to that name. Well, what did you want to tell me? I wanted to say that if you are not the antipodes of the god Harpocrates, whom the Egyptians represent with a finger on his lips, you will, instead of indulging in a lot of declamations, more or less flowery, tell us why this costume and why that map. The deuce, retorted the young man. If you don't know already, it's your fault and not mine. If I hadn't been obliged to call you twice, caught as you doubtless were in the toils of some beautiful Eumenides, exploring vengeance of a fine young man for the death of her old parents, you'd know as much as these gentlemen, and I wouldn't have to sing an encore. Well, here's what it is. Simply of the remaining treasure of the Bern Bears, which General Lecourbe is sending to the citizen first consul by order of General Massana. A trifle, only 100,000 francs. That they don't dare send over the Jura on account of Monsieur Tessonnet's partisans who, they pretend, are likely to seize it, so it will be sent by Geneva, Bourg, Mâcon, Dijon, and Troyes, a much safer way, as they will find when they try it. Very good. We were informed of this by Renard, who started from Gex at full speed and transmitted the news to L'Hirondelle, who is at present stationed at Chalon-sur-Saône. He transmitted it to me, Lecoq, at Auxerre, and I have done 150 miles to transmit it in turn to you. As for the secondary details, here they are. The treasure left Bern last Octodi, 28th Nivois, year 8, of the Republic triple and indivisible. It should reach Genoa today, Duodi, and leave tomorrow, Tridi, by the diligence from Geneva to Bourg, so that by leaving this very night, by the day after tomorrow, Quintide, you can, my dear sons of Israel, meet the treasure of Messiahs, the bears between Dijon and Troyes, near Bar-sur-Seine, or Châtillon. What do you say? By heavens, cried Morgan, we say that there seems to be no room for argument left. We say we should never have permitted ourselves to touch the money of their highnesses, the bears of Bern, so long as it remained in their coffers. But as it has changed hands once, I see no objection to its doing so a second time. Only, how are we to start? Haven't you a post-chaise? Yes, it's here in the coach-house. Haven't you horses to get you to the next stage? They are in the stable. Haven't you each your passports? We have each 4. Well then, we can't stop the diligence in a post-chaise. We don't put ourselves to too much inconvenience, but we don't take our ease in that way. Well, and why not? Asked Montbard. It would be original. I can't see why, if sailors board from one vessel to another, we couldn't board a diligence from a post-chaise. We want novelty. Shall we try it, Adler? I ask nothing better, replied the latter, but what will we do with the postilion? That's true, replied Montbard. The difficulty is foreseen, my children, said the courier. A messenger has been sent to Troyes. You will leave your post-chaise at Del Bos. There you will find 4 horses all saddled and stuffed with oats. You will then calculate your time, and the day after tomorrow, or rather tomorrow, for it is past midnight, between 7 and 8 in the morning, the money of Messiahs, Bryn, will pass an anxious quarter of an hour. Shall we change our clothes? Inquired Dassas. What for? Replied Morgan. I think we are very presentable as we are. No diligence could be relieved of unnecessary weight by better dressed fellows. Let us take a last glance at the map, transfer a pâté, a cold chicken, and a dozen of champagne from the supper room to the pockets of the coach, armed to the teeth in the arsenal, wrap ourselves in warm cloaks, and clack, postilion. Yes, cried Montbard, that's the idea. I should think so, added Morgan. We'll kill the horses if necessary, and be back at 7 in the evening, in time to show ourselves at the opera. That will establish an alibi, observed Dassas. Precisely, said Morgan, with his imperturbable gaiety. How could men who applaud Mademoiselle Clotilde and Monsieur Vestris at 8 o'clock in the evening have been at Bar and Chatillon in the morning, settling accounts with the conductor of a diligence? Come, my sons, a last look at the map to choose our spot. The 4 young men bent over Cassini's map. If I may give you a bit of topographical advice, said the courier, it would be to put yourselves in ambush just beyond Massou. There's a ford opposite to the Rices. See, there. And the young man pointed out the exact spot on the map. I should return to Chacors. There, from Chacors, you have a department road, straight as an arrow, which will take you to Troyes. At Troyes, you take carriage again and follow the road to Son, instead of that to Colomiers. The donkeys, there are plenty in the Provences who saw you in the morning, won't wonder at seeing you again in the evening. You'll get to the opera at 10 instead of 8, a more fashionable hour, neither seen nor recognized, I'll warrant you. Adopted, so far as I'm concerned, said Morgan. Adopted, cried the other 3 in chorus. Morgan pulled out one of the 2 watches whose chains were dangling from his belt. It was a masterpiece of Petito's enamel, and on the outer case, which protected the painting, was a diamond monogram. The pedigree of this beautiful trinket was as well established as that of an Arab horse. It had been made for Marie Antoinette, who had given it to the Duchess of Polastron, who had given it to Morgan's mother. 1 o'clock, said Morgan. Come, gentlemen, we must relay at Lagny at 3. From that moment the expedition had begun, and Morgan became its leader. He no longer consulted, he commanded. Dassas, who in Morgan's absence commanded, was the first to obey on his return. Half an hour later, a closed carriage containing 4 young men, wrapped in their cloaks, was stolen at the Fontainebleau barrier by the postguard, who demanded their passports. "Oh, what a joke!" exclaimed one of them, putting his head out of the window and affecting the pronunciation of the day. "Passports to drive to Guabois to call the citizen Bess. Word of fluted honor. You're crazy, friend. Go on, driver." The coachman whipped up his horses, and the carriage passed without further opposition. Chapter 28. Family Matters. Let us leave our 4 hunters on their way to Lagny, where, thanks to the passports they owed to the obligingness of certain clerks in Citizen Fouché's employ, they exchanged their own horses for post-horses and their coachman for a postilion, and see why the first consul had sent for Roland. After leaving Morgan, Roland had hastened to obey the general's orders. He found the latter standing in deep thought before the fireplace. At the sound of his entrance, General Bonaparte raised his head. "What were you 2 saying to each other?" asked Bonaparte, without preamble, trusting to Roland's habit of answering his thought. "Why," said Roland, "we paid each other all sorts of compliments and parted the best friends in the world." "How does he impress you?" "As a perfectly well-bred man." "How old do you take him to be?" "About my age, at the outside." "So I think his voice is youthful." "What now, Roland? Can I be mistaken? Is there a new royalist generation growing up?" "No, General," replied Roland, shrugging his shoulders. "It's the remains of the old one." "Well, Roland, we must build up another, devoted to my son, if ever I have one." Roland made a gesture which might be translated into the words, "I don't object." Bonaparte understood the gesture perfectly. "You must do more than not object," said he. "You must contribute to it." A nervous shudder passed over Roland's body. "In what way, General?" he asked. "By marrying." Roland burst out laughing. "Good. With my aneurysm?" he asked. Bonaparte looked at him and said, "My dear Roland, your aneurysm looks to me very much like a pretext for remaining single." "Do you think so?" "Yes. And as I am a moral man, I insist upon marriage." "Does that mean that I am immoral?" retorted Roland, "or that I cause any scandal with my mistresses?" "Augustus," answered Bonaparte, "created laws against celibates, depriving them of their rights as Roman citizens." "Augustus." "Well, I'll wait until you are Augustus. As yet, you are only Caesar." Bonaparte came closer to the young man and, laying his hands on his shoulders, said, "Roland, there are some names I do not wish to see extinct, and among them is that of Montrevel." "Well, General, in my default, supposing that through caprice or obstinacy I refuse to perpetuate it. There is my little brother. What, your brother? Then you have a brother? Why, yes, I have a brother. Why shouldn't I have a brother? How old is he? 11 or 12. Why did you never tell me about him? Because I thought the sayings and doings of a youngster at that age could not interest you. You are mistaken, Roland. I am interested in all that concern my friends. You ought to have asked me for something for your brother. Asked for what, General? His admission into some college in Paris. Oh, you have enough beggars around you without my swelling their number. You hear, he is to come to Paris and enter college. When he is old enough, I will send him to the École Militaire or some other school, which I shall have founded before then. Faith, General, said Roland. Just as if I had guessed your good intentions, he is this very day on the point of starting for Paris. What for? I wrote to my brother 3 days ago to bring the boy to Paris. I intended to put him to college without mentioning it, and when he was old enough to tell you about him, always supposing that my aneurysm had not carried me off in the meantime. But in that case? Oh, in that case I have left a bit of a will addressed to you, and recommending to your kindness my mother, and the boy and the girl, in short, the whole raft. The girl? Who is she? My sister. So you have a sister also? Yes. How old is she? 17. Pretty? Charming. I'll take charge of her establishment. Roland began to laugh. What's the matter? Demanded the first consul. General, I'm going to put a placard over the grand entrance to the Luxembourg. What will you put on the placard? Marriage is made here. Why not? Is it any reason because you don't wish to marry for your sister to remain an old maid? I don't like old maids any better than I do old bachelors. I did not say, General, that my sister should remain an old maid. It's quite enough for one member of the Montreal family to have incurred your displeasure. Then what do you mean? Only that, as the matter concerns my sister, she must, if you will allow it, be consulted. Aha, some provincial love affair, is there? I can't say. I left poor Amélie gay and happy, and I find her pale and sad. I shall get the truth out of her, and if you wish for me to speak to you again about the matter, I will do so. Yes, do so when you get back from the Vendée. Ah, so I am going to the Vendée? Why, is that, like marriage, repugnant to you? Not in the least. Then you are going to the Vendée. When? Oh, you need not hurry, providing you start tomorrow. Excellent, sooner if you wish. Tell me what I am to do there. Something of the utmost importance, Roland. The devil, it isn't a diplomatic mission, I presume? Yes, it is a diplomatic mission for which I need a man who is not a diplomatist. Then I'm your man, General, only you understand, the less a diplomatist I am, the more precise my instructions must be. I am going to give them to you. Do you see that map? And he showed the young man a large map of Piedmont stretched out on the floor under a lamp suspended from the ceiling. Yes, I see it, replied Roland, accustomed to follow the General along the unexpected dashes of his genius. But it is a map of Piedmont. Yes, it's a map of Piedmont. So there is still a question of Italy. There is always a question of Italy. I thought you spoke of the Vendée. Secondarily, why, General, you are not going to send me to the Vendée and go to Italy yourself, are you? No, don't be alarmed. All right, but I warn you, if you did, I should desert and join you. I give you permission to do so, but now let us go back to Melun. Excuse me, General, this is the first time you have mentioned him. Yes, but I have been thinking of him for a long time. Do you know where I shall defeat him? The deuce I do. Where? Wherever you meet him. Bonaparte laughed. Ninny, he said, with loving familiarity. Then, stooping over the map, he said to Roland, Come here. Roland stooped beside him. There, resumed Bonaparte, that is where I shall fight him. Near Alexandre? Within 8 or 9 miles of it. He has all his supplies, hospitals, artillery, and reserves in Alexandria, and he will not leave the neighbourhood. I shall have to strike a great blow. That's the only condition on which I can get peace. I shall cross the Alps, he pointed to the great Saint Bernard. I shall fall upon Melun when he least expects me, and rout him utterly. Oh, trust you for that. Yes, but you understand, Roland, that in order to quit France with an easy mind, I can't leave it with an inflammation of the bowels. I can't leave war in the Vendée. Ah, now I see what you are after. No Vendée, and you are sending me to the Vendée to suppress it. That young man told me some serious things about the Vendée. They are brave soldiers, those Vendéans, led by a man of brains, Georges Cadoudal. I have sent him the offer of a regiment, but he won't accept. Jove, he's particular. But there's one thing he little knows. Who, Cadoudal? Yes, Cadoudal. That is that the Abbé Bernier has made me overtures. The Abbé Bernier? Yes. Who is the Abbé Bernier? The son of a peasant from Anjou, who may be now about 33 or 4 years of age. Before the insurrection, he was a curate of Saint-Lourdes at Angers. He refused to take the oath and sought refuge among the Vendéans. 2 or 3 times the Vendée was pacificated. Twice she was thought dead. A mistake. The Vendée was pacificated, but the Abbé Bernier had not signed the peace. The Vendée was dead, but the Abbé Bernier was still alive. One day, the Vendée was ungrateful to him. He wished to be appointed general agent to the royalist armies of the interior. Stofflet influenced the decision and got his old master, Comte Colbert de Montlhéry, in Bernier's stead. When at 2 o'clock in the morning the council broke up, the Abbé Bernier had disappeared. What he did that night, God and he alone can tell, but at 4 o'clock in the morning, a Republican detachment surrounded the farmhouse where Stofflet was sleeping, disarmed and defenseless. At 4:30, Stofflet was captured. 8 days later, he was executed at Angers. The next day, Rotichon took command, and to avoid making the same blunder as Stofflet, he appointed the Abbé Bernier general agent. Now, do you understand? Perfectly. Well, the Abbé Bernier, general agent of the belligerent forces and furnished with plenary powers by the Comte d'Artois, the Abbé Bernier has made overtures to me. To you, to Bonaparte, to the first consul he deigns to? Why, that's very kind of the Abbé Bernier. Have you accepted them? Yes, Roland. If the Vendée will give me peace, I will open her churches and give her back her priests. And suppose they chant the Domine Salvum Fac Regem. That would be better than not singing at all. God is omnipotent and he will decide. Does the mission suit you now that I have explained it? Yes, thoroughly. Then here is a letter for General Edouardville. He is to treat with the Abbé Bernier as the general-in-chief of the army of the West, but you are to be present at all these conferences. He is only my mouthpiece. You are to be my thought. Now start as soon as possible. The sooner you get back, the sooner Melun will be defeated. General, give me time to write to my mother, that's all. Where will she stop? At the Hôtel des Ambassadeurs. When do you think she will arrive? This is the night of the 21st of January. She will be here the evening of the 23rd, or the morning of the 24th. I take it on all myself. Take it on all yourself, General. Certainly, your mother can't stay at a hotel. Where should she stay? With a friend. She knows no one in Paris? I beg your pardon, Monsieur Roland. She knows Citizen Bonaparte, First Consul, and his wife. You are not going to lodge my mother at the Luxembourg. I warn you that would embarrass her very much. No, but I shall lodge her in the Rue de la Victoire. Oh, General, come, that's settled. Go now and get back as soon as possible. Roland took the First Consul's hand, meaning to kiss it, but Bonaparte drew him quickly to him. Embrace me, dear Roland, he said, and good luck to you. 2 hours later, Roland was rolling along in the post-chaise on the road to Orléans. The next day at 9 in the morning, he entered Nantes, after a journey of 33 hours. Chapter 29. The Geneva Diligence. About the hour when Roland was entering Nantes, a diligence, heavily loaded, stopped at the inn of the Croix d'Or, in the middle of the main street of Châtillon-sur-Seine. In those days, the diligences had but 2 compartments, the coupé and the interior. The rotunda is an adjunct of modern times. The diligence had hardly stopped before the postilion jumped down and opened the doors. The travellers dismounted. There were 7 in all, of both sexes. In the interior, 3 men, 2 women, and a child at the breast. In the coupé, a mother and her son. The 3 men in the interior were 1, a doctor from Troyes, the 2nd, a watchmaker from Geneva, the 3rd, an architect from Bourg. The two women were a lady's maid travelling to Paris to rejoin her mistress, and the other a wet nurse. The child was the latter's nursling, which she was taking back to its parents. The mother and son in the coupe were people of position, the former about 40 years of age, still preserving traces of great beauty, the latter a boy between 11 and 12. The third place in the coupe was occupied by the conductor. Breakfast was waiting, as usual, in the dining room, one of those breakfasts which conductors, no doubt in collusion with the landlords, never give travellers the time to eat. The woman and the nurse got out of the coach and went to a baker's shop nearby, where each bought a hot roll and a sausage, with which they went back to the coach, settling themselves quietly to breakfast, thus saving the cost, probably too great for their means, of a meal at the hotel. The doctor, the watchmaker, the architect, and the mother and son entered the inn, and, after warming themselves hastily at the large kitchen fire, entered the dining room and took seats at the table. The mother contented herself with a cup of coffee with cream and some fruit. The boy, delighted to prove himself a man by his appetite at least, boldly attacked the viands. The first few moments were, as usual, employed in satisfying hunger. The watchmaker from Geneva was the first to speak. "Faith, citizen," said he. The word citizen was still used in public places. "I tell you frankly, I was not at all sorry to see daylight this morning." "Cannot monsieur sleep in a coach?" asked the doctor. "Oh yes, sir," replied the compatriot of Jean-Jacques. "On the contrary, I usually sleep straight through the night, but anxiety was stronger than fatigue this time." "Were you afraid of upsetting?" asked the architect. "No, I'm very lucky in that respect. It seems enough for me to be in a coach to make it unupsettable." "No, that wasn't it." "What was it then?" questioned the doctor. "They say in Geneva that the roads in France are not safe." "That's according to circumstances," said the architect. "And how's that?" inquired the watchmaker. "Oh," replied the architect, "if, for example, we are carrying government money, we would surely be stopped, or rather, we would have been already." "Do you think so?" queried the watchmaker. "That has never failed. I don't know how these devils of companions of Jehu manage to keep so well posted, but they never miss an opportunity." The doctor nodded affirmatively. "Ah," exclaimed the watchmaker, addressing the doctor, "do you think so too?" "I do." "And if you knew there was government money in the coach, would you be so imprudent as to take passage in it?" "I must admit," replied the doctor, "that I should think twice about it." "And you, sir?" said the questioner to the architect. "Oh, I," replied the latter. "As I am on important business, I should have started anyway." "I am tempted," said the watchmaker, "to take off my valise and wait for tomorrow's diligence, because my boxes are filled with watches worth something like 20,000 francs. We've been lucky so far, but there's no use tempting Providence." "Did you not hear these gentlemen say," remarked the lady, joining in the conversation for the first time, "that we run the risk of being stopped only when the coach carries government money?" "That's exactly it," replied the watchmaker, looking anxiously around. "We are carrying it." The mother blanched visibly and looked at her son. Before fearing for herself, every mother fears for her child. "What? We are carrying it?" asked the doctor, and the architect in the varying tones of excitement. "Are you sure of what you are saying?" "Perfectly sure, gentlemen." "Then you should either have told us before or have told us in a whisper now." "But perhaps," said the doctor, "the gentleman is not quite sure of what he says. Or perhaps he is joking," added the architect. "Heaven forbid." "The Geneves are very fond of a laugh," persisted the doctor. "Sir," replied the Geneves, much hurt that anyone should think he liked to laugh, "I saw it put on the coach myself." "What? The money? Was there much?" "A good many bags. But where does the money come from?" "The treasury of the Bears of Berne. You know, of course, that the Bears of Berne received an income of 50 or even 60,000 francs. The doctor burst out laughing. "Decidedly, sir, you are trying to frighten us," said he. "Gentlemen," said the watchmaker, "I give you my word of honor." "Take your places, gentlemen," shouted the conductor, opening the door. "Take your places. We are 3/4 of an hour late." "One moment, conductor, one moment," said the architect. "We are consulting." "About what?" "Close the door, conductor, and come over here." "Drink a glass of wine with us, conductor." "With pleasure, gentlemen." A glass of wine is never to be refused. The conductor held out his glass, and the three travellers touched it, but just as he was lifting it to his lips, the doctor stopped his arm. "Come, conductor, frankly, is it true?" "What?" "What this gentleman says," and he pointed to the Geneves. "Monsieur Ferraud?" "I don't know if that is his name." "Yes, sir, that is my name, Ferraud and Company, number 6, Rue du Rempart, Geneva." "At your service," replied the watchmaker, bowing. "Gentlemen," repeated the conductor, "take your places." "But you haven't answered." "What the devil shall I answer? You haven't asked me anything." "Yes, we asked you if it is true that you are carrying a large sum of money belonging to the French government." "Blabber," said the conductor to the watchmaker. "Did you tell that? Confound it, my worthy fellow. Come, gentlemen, your places. But before getting in, we want to know." "What? Whether I have government money?" "Yes, I have. Now, if we are stopped, say nothing, and all will be well." "Are you sure?" "Leave me to arrange matters with these gentry." "What will you do if we are stopped?" the doctor asked the architect. "Faith, I shall follow the conductor's advice." "That's the best thing to do," observed the latter. "Well, I shall keep quiet," repeated the architect. "And so shall I," added the watchmaker. "Come, gentlemen, take your seats, and let us make haste." The boy had listened to this conversation with frowning brow and clenched teeth. "Well," he said to his mother, "if we are stopped, I know what I'll do." "What will you do?" she asked. "You'll see." "What does this little boy say?" asked the watchmaker. "I say you are all cowards," replied the child unhesitatingly. "Edouard," exclaimed his mother, "what do you mean?" "I wish they'd stop the diligence, that I do," cried the boy, his eye sparkling with determination. "Come, come, gentlemen, in heaven's name, take your places," called the conductor once more. "Conductor," said the doctor, "I presume you have no weapons." "Yes, I have my pistols." "Unfortunate." The conductor stooped to the doctor's ear and whispered, "Don't be alarmed, doctor, they're only loaded with powder." "Good." "Forward, postilion, forward!" shouted the conductor, closing the door of the interior. Then, while the postilion snapped his whip and started the heavy vehicle, he also closed that of the coupe. "Are you not coming with us, conductor?" asked the lady. "Thank you, no, Madame de Montrevel," replied the conductor. "I have something to do on the Imperial." Then, looking into the window, he added, "Take care that Monsieur Edouard does not touch the pistols in the pocket of the carriage. He might hurt himself." "Oh," retorted the boy, "as if I didn't know how to handle a pistol. I have handsomer ones than yours, that my friend Sir John has sent me from England, haven't I, mamma?" "Never mind, Edouard," replied Madame de Montrevel. "I entreat you not to touch them." "Don't worry, little mother." Then he added softly, "All the same, if the companions of Jehu stop us, I know what I shall do." The diligence was again rolling heavily on its way to Paris. It was one of those fine winter days which makes those who think that nature is dead at that season admit that nature never dies but only sleeps. The man who lives to be 70 or 80 years of age has his nights of 10 or 12 hours and often complains that the length of his nights adds to the shortness of his days. Nature, which has an everlasting existence, trees, which live 1,000 years, have sleeping periods for 4 or 5 months, which are winters for us but only nights for them. The poets, in their envious verse, sing the immortality of nature, which dies each autumn and revives each spring. The poets are mistaken. Nature does not die each autumn, she only falls asleep. She is not resuscitated, she awakens. The day when our globe really dies, it will be dead indeed. It will roll into space or fall into the abysses of chaos, inert, mute, solitary, without trees, without flowers, without verdure, without poets. But on this beautiful day of the 23rd of February 1800, sleeping nature dreamed of spring. A brilliant, almost joyous sun made the grass in the ditches on either side of the road sparkle with those deceptive pearls of the hoarfrost, which vanish at a touch, and rejoice the heart of a tiller of the earth when he sees them glittering at the points of his wheat as it pushes bravely up through the soil. All the windows of the diligence were lowered to give entrance to this earlier smile of the divine, as though all hearts were saying, Welcome back, traveller, long lost in the clouds of the west, or beneath the heaving billows of ocean. Suddenly, about an hour after leaving Châtillon, the diligence stopped at a bend of the river without any apparent cause. 4 horsemen quietly approached, walking their horses, and one of them, a little in advance of the others, made a sign with his hand to the postilion, ordering him to draw up. The postilion obeyed. "Oh, mamma!" cried Edouard, standing up and leaning out of the window in spite of Madame de Montrevel's protestations. "Oh, mamma, what fine horses! But why do these gentlemen wear masks? This isn't carnival." Madame de Montrevel was dreaming. A woman always dreams a little, young of the future, old of the past. She started for her reverie, put her head out of the window and gave a little cry. Edouard turned around hastily. "What ails you, mother?" he asked. Madame de Montrevel turned pale and took him in her arms without a word. Cries of terror were heard in the interior. "But what is the matter?" demanded little Edouard, struggling to escape from his mother's encircling arms. "Nothing, my little man," said one of the masked men in a gentle voice, putting his head through the window of the coupé. "Nothing but an accident we have to settle with the conductor, which does not in the least concern you travellers. Tell your mother to accept our respectful homage and to pay no more heed to us than if we were not here." Then, passing to the door of the interior, he added, "Gentlemen, your servant. Fear nothing for your money or jewels, and reassure that nurse we have not come here to turn her milk." Then, to the conductor, "Now then, Père Jérôme, we have 100,000 francs on the Imperial and in the boxes, haven't we? Gentlemen, I assure you that the money belongs to the government. It did belong to the bears of Bern. 70,000 francs in gold, the rest in silver. The silver is on the top of the coach in the bottom of the coupé. Isn't that so? You see how well informed we are." At the words "bottom of the coupe," Madame de Montrevel gave another cry of terror. She was about to come in contact with men who, in spite of their politeness, inspired her with the most profound terror. "But what is the matter, mother? What is the matter?" demanded the boy impatiently. "Be quiet, Edouard, be quiet." "Why must I be quiet? Don't you understand?" "No, the coach has been stopped." "Why? Tell me why." "Ah, mother, I understand." No, said Madame de Montrevel, "you don't understand. Those gentlemen are robbers." "Take care you don't say so." "What? You mean they are not robbers? Why, see, they are taking the conductor's money." Sure enough, one of the 4 was fastening to the saddle of his horse the bags of silver which the conductor threw down from the Imperial. "No," repeated Madame de Montrevel. "No, they are not robbers." Then, lowering her voice, she added, "They are companions of Jehu." "Ah!" cried the boy. "They are the ones who assassinated my friend, Sir John." And the child turned very pale, and his breath came hissing through his clenched teeth. At that moment, one of the masked men opened the door of the coupé and said with exquisite politeness, "Madame la Comtesse, to our great regret we are obliged to disturb you, but we want, or rather the conductor wants, a package from the bottom of the coupé. Will you be so kind as to get out for a moment? Jérôme will get what he wants as quickly as possible." Then, with that note of gaiety which was never entirely absent from the laughing voice, he added, "Won't you, Jérôme?" Jérôme replied from the top of the diligence, confirming these words. With an instinctive movement to put herself between the danger and her son, Madame de Montrevel, while complying with that request, pushed Edouard behind her. That instant sufficed for the boy to seize the conductor's pistols. The young man with the laughing voice assisted Madame de Montrevel from the coach with the greatest care, then sighed to one of his companions to give her an arm, and returned to the coach. But at that instant a double report was heard. Edouard had fired a pistol with each hand at the companion of Jehu, who disappeared in the smoke. Madame de Montrevel screamed and fainted away. Various cries expressive of diverse sentiments echoed that of the mother. From the interior came one of terror. They had all agreed to offer no resistance, and now someone had resisted. From the three young men came a cry of surprise. It was the first time such a thing had happened. They rushed to their companion, expecting to find him reduced to pulp. But they found him safe and sound, laughing heartily, while the conductor, with clasped hands, was exclaiming, "Monsieur, I swear there were no balls. Monsieur, I protest. They were only charged with powder." "The deuce," said the young man. "Don't I see that? But the intention was good, wasn't it, my little Edouard?" Then, turning to his companions, he added, "Confess, gentlemen, that he is a fine boy, a true son of his father, and brother of his brother. Bravo, Edouard, you'll make a man some day." Taking the boy in his arms, he kissed him, in spite of his struggles, on both cheeks. Edouard fought like a demon, thinking no doubt that it was very humiliating to be embraced by a man at whom he had just fired 2 pistols. In the meantime, one of the companions had carried Edouard's mother to the bank by the roadside, a little distance from the diligence. The man who had kissed Edouard with so much affection and persistence now looked around for her. "Ah," cried he, on perceiving her, "Madame de Montrevel still unconscious? We can't leave a woman in that condition, gentlemen. Conductor, take Master Edouard." Placing the boy in Jerome's arms, he turned to one of his companions. "Man of precautions," said he, "haven't you smelling salts or bottle of essence with you?" "Here," said the young man he had addressed, pulling a flask of toilette vinegar from his pocket. "Good," said the other, who seemed to be the leader of the band. "Do you finish up the matter with Master Jerome? I'll take charge of Madame de Montrevel." It was indeed time. The fainting fit was giving place to a violent nervous attack. Spasmodic movements shook her whole body, and strangled cries came from her throat. The young man leaned over her and made her inhale the salts. Madame de Montrevel presently opened her frightened eyes and called out, "Edouard, Edouard!" With an involuntary movement, she knocked aside the mask of the man who was supporting her, exposing his face. The courteous, laughing young man, our readers have already recognized him, was Morgan. Madame de Montrevel paused in amazement at sight of those beautiful blue eyes, the lofty brow, and the gracious lips smiling at her. She realized that she ran no danger from such a man, and that no harm could have befallen Edouard. Treating Morgan as a gentleman who had succoured her, and not as a bandit who had caused her fainting fit, she exclaimed, "Ah, sir, how kind you are!" In the words, in the tones in which she uttered them, there lay a world of thanks, not only for herself, but for her child. With singular delicacy, entirely in keeping with the chivalric nature, Morgan, instead of picking up his fallen mask and covering his face immediately, so that Madame de Montrevel could only have retained a fleeting and confused impression of it, Morgan replied to her compliment by a low bow, leaving his features uncovered long enough to produce their impression. Then, placing Dassas' flask in Madame de Montrevel's hand, and then only, he replaced his mask. Madame de Montrevel understood the young man's delicacy. "Ah, sir," said she, "be sure that, in whatever place or situation I see you again, I shall not recognize you." "Then, madame," replied Morgan, "it is for me to thank you and repeat how kind you are." "Come, gentlemen, take your seats," said the conductor in his customary tone, as if nothing unusual had happened. "Are you quite restored, madame, or should you like a few minutes more to rest?" asked Morgan. "The diligence shall wait." "No, that is quite unnecessary. I feel quite well, and am much indebted to you." Morgan offered Madame de Montrevel his arm, and she leaned upon it to reach the diligence. The conductor had already placed little Edouard inside. When Madame de Montrevel had resumed her seat, Morgan, who had already made his peace with the mother, wished to do so with the son. "Without a grudge, my young hero," he said, offering his hand. But the boy drew back. "I don't give my hand to a highway robber," he replied. Madame de Montrevel gave a start of terror. "You have a charming boy, madame," said Morgan, "only he has his prejudices." Then, bowing with the utmost courtesy, he added, "A prosperous voyage, madame," and closed the door. "Forward!" cried the conductor. The carriage gave a lurch. "Oh, pardon me, sir," exclaimed Madame de Montrevel. "Your flask." "Keep it, madame," said Morgan, "although I trust you are sufficiently recovered not to need it." But Edouard, snatching the flask from his mother's hand, flung it out of the window, crying, "Mamma doesn't receive presents from robbers." "The devil," murmured Morgan, with the first sigh his companions had ever heard him give. "I think I am right not to ask for my poor Amélie in marriage." Then, turning to his companions, he said, "Well, gentlemen, is it finished?" "Yes," they answered with one voice. "Then let us mount and be off. Don't forget we have to be at the opera at 9 o'clock this evening." Springing into his saddle, he was the first to jump the ditch, reach the river, and there unhesitatingly took the ford which the pretended courier had pointed out on Cassini's map. When he reached the opposite bank, followed by the other young men, Dassas said to him, "Say, didn't your mask fall off?" "Yes, but no one saw my face but Madame de Montrevel." Muttered Dassas. Better no one had seen it. Putting their horses to a gallop, all four disappeared across the fields in the direction of Chacos. Chapter 30. Citizen Fouché's Report. On arriving the next day, toward 11 in the morning, at the Hôtel des Ambassadeurs, Madame de Montrevel was astonished to find, instead of Roland, a stranger awaiting her. The stranger approached her. "Are you the widow of General Montrevel, madame?" he asked. "Yes, monsieur," replied Madame de Montrevel, not a little astonished. "And are you looking for your son?" "Yes." "And I do not understand after the letter he wrote to me." "Man proposes, the first consul disposes," replied the stranger, laughing. "The first consul has disposed of your son for a few days and has sent me to receive you in his stead." Madame de Montrevel bowed. "To whom have I the honor of speaking?" she asked. "To Citizen Favolet de Bourrienne, his first secretary," replied the stranger. "Will you thank the first consul for me," replied Madame de Montrevel, "and have the kindness to express to him the profound regret I feel at not being able to do so myself?" "But nothing can be more easy, madame." "How so?" "The first consul has ordered me to bring you to the Luxembourg." "Me? You and your son?" "Oh, I am going to see General Bonaparte. I am going to see General Bonaparte," cried the child, jumping for joy and clapping his hands. "What happiness!" "Edouard, Edouard!" exclaimed Madame de Montrevel. Then, turning to Bourrienne, "You must excuse him, sir. He is a little savage from the Jura mountains." Bourrienne held out his hand to the boy. "I am a friend of your brother's," said he. "Will you kiss me?" "Oh, willingly, sir," replied Edouard. "You are not a thief, I know." "Why, no, I trust not," replied the secretary, laughing. "You must excuse him once again, sir. Our diligence was stopped on the way." "Stopped?" "Yes." "By robbers?" "Not exactly." "Monsieur," asked Edward, "when people take other people's money, are they not thieves?" "That is what they are generally called, my dear child." "There, you see, mamma." "Come, Edouard, be quiet, I beg of you." Bourrienne glanced at Madame de Montrevel and saw clearly from the expression of her face that the subject was disagreeable to her. He therefore dropped it. "Madame," said he, "may I remind you that I have the orders to take you to the Luxembourg, and to add that Madame Bonaparte is expecting you? Pray give me time to change my gown and to dress Edouard, sir." "How long will that take, madame?" "Is half an hour too much to ask?" "No, indeed, if half an hour really suffices, I shall think you most reasonable." "Be easy, sir, it will be sufficient." "Well, madame," said the secretary, bowing, "I will attend to an errand and return in half an hour to place myself at your orders." "Thank you, sir. Don't be annoyed if I should be punctual. I shall not keep you waiting." Bourrienne left. Madame de Montrevel dressed Edouard first, then herself, and was ready 5 minutes before Bourrienne reappeared. "Take care, madame," said Bourrienne, laughing, "lest I tell the first consul of your extreme punctuality." "What should I have to fear if he did? He would keep you near him to give lessons in punctuality to Madame Bonaparte." "Oh," exclaimed Madame de Montrevel, "you must forgive unpunctuality in a Creole." "But I believe you are a Creole also, madame." "Madame Bonaparte sees her husband every day," said Madame de Montrevel, laughing, "whereas I am to see the first consul for the first time." "Come, mother, let us go. said Edouard. The secretary drew aside to allow Madame de Montrevel to pass out. 15 minutes later, they had reached the Luxembourg. Bonaparte occupied the suite of rooms on the ground floor to the right. Josephine's chamber and boudoir were on the first floor. A stairway led from the first consul's study to her room. She was expecting Madame de Montrevel, for as soon as she saw her, she opened her arms as to a friend. Madame de Montrevel had stopped respectfully at the door. "Oh, come in, madame," said Josephine. "Today is not the first that I know you. I have long known you through your excellent son, Roland. Shall I tell you what comforts me when Bonaparte leaves me? It is that Roland goes with him, for I fancy that, so long as Roland is with him, no harm will befall him. Well, won't you kiss me?" Madame de Montrevel was confused by so much kindness. "We are compatriots, you know," continued Josephine. "Oh, how well I remember Monsieur de la Clemencerie and his beautiful gardens with the splendid fruit. I remember having seen a young girl who seemed its queen. You must have married very young, madame. At 14. Yes, you could not have been older to have a son of Roland's age. But pray sit down." She led the way, making a sign to Madame de Montrevel to sit beside her. "And that charming boy," she said, pointing to Edouard, "is he also your son?" And she gave a sigh. "God has been prodigal to you, madame, and as he has given you all you can desire, will you not implore him to send me a son?" She pressed her lips enviously to Edouard's forehead. "My husband will be delighted to see you. He is so fond of your son, madame. You would not have been brought to me in the first instance if he were not engaged with the Minister of Police. For that matter," she added, laughing, "you have arrived at an unfortunate moment. He is furious." "Oh," cried Madame de Montrevel, frightened. "If that is so, I would rather wait." No, on the contrary. The sight of you will calm him. I don't know just what is the matter, but it seems a diligence was stopped on the outskirts of the Black Forest in broad daylight. Fouché will find his credit in danger if the thing goes on." Madame de Montrevel was about to answer when the door opened and an usher appeared. "The first consul awaits Madame de Montrevel," he said. "Go," said Josephine. "Bonaparte's time is so precious that he is almost as impatient as Louis XV, who had nothing to do. He does not like to wait." Madame de Montrevel rose hastily and turned to take Edouard with her. "No," said Josephine, "leave this beautiful boy with me. You will stay and dine with us, and Bonaparte can see him then. Besides, if my husband takes a fancy to see him, he can send for him. For the time, I am his second mamma. Come, what shall we do to amuse ourselves?" "The first consul must have a fine lot of weapons, madame," replied the boy. "Yes, very fine ones. Well, I will show you the first consul's arms." Josephine, leading the child, went out of one door, and Madame de Montrevel followed the usher through the other. On the way, the Countess met a fair man, with a pale face and haggard eye, who looked at her with an uneasiness that seemed habitual to him. She drew hastily aside to let him pass. The usher noticed her movement. "That is the Minister of Police," he said in a low voice. Madame de Montrevel watched him as he disappeared, with a certain curiosity. Fouché was already, at that time, fatally celebrated. Just then, the door of Bonaparte's study opened, and his head was seen through the aperture. He caught sight of Madame de Montrevel. "Come in, madame," he said. "Come in." Madame de Montrevel hastened her steps and entered the study. "Come in," said Bonaparte, closing the door himself. "I have kept you waiting much against my will, but I had to give Fouché a scolding. You know I am very well satisfied with Roland, and that I intend to make a general of him at the first opportunity. When did you arrive?" "This very moment, General." "Where from?" "Roland told me, but I have forgotten."